Hello, please sign for the express delivery. Suburbs. Outside the shabby farmyard. The courier carried several heavy cardboard boxes on the electric tricycle. Su-woo took the pen, glanced at the cardboard box a few times, confirmed that there was no bump, and lowered his head to sign the express delivery form. Are you going to build a shelter here? I bought so many tools. While Su-woo was checking the express delivery, the courier asked curiously. You also heard of that doomsday rumor? Su-woo raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. That's of course, our work group is discussing this today. There are a lot of things on the market now that are expensive and difficult to buy. Something must have happened, which caused the state to secretly control it. Maybe it's true that the doomsday is coming soon. A hint of worry flashed between the courier's words. The end of the world is not a game of joking. When ordinary people meet, they can't fight. It makes some sense. Su-woo nodded seriously. But there is no need to worry. If something really happens, the country will definitely provide us with the bottom line so that we will not be unable to survive. Hope that's the case. The courier sighed, his expression still not very good. The country may take action, but the quality of life will be unsure. The Earth in parallel world. All continents belong to a unified federal government. Technology is a big lead compared to Su-woo's world before traveling through time. Even controllable nuclear fusion shows signs of breakthrough. It can be said that it has arrived on the eve of the interstellar voyage and colonial era. However, all the good prospects are good. No matter how far the end of the world is coming. Whether human civilization still has a future needs to be put into a big question. Carry the express boxes into the yard one by one. Su-woo carefully locked the door and looked around. He is in a large yard. In addition to the corner to the east, there is an old two-story house. Other places are filled with cement, sand, corner iron, steel bars, cans, plastic bottles, as well as various used household appliances and tires. When an unknown outsider comes in, he will definitely think that this is a waste item recycling bin. Commonly known as rag picking. But in fact, it's almost the same. Most of the things in the yard are the results of Su-woo's wholesale from the waste item recycling stations in the city in the past half-month. Su-woo spent 6 million in cash for this. Don't think it's expensive. Not to mention other things, just look at the most valuable of more than 3,000 tons of various scrap metals. No matter how bad it is, the price of a pound of iron is worth 607 cents. The most expensive steel bars are even more than £1 per pound. Can buy it for 6 million. It was already considered that Su-woo was very careful in his calculations and worked hard for many days. A house. I got these things. Su-woo felt a sigh in his heart, it was not a pity or a melancholy. He came over more than half a month ago. Living in a residential building in a coastal first-tier city. That is the only property left to him by the original parents of this world. At the same time, there is also a 2 million yuan compensation for parents' death from their car accident. If there is no end of the world. With the house and these compensations, Su-woo can even live a carefree life that he could only imagine in his dreams without having to work for the rest of his life. But everything has no if. After the apocalyptic survival system that he traveled through with him was activated. When Su-woo learned that the end of the world was coming, he immediately sold his house where he had settled. With the money and compensation I received, I hurried to an ordinary city with a high terrain in the central mainland. Jianghe City. I rented the farmyard where he is now in the suburbs. We plan to build a shelter on site to deal with the upcoming disaster of the doomsday. It's still too late. If I could travel through time earlier. Maybe I can even get a piece of abandoned underground air raid shelter. That's much better than it is now. Su-woo was not very satisfied with this courtyard. The ideal address for building a shelter is an underground air raid shelter or a cave in the mountains. Not only is there a large space, it can also save most of the construction costs. But unfortunately, when Su Wu tried to search for relevant information, these places that were once unwilling, either it has been recruited by the government or sold it early. So Su Wu kept searching online for more than 10 hours, but couldn't find any suitable place. When it is a last resort, I can only settle for the second best and choose the current yard. Create refuges from scratch. The advantage is not enough, but at least the surrounding environment is safe and the prices are low. It is much better than the first-tier cities by the sea. A phone call sounded. Su Wu took out his cell phone from his pocket and connected. Boss Su, your basement construction application has been approved. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. I've passed the license document to you on WeChat. The intermediary's excited voice came from the phone. Thanks. I'll confirm it later and I'll call you the final payment. Su Wu said in a calm voice. The order is still there now. Even in remote suburbs. If you want to dig the land and build an underground shelter, it is not something you can dig by just digging. You must first obtain the approval of the government, in order to be able to pass the application. In addition to signing the 20-year lease contract for the farmyard, he also paid a full 50,000 yuan to find an agent to help. Fortunately, everything went well and it didn't take too long. It's just right now. The boss is happy. Hang up the phone. Su Wu continued to carry the several express boxes under his feet into the room. In the first-floor living room, on the clean solid wood table, Su Wu carefully dismantled one of the cartons. He carefully took out a pair of robotic arms about 70 centimeters long wrapped in layers of plastic foam. The materials are very solid and the joints are very flexible. After a little check, Su Wu was quite satisfied. It is worthy of being a high-end product with a unit price of up to 16,000 yuan. All workmanship is above the level line. But while being satisfied, Su Wu still couldn't help feeling a little sad. Although the quality of this kind of robotic arm is undeniable, it can be bought for up to 8,000 yuan a month ago. Not only does the price double now, but it is still purchasing restrictions. After Su Wu bought the sets he could never buy them again. But now is not the time to consider these issues. Focus a little bit. Su Wu aimed his eyes at a robotic arm on the table. A light curtain that only he could see popped up in his field of view. An equivalent mechanical arm. Fitness, 90%. Evaluation, this is a qualified robotic arm that can be used for some simple production operations. Upgrade direction, industrial robot arm I universal skillful hand, 1 survival point, industrial robot arm 2 high-frequency oscillation cutting knife, 1 survival point, industrial robot arm 3 high-energy smelting laser emitter, 2 survival points. The sight stays on the third option. Su Wu had a slight thought and made a choice. Select the upgrade direction, industrial robotic arm 3 high-energy smelting laser emitter. A glimmer of light flashed on the robotic arm. The robotic arm instantly renovated and became even more shiny and thicker. At the same time, at the end of it, the 5 fingers originally imitated by human form disappeared, replaced by a transparent crystal the size of a fist. Su Wu knew that transparent crystal. It should be the biggest change brought about by this upgrade, the high-energy smelting laser emitter. Look at the system panel. Deducting this upgrade consumption, there are still 14 points left to be available. So there was no hesitation. Another express carton was opened, and the 2 new robotic arms were upgraded in the other 2 directions. Now the whole set of robotic arms is complete, which should meet the needs of manufacturing universal engineering robots. The fingertips slashed across the hard shell of the robotic arm, experiencing the cool texture transmitted by the metal. An uncontrollable excitement and expectation surged in Su Wu's heart. There are also bursts of dreamy unreality. I worked hard for half a month. Finally, I was able to truly obtain the first high-tech tool to surpass the current era. From this moment on, His fate will completely become different from the ordinary people on this planet. Have the ability to transport a refuge from imagination to reality bit by bit. After a brief inspection, Suwoo carefully installed the 3 upgraded robot arms on a robot leaning against the corner of the wall. That robot. There is no head, only the torso and legs that are simply pieced together with metal brackets and steel plates. Say it's a robot. In fact, it is a model with rough workmanship. After installing 3 heavy robotic arms, it even trembled slightly. It looks like it only takes a slight poke with your finger to put it down. Just use it. I found that the robot did not fall apart. Suwoo is actually quite satisfied. After all, in order to save money, I can no longer buy anything similar on the market. This model was something he used to rub it out bit by bit a few days ago. There is no need to expect anything in terms of quality. Fake short engineering robots. Fitness, 40%. Evaluation, this is an immovable simulation model. Although it has a qualified robotic arm, it still cannot undertake any engineering work. Upgrade direction, General Light Engineering Robot, 15 survival points. The fit is 40%, which is still quite far from passing the exam based on the percentage. But everything needs to be compared. Before installing the 3 upgraded robotic arms, the fit was only 1%, a 40-fold difference. The survival points required for upgrading have reached an unattainable triple-digit number. Now it has been reduced to a level where you only need 15 survival points to upgrade. It's already extremely amazing. It also fully demonstrates that Suwoo first upgraded 3 robotic arms and gave priority to building high fit. Only. The 15 survival point is still a bit high for Suwoo. With a little concentration, Suwoo focused his attention on the line of fit. More detailed information pops up immediately on the panel. Shows 100 kilograms of material missing. This is a small thing. With a budget of millions and a half month of trash, Suwoo is most in short supply of various common raw materials. I went out and picked and selected in the yard for a while. Suwoo dragged a cart of scrap steel bars and wires, plus a few electronic boards, and piled them next to the robot. Looking at it again this time, the degree of fit has increased to 55%. The survival points required for upgrading are reduced by 3 points. Suwoo knew that this was the limit he could save at the moment. So I no longer hesitated and officially upgraded the robot. After the light, all the materials and models piled on the ground disappeared. Instead, it is an engineering robot that is about 2 meters tall, covered with silver white metal, has 3 precision robotic arms, and is full of technological beauty. Get local materials and make AM3 model screw. Suwoo tried to issue an order. The engineering robot in front of him responded with a dripping sound. Use a high-frequency oscillation cutting knife on the robotic arm to cut a small piece of the abandoned corner iron that fell not far away. Then, with a skillful skill in picking up the cut scrap iron, using magnetic force to suspend it in the air, and then using the high-energy smelting laser emitter on another robotic arm to emit a dark red beam to shine it on it, and carve it out. Carefully crafted. After more than 10 seconds, a standard screw gradually formed. Looking at the engineering robot's smooth operation, Suwoo nodded slightly. Quite satisfied. If efficiency and material quality are not considered. With the performance of this engineering robot, most industrial parts can be basically manufactured and welding and assembly work can be completed. It is equivalent to having both machine tools and assembly workshop functions. I will be liberated in the future. I won't have to do it myself anymore. Recalling the experience of rubbing the robot model with his hands a few days ago, Suwoo still feels a little pain in his fingers until now. For someone who is not good at handcraft, even assembling a simple robot model is a very difficult project. Suwoo really doesn't want to experience the same thing again. The engineering robot's functions were tested to meet expectations. Suwoo excitedly opened his laptop and called out a design drawing of the drilling machine and geothermal generator that had been prepared long ago. This is the equipment he needs to make next. Really start construction of a refuge. The first prerequisite required is to have sufficient and stable electricity. In this regard, it is not very reliable to count on the outside world. As early as half a month ago, the federal government imposed strict restrictions on civil and commercial electricity. The supply of civil electricity is limited, and the monthly share of each household is not enough for an air conditioner to be open. Although commercial electricity is not limited, the electricity price has increased tenfold. There are also extremely high requirements for use qualifications. With Su Wu's current conditions, it is basically impossible to successfully apply. And if you generate electricity by yourself, no mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The lowest cost is the diesel engine. But diesel and gasoline are also controlled items now. Private cannot be purchased separately. Even if you drive over and refuel, the same car and the same driver's license will only be able to fill up twice a month. With such a little weight, it is even difficult to ensure normal travel. Not to mention it for power generation. Wind and hydraulic power, as well as solar energy, either have huge investment or limited power generation. And in the end of the world, they are not very stable. After all the calculations, Su Wu discovered that in the end, there was only a geothermal generator, which was most in line with the requirements. But the same sentence. Material control is now. For relatively high-end equipment like geothermal generators, you can't even think of buying it even if you have money. You can buy a drilling machine. But the price has soared hundreds of times higher than usual. Adding up all the money left in Su Wu's hands is not enough for a fraction. The only feasible way. Only make it yourself. This is also the reason why Su Wu has been struggling for so long and has not started construction until now. There is no engineering robot that can replace machine tools and processing equipment, everything is just illusion. Transfer the design drawings to the engineering robot. Send it to work in the yard. Su Wu adjusted a comfortable position and leaned on the back of the chair. Looking at the laptop screen, transmitted by the engineering robot, who was rushing to the destination. The progress bar of cutting the material, an unspeakable feeling of comfort arose in his heart. And light. Since I learned from the apocalypse survival system half a month ago that I will face the end of the day soon. God knows how he has come to this point step by step. While feeling anxious, I kept screening for suitable shelter addresses. Collect materials to build shelters to build relationships. Every minute and every second passes incredibly torment. I was afraid that I would waste too much time because I made a mistake in a certain link and ended up failing. And now, this sense of urgency finally disappeared with the emergence of the first fully automatic engineering robot. The professional ability and efficiency of engineering robots are not comparable to that of him, an ordinary person. Even when sleeping late at night. Robots can also work stably without sleeping. Don't worry about any accidents in the middle. There are enough materials and robot helpers. It's like entering a fast lane. The shelter will definitely be built smoothly. What a surprise is going to happen, that's no longer my problem. Get out of busyness and anxiety. Su Wu has free time to think about the future. He didn't know much about the specific news about the end of the world. It is just that from the apocalyptic survival system, it is vague to know that it is related to extreme climates. It may be high temperature or extreme cold. It may also be viral radiation, or earthquake flooding. But no matter what kind of disaster it is, it focuses on extinction of surface creatures all over the world. The consequence of contempt is that it turns into ashes under natural disasters. As for the time when the end of the world comes, Su Wu only knew that it was within half a year. Specifically, it is within 6 months, within 1 month, or even within 1 or 2 weeks. Only guessing. This uncertain time once put great pressure on Su Wu. So Su Wu doesn't need to work in person now. Otherwise, maybe we haven't waited for the end of the world to come. His body collapsed in anxiety first. The country should have already known some news about the end of the world. Maybe it's clearer than me. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such strict material control. Even if you buy more sugar and rice, you have to sign a guarantee letter. Lenovo first came, online shopping failed and could only buy daily necessities in supermarkets and grain and oil stores to store. Unexpectedly. Just because I bought more than 40 kilograms of sugar at one time and 10 bags of rice. The security administrator came to him in person. Su Wu's face couldn't help but turn a little black. This is simply not a way for ordinary people to live. Even if you get the news in advance, you want to stockpile supplies and take refuge. Ordinary people don't think about how much they can get. It doesn't matter if the rice is 500 kilograms of 10 bags are enough to eat for a long time. When the shelter is built into soilless cultivation, there is no shortage of farms. Sugar is a little troublesome. That thing is very useful in the end times. I still have to find a way to get a few more batches. Su Wu thought that he was already doing this. Although you need to register an ID card to buy sugar, most people don't use much. It's not a big problem to hire a few more people, and after making a second-hand deal, it's not a big deal to get a few hundred kilograms. Moreover, there are more than white sugar things with high sugar content. Scan some unsold candies, no one will care. In addition to sugar, salt, vitamin tablets, various commonly used chemicals for curing diseases, tobacco, alcohol and seasonings, etc., are also hard currency with high value in the future. These regulations are relatively loose, but the prices are not cheap. Due to the funds in hand, the amount of money that can be purchased is also limited. However, it is more than enough to just meet your own needs and to have a minimum foreign transaction. After considering his own shelter, Su Wu couldn't help but sigh. The official controls so much material. I hope their shelter is well prepared. Or otherwise, I don't know how many people will die at that time. He is not a kind-hearted person. But things hurt their kind. If you really want the future, he will be the only one left in the whole world. That wouldn't be a good thing either. Humans are all social animals after all. The importance of spiritual food is not much lower than that of reality. The night gradually descends. A farmyard located in a deserted suburb. Except for the noise created by the construction of engineering robots, everything is as calm as before. When the time arrives late at night, a series of brand new information was quietly refreshed on Su Wu's system panel. Today's survival point settlement. Survival for 1 day successfully, survival point +1. Successfully manufactured a general light engineering robot, with a slight increase in survivability. Survival point +2. Get the first fully automatic tool and move from the manual era to the mechanical processing era. The chance of surviving the end of the world has been greatly increased. Survival point +75. Current remaining survival points, 78 points. 75 o'clock. So many rewards. Su Wu's eyes twitched, and he was a little puzzled for a moment if he had read it wrong. Although I have vaguely guessed that I might receive a generous bonus through my previous research on the rules of the apocalypse system. But giving 75 points at one time was beyond his expectations. You know, before that, he will only get a guaranteed income of a little survival point every day. It seems that I underestimated the importance of engineering robots. After being surprised, Su Wu couldn't help but feel grateful that he chose to prioritize the construction of engineering robots. With this huge amount of unexpected money, the construction progress of the shelter will undoubtedly be further accelerated. A bright future is within reach. No words all night. The next day at noon. After more than 20 hours of work, a small drilling machine and a geothermal generator were born in the hands of engineering robots. Su Wu stepped forward to check. It is found that from the appearance, they are almost exactly the same as the styles on the design drawings. It's neat and it's like getting off the assembly line. Incomplete drilling machine. Fitness, 85%. Evaluation: the drilling machine that lacks some core parts is unable to operate normally. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Upgrade direction: 1 kilometer level, 3 survival points, 5 kilometers level, 20 survival points, and 10 kilometers level, 60 survival points. Unfinished geothermal generator. Fitness, 75%. Evaluation: semi-finished generators lacking a large number of important components within, and there is little difference between them and the model. Upgrade direction: 300 kilowatts per hour of small geothermal generator, 13 survival points. The two equipment are either incomplete or incomplete. None of them can be used normally. This is not surprising, because it is the result of Su Wu's active choice. Although engineering robots can theoretically create most parts, the time it can be consumed is not necessarily guaranteed. The more precise the part, the longer it takes. If you have to pursue perfection without 10 days and half a month, it is basically impossible to build a complete drilling machine and a geothermal generator. And when that time comes, maybe the end of the world will come. It's better to create only one semi-finished product like now. The rest will be filled directly with the survival point. This practice, it not only saves time, but also greatly reduces the expenses of survival points. It can be called the king of cost-effectiveness. Searched for relevant information. Su Wu hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth and chose to upgrade the 10-kilometer drilling machine. It was not a luxury, but he had no choice. The central region of mainland China where Jianhe City is located lacks volcanoes and hot springs, and is not a geothermal resource belt in the traditional sense. To truly run a geothermal generator, the pipeline must be paved deep into the ground. Such a huge project is far beyond ordinary drilling machines to undertake. Hopefully enough. Seeing the large amount of survival points spilling out, Su Wu's heartache expression couldn't help but collapse. But he knew in his heart that this step would be taken sooner or later. Electricity is the foundation of construction and survival. Without electricity, everything will eventually become a mirror. The upgraded 10-kilometer level extreme drilling machine is equivalent to the size of a bus in a contracted state. The expanded state can cover almost half of the football field. It belongs to a real behemoth. Fortunately, it is extremely automated and even has rollers and a certain amount of power. Su Wu successfully activated it without spending much energy. But because of no similar work experience. After entering construction state, Su Wu's operation seemed a little busy and bumpy. I went to the evening of the next day. In addition to the intermediate rest time, it took more than 20 hours to barely lay the pipes to a depth of more than 9,000 meters underground. Look at the data sent back from the end probe. This position is enough to keep the geothermal generator running normally. There is no limit to pursuing 10 kilometers. Su Wu stopped just now, and decided to finish the work very decisively, and instead started installing a geothermal generator. Expend 13 survival points to upgrade geothermal generators. Various performances are better than the data on the design drawings. It has basically reached the top level in the world at present, and the interface is also very humane. This made Su Wu very easy to install. 2 hours later, a row of green indicator lights on the geothermal generator. Su Wu's own generator officially started to operate. Good. The power generation power reaches the rated value and can produce 300 kilowatt-hours in 1 hour. For a long time in the future, you won't have to worry about electricity. Looking at the real-time power generation power displayed on the small display screen of the geothermal generator, Su Wu was wiped out by the fatigue caused by long-term concentration and his mood became extremely comfortable. What is the concept of 300 kilowatt-hours per hour? That is equivalent to the power generation of a small hydropower station with an investment of about 20 million yuan. It is enough to meet the consumption of 10,000 ordinary household electric lights at the same time, and can light up half a town at night. Having it is like having an infinite future. This time, a drop of rain fell from the sky to Su Wu's face, bringing him a wisp of cold chill. Su Wu raised his head, looked at the sky that had become dim before he knew it, and his eyebrows gently locked up. He found himself seemingly overlooking certain issues. We have to find a way to build a rain shed for the generator first. There is also a greenhouse where cement bags are placed. We have to find a way to increase the bottom and prepare for drainage. The geothermal generator itself has certain waterproof functions. However, the chance of failure in heavy rain is somewhat higher than that in normal conditions. It is necessary to build a rain shed for it. Not to mention cement. This task is quite simple for Su Wu now. Go on one order. The engineering robot began to select materials in the scrap iron pile. Using its sharp cutting knife and a laser emitter that can melt gold and iron, we will build the prototype of the rain protection canopy bit by bit. Late at night, the clouds that had been accumulated for a long time finally began to completely pour down the heavy rain. Su Wu hid in the bedroom on the second floor, looking through the window toward the yard. The lights in the temporary awning are now transparent. The geothermal generator operates stably. A row of dark green indicator lights representing abundant electricity makes people feel extremely at ease when looking at it. Next to the generator, the engineering robot is still working endlessly. According to Su Wu's plan, it will continue to build a mini excavator and a mini transport vehicle and form a simple construction team, used to dig up underground space in place enough to accommodate a small shelter. The progress is a little faster than expected. Let's take a look after it's finished. If there are not many survival points required for upgrading, you may consider selling a few units in the future. Looking at the tracks and chassis that have taken shape in the hands of the engineering robot, Su Wu pondered the materials and production time and thought it was acceptable. My mind couldn't help but become active. Not his money-loving. But the profits here are really huge. A mini excavator. According to the normal price in the past, it was about 30,000 yuan. And when Su Wu crossed over and wanted to try to buy one, the price soared 50 times. And there is still priceless, and if you really want to get it, you will have to be at least 2 million yuan. Such a huge price difference. Anyone who can sell 2 units can increase Su Wu's current material reserves several times. He became a rich man in the end of the world. Of course, for now, the sale is just an idea. The shadow of doomsday may come at any time. The shelter is the foundation of Su Wu's survival. All transactions must be tried without affecting the progress of the shelter construction. Su Wu still knew very clearly which one is more important here. Watched the work of the engineering robot for a while. I found that I had nothing to help. Su Wu withdrew his gaze, turned on his laptop, and started to watch the news. Mainstream media on the internet. Still, as usual, some trivial matters were reported. However, some self-media have more or less mentioned some issues that market controls have become more severe in recent days. However, the prices of ordinary food, rice, oil and salt have not changed much. It has not affected daily life. Ordinary people don't have much feelings about this. The related playback volume is generally not high. It is suspected that all toy factories in Dongzhou have been suspended from production and work, and workers in the factory were recruited on the spot by the Dongzhou government to join the construction team. A piece of news caught Su Wu's attention. He tried to click to check it out, but found that the original site of the news had expired. It's the same again. Su Wu was a little helpless. The federal government in this world has more strict control over the internet. Many things are as long as the government does not want to make them public. Even if it happens in the neighborhood next door and affects millions of people, don't think of finding any useful clues on the internet. At most, some news of catching up on the wind and shadow can be heard in more private chat groups. But there are too many outrageous rumors in the chat group, and ordinary people cannot tell whether they are true or not. It's almost the same as not knowing. If Su-Wu hadn't had the end-of-life survival system, he might have been the same as ordinary people now. Living in the cage of false information woven by the internet. I wouldn't realize that the disaster was about to come. The source of the news just now was not found. From the side, it has a certain authenticity. Su-Wu carefully recalled the title he saw. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. My mood became a little heavier again. The suspension of work in the toy factory seems like a trivial matter. In fact, behind it means that there have been serious problems in the operation of this society. It can no longer support unimportant industries to occupy manpower and limited resources. In other words, at present, it should be almost time to openly announce this step before comprehensive control. So this continues. I'm afraid I can only barter from now on. Thinking of the bad environment in the future, Su-Wu felt even more stressed. Fortunately, the money he had spent almost the same amount. Although there are not many supplies reserved. But everything that should be prepared is ready, enough for him to use it alone for 3 to 5 years. As for 3 to 5 years later, there are survival points, this magical plug-in that is almost like a creation out of thin air. If the development goes smoothly. At that time, he should have been able to achieve self-sufficiency. Don't worry about materials. Early in the morning. As a new day comes, the system panel begins to settle the harvest of the day. Today's survival point settlement. Survival for 1 day successfully, survival point +1. Successfully manufactured a geothermal generator, and its survivability increased slightly. Survival point +3. Get the first personal power station and start the industrial era. Survival point +25. Current remaining survival points, 34 points. There are more and more survival points. I saw that after completing the huge project of installing a geothermal generator, there were still more than 30 survival points. Su-Wu felt abnormal stability and satisfaction for a moment. These survival points. All will be his future survival guarantee. The next day. Morning. Some dazzling sunlight broke through the clouds and shone into the bedroom. Su-Wu got up and washed up. Go out to check. It was discovered that the engineering robot had completed the construction of the micro-excavator, and by the way, even a small half of the micro-transport truck was built. Focus on the micro-excavator. An upgrade panel pops up immediately. Miniature excavator lacks power. Fitness, 90%. Evaluation, in addition to the slight flaw in the power and materials, its craftsmanship is impeccable. Upgrade direction, micro-excavator diesel version, 2 survival points, micro-excavator battery version, 5 survival points, micro-excavator unmanned version, 7 survival points. 3 optional upgrade directions made Su-Wu's eyes shiny. Needless to say, the diesel version is probably similar to the ordinary micro-excavators sold on the market, but they can't stand it cheap. Only 2 survival points are needed, and used second-hand items worth up to thousands of yuan. It can be exchanged for a brand new micro-excavator with a market price of more than 1 million yuan. If used well, this is a ladder that can allow Su-Wu to climb the rich. The only shame is that in the context of the upcoming apocalypse, the so-called rich man is not that attractive. No hurry. Now the currency is almost a coupon, so it's useless to ask for too much. If you bargain, the value is there anyway, and you can change it any time. Su-Wu restrained his impulse and turned his gaze to the other 2 options. Compared to diesel version, the battery version and the unmanned version are more in line with his current needs. He couldn't get the excess diesel. However, after putting into operation of a geothermal generator, there is no possibility of lack of electricity at all. As for the unmanned version, it is actually a comprehensive feature package. Includes battery power, as well as unmanned driving and automatic construction. Among them, unmanned driving and automatic construction are added. It is also very important for Su Wu. After all, Su Wu is the only one. At the same time, for cost and confidentiality, workers cannot be hired to dig underground shelters. The appearance of the unmanned version is equivalent to solving his urgent needs. Upgrade unmanned version. Su Wu did not hesitate too much. The full 29 points of survival obtained in a day yesterday gave him confidence and a little extravagant at this time. After an instant upgrade. A miniature excavator with no driving position, no longer than 1.5 meters in length, and a sci-fi appearance, appeared in front of Su Wu. Su Wu checked closely. Discover his laptop, which can be wirelessly linked to the micro-excavator's onboard computer. Then, through the laptop, you can directly issue instructions to the micro-excavator remotely and arrange work tasks. Total weight is 1.5 tons. When operating at full power, 2 kWh per hour is consumed. The car battery capacity is 40 degrees, and the maximum charging time is 2 hours. The data are all pretty good. Compared with the products on the market, it should be considered to have been upgraded for at least half a generation. There was no rush to start the micro-excavator. Su Wu first checked its basic data through the tips of the Apocalypse survival system. It was found that both the battery capacity and the charging speed were twice that of the same specifications on the market. This is not a stunning black technology. But the technical level is already enough to be rated as an advanced level, barely worthy of its upgrade cost of 3 times the diesel version. If the social environment is stable. Through the reverse research on this vehicle-mounted battery, you may become a regional rich man. Pity. After fiddling for a while, I satisfied my curiosity. Su Wu ran back to the bedroom and connected to a micro-excavator with his laptop. Then the shelter design drawings were brought up from the second-hand trading market. Transfer to the onboard computer for mini-excavators. After more than 10 seconds of data matching, the onboard computer sends a prompt that the match is successful. Then the mini-excavator located in the yard starts to start the engine and excavate the soil on the ground on the spot according to the plan on the design drawing. And at the same time, on Su Wu's laptop screen, a virtual underground shelter structure diagram is displayed. The above also includes the outline of the farmyard on the surface, the geological conditions of the underground, the location of the excavator, etc. Even at which stage the project is carried out, the expected remaining excavation time is clearly marked. It is both detailed and clear. This is a very powerful degree of automation. I found that I didn't seem to have any room to intervene. Su Wu had the illusion of playing a game for a moment. He turned his head, passed through the bedroom window, looked down at the mini-excavator, and slowly dug a downward on the flat ground in the yard. It took a long time to come back to my senses. Now is not the time to waste time. He got up and walked downstairs to the yard. Su Wu walked around the place where the mini-excavator worked. Make a good position. He picked up an electric hammer and smashed it towards the yard wall. The farmyard where he lives is located in the suburbs. The main entrance of the yard is close to the road, and behind it is a deserted rocky beach. It takes up not much space, but it is not small. If you go out from the main entrance, then go around to the rocky beach behind. It takes a long journey. To this end. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu planned to reopen an exit on the wall near the rocky beach behind, so that the transport trucks can pass through when they dump soil and rocks in the future. This is a rare place he can help in the process of building a shelter. But the plan was very good. In actual implementation, there was a little deviation. This seemingly simple job is an unusual test of physical strength. When Su Wu was panting, he barely smashed a gap of 2 or 3 meters wide to the courtyard wall. It's already 3 hours later. This is the time. Su Wu was so tired that he almost lost the strength to lift the electric hammer. Never do this again next time. Su Wu felt a little regretful and underestimated the intensity of labor in advance. He leaned against the wall for a while. Wipe the sweat and drink a can of Coke to rehydrate. Then clean up the ground briefly. Return to the yard. The engineering robots in the hospital are almost finished building the micro-transport vehicle. Su Wu simply waited there. As soon as the engineering robot was completed, it took 5 survival points to upgrade it. Upgraded mini-transporter. It looks like a large toy. The length of the vehicle is less than 2 meters. Because it's unmanned. There is no cockpit on it, it is just a track chassis, plus a truck that can be loaded with up to 2 or 3 cubic earth and stone. Maximum driving speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Load bearing, 5 tons. Car battery capacity, 40 degrees. Maximum continuous operation, 40 hours. As a transport vehicle, its speed is pitifully low, between tools and large toys. However, Su Wu was quite satisfied with this. He specially arranged for engineering robots to make track chassis, but he did not pursue speed at all. As long as you can drive smoothly on mud and piles of rocks, you can complete the short-distance transportation of soil and rocks. That's enough. As for load. Perhaps it is because the track chassis is relatively strong and the engine power is sufficient. Its load-bearing cap is up to 5 tons. Even if the car bucket is filled with rocks, you can drive normally without any pressure. As for the construction of a shelter alone, this transport vehicle has almost no disadvantages. No hesitation. Su Wu quickly organized the freshly released transport vehicle into the engineering team. Immediately. Accompanied by the rotation of the metal bearings on the mini-transporter. It began to slowly drive towards the construction site. In conjunction with the mini-excavator, the soil and gravel that had already accumulated in the yard into small hills was transported and dumped to the rocky beach outside the yard. The engineering team can start construction normally now. Although there is only one excavator and one transport vehicle. However, the combination of the two can already form a simple cycle. Really promote the continuous operation of mining projects. But just this is not perfect. The soil of this construction shelter chosen by Su Wu is relatively soft. Digging underground space is not difficult. However, the possibility of collapse during construction has also increased a lot. Therefore, the process of strengthening underground space must be carried out simultaneously with excavation. Can't relax at all. I took a look at the dugout by the mini-excavator. At this time, because the distance is still short, I can't tell anything. But Su Wu knew that if he left it alone, he would let the micro-excavator continue to excavate later. It is very likely that the excavator will be buried in the soil by itself. Back to the bedroom. Su Wu turned on the laptop. In one go, we continued to add the task of manufacturing construction robots and small cement mixers. Both manufacturing tasks are not difficult. A few hours passed. After investing another 5 points of survival points to upgrade, a human-shaped construction robot appeared in front of Su Wu. Compared with engineering robots, construction robots are extremely cheap. Only 1/3 of the former. Its body shape is more human-like. The ends of the only 2 robotic arms are bionic 5 fingers. Ability to flexibly use various human building tools. It can also be used to carry goods occasionally or act as a bodyguard. He can be regarded as a multi-purpose standard worker. The emergence of construction robots has truly made up for the last shortcomings of the engineering team. Free Su Wu from labor completely. At least like before. The work of opening an exit on the courtyard wall no longer needs Su Wu to do it himself. Just give the construction robot a command and it can be completed automatically. To reinforcement channels. Su Wu assigned tasks to the construction robot. At this time, after nearly a day of excavation work, the mini-excavator has dug a decent entrance to the passage in the yard. It just needs to be reinforced. This temporary reinforcement. It is best to use wood. Cheap and fast. However, since Su Wu could not buy those things for a while, he could only use steel bar angle iron instead. This practice is secondary to waste. The key is that engineering robots also need to take some time to help cut and weld some qualified boards. This indirectly affects other manufacturing tasks of engineering robots. What a pity, it would be great if I could go to the mountain to cut some trees. The suburbs of the city where Su Wu is located are not short of barren mountains and ridges. But now the social order has not collapsed. Even though we know that the end of the world is coming, the possibility of those forests surviving is extremely small. It is impossible to cut down wantonly. I felt sorry for a while. Su Wu quickly calmed down. There is no need to be too greedy. His situation is already very good now. There is an ultra-efficient construction team that can work 24 hours a day, and also its own territory that can be used to build shelters. It's a big lead over most people. Those ordinary people who live in a city and don't know that the end of the world is really miserable. At that time, they can only rely on official shelter to have enough space for accommodation. And even if you are lucky enough to get in, you can imagine how good your life is. Evening. The yard is brightly lit. 2 robots and 2 engineering vehicles kept digging and strengthening the passage leading to the underground. It brings a very busy scene. To avoid disturbing construction, Su Wu hid back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor early. While using the control software on the laptop, the construction progress is remotely monitored. While playing games bored, I went online to browse the forums and read the news. The temperature rises in Antarctica, breaking through the historical extreme. Millions of cubic kilometers of glaciers may melt, and more than 100 coastal cities may be submerged. The strongest typhoon in history is about to land on the coast of Dongzhou. The City of Dawn will start at 8 p.m. tonight, and the city will be suspended for production and work. Be prepared to welcome the typhoon. Several disaster information entered Su Wu's vision. Similar news has been around every year. Generally, as long as you are not at the first scene of the disaster. Most people will not have any special feelings about this. It will only be regarded as ordinary environmental publicity and weather forecast. But just be careful. You will find that these news today are somewhat subtle, different from the past. Breakthrough, the strongest, and other words with strong ominous and suggestive appearances, frequently as if they don't have money. The signs of doomsday are becoming more and more obvious. Will the first wave of doomsday climate disasters be high temperatures? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu clicked on the news and watched the video of a large number of glaciers falling into the sea in Antarctica. My heart was slightly awe-inspiring. He deliberately chose to build a shelter in the central part of the mainland. The main reason is to prevent possible tsunamis and sea level rises. As for stable geology, cheap prices, etc., it is second. It seems now. This decision is not wrong at all. At least he is likely to be the first scene where the doomsday is coming. Have more time to prepare. It's a pity that those people from coastal cities don't know how many people will survive in the end. Another news came out. Su Wu looked at a picture of a city where waves jumped out on the embankment, and children were playing and fighting on the embankment. I faintly smelled the breath of death. But he can't do anything about it. If it weren't for the reminder of the apocalyptic survival system, he would have been an ordinary member living in a coastal city. After watching the news, Su Wu opened the communication software again. A few days ago, in order to facilitate the planning of the shelter, he specially joined a large chat group established by several related enthusiasts. I learned a lot from it. At this time, one of the large groups of discussions caught his attention. In that group, there was a netizen named Chen Xian. It seems to be very scared of the news that Antarctic melts. Want to transfer to an inland city. However, most of the responses received were ridicule and dissuasion. Although most of the group are doomsday lovers. But in reality, few people really connect the doomsday with reality. In order to make a guess that is far away and not sure whether it is true or not, I made a big move to transfer and move. In their opinion, it is really too worrying. It is recommended to see how many regulated goods are already on the market now. It's actually very wise to leave the coast as soon as possible. Su Wu thought about it and replied to Chen Xian's words in the group. Then he didn't care about the many oppositions that were refreshed later, so he closed the group chat and focused on playing games. It's just a matter of 2 sentences. If a life can be saved, Su Wu would not be stingy with this little effort. But if the other party is too stupid, he will eventually follow the crowd. He wouldn't feel sorry, either. There is still a question mark whether human civilization can survive in the doomsday. A foolish person, just die if he dies. Evening. Su Wu, who was tired of playing games, planned to get up and make a sumptuous meal to work himself. Before turning off the laptop, his gaze was casually drawn. I saw the netizen named Chen Xian and chatted about thanks for it privately. Obviously, the other party has made a decision because of his reminder. With a slight smile, Su Wu's mood became quite good. The following days, the process of excavating the underground shelter entered the acceleration stage after Su Wu added a cement mixing and irrigation machine to the engineering team. The entrance passage 10 meters deep underground is completed completely. The first floor of the underground space of the refuge has also been dug out. Follow the plan. The full version of the shelter will be a standard length cube with a length of 30 meters, a width of 20 meters and a height of 6 meters. The ceiling and the outermost fence should be poured with concrete and steel bars into a shell with a thickness of 1 meter. Because the floor will connect to the second floor below, it belongs to the interior part. The protection requirements are not high. Only use 30 centimeters thickness. It doesn't seem to be much space. But you have to know that Su Wu sold his house in a coastal city worth 6 million yuan. The indoor area is only 100 square meters, and the height is less than 3 meters. One shelter on one floor is almost the sum of the area of 6 houses. Including the height gap, the actual space is more than 10 times that of the latter. Not to mention living alone, even if you live in a dozen people, it is more than enough. It doesn't feel narrow at all. But as the project progresses, some troubles caused by insufficient preparation will also follow. I don't know if I don't build it. I really started working and discovered that a standard refuge is like a gold-swalking beast. It is completely different from the self-built houses in rural areas. May 15th afternoon. Su Wu looked through his laptop and watched the surveillance bags of cement and was sent to the mixer to stir. I can't help but have some headaches. Rely on survival points to cheat. Just like before making robot models. When he was building the shelter shell, he could already save as much as possible. The main body of the shell is mostly filled with construction waste such as scrap steel and almost no-cost broken cement blocks. Only a little cement was pasted on the outermost surface layer for temporary reinforcement. But even so, the cement and sand consumed were still far beyond expectations. According to the current consumption rate, it is estimated that before the first floor of the shelter is fully completed, it will be embarrassing that there is no material available. Sha is okay. If cement is available, it is no longer possible to buy it from regular merchants. We have to think of a way. As a man who grew up on the coast, Su Wu has no acquaintances or relationships in Jianghe City. But this does not mean that he has no choice. Open the second-hand trading market online. Su Wu directly searched for keywords such as cement building materials. It took some effort to filter out some fake sellers who sold dog meat with sheep's head. In the end, he really found a merchant that could provide the supply. 300 yuan per bag of cement. No delivery and shipping. Although I have made some psychological preparations in advance. After receiving the offer, Suwu was still shocked. The price has increased by almost 15 times, and it is almost as good as the robbery. What's even more frustrating is that the seller's location is more than 400 kilometers away. If he wants to transport it, he has to find a way himself. Don't think it's expensive. It's all in this business, you should know. Cement has now become a national controlled material. Most of the inventory is collected by the top. The newly produced ones are even one bag taken away after leaving the factory. I am still secretly hiding stock items, and you don't want more. The seller responded to a lot of content. The attitude looks okay, but in fact it looks like you love to buy but not. I refuse to give up at all the discount. All right. You have a total of 1,000 bags of 50 tons of cement, right? I want them all. Let me find someone to pick up the goods later. Suwu rubbed his forehead. After thinking about it, I simply wrapped all the seller's cement. The more money comes, the less valuable it is. Suwu simply took this opportunity to completely clear out the money that was already left in his hand. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. What do you need to buy later? At worst, he bargains with an excavator. Negotiate a deal. Suwu is in the seller's location again. I found 2 large trucks to help pick up the goods. The shipping fee is a little more expensive than finding an acquaintance. But Suwu was too lazy to care about it if he could save a lot of time. I hope there will be no problems on the way. Suwu was somewhat worried about picking up goods from other places, which were more than 400 kilometers away. But he had no other way except praying. May 16th. The sky was gloomy and the heavy rain poured down without warning. The 2 trucks carrying cement were naturally affected. Arrival time becomes far away. Suwu hid in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Breathing at the faint water vapor floating in from the window. I clicked on the map anxiously and calculated the remaining distance of the truck over and over again. Hope they can arrive early. As a result, I couldn't wait for the driver's call, but instead received a call from the official. My cement needs to be collected. Is this your mandatory requirement? Suwu's mood sank slightly. I didn't expect that I finally bought cement privately through a second-hand transaction. He can actually be targeted by the official. Not a mandatory requirement. It's just an emergency project under construction in our city, and there is still a lot of cement. So if you can, I hope you can support us. On the other end of the phone, the male voice who spoke politely on behalf of the official. There is no sense of arrogance or oppression of others with power. I'm sorry, this batch of cement is also very important to me. I can't let it go. Suwu sighed and refused very directly. We are not levying it for free. After the project is completed, you will be given corresponding contribution points. Please believe you will never regret it in the future. The voices on the other side were neither anxious nor slow, and they did not become irritable because of Suwu's rejection. It was obvious that they had great sincerity. He told him directly that he would be able to provide him with better treatment in the official shelter in the future. I know, it's just that my shelter is missing this batch of cement. There is really no way to give in. Suwu shook his head and clarified the purpose of this batch of cement very clearly. Understood. I wish you a good start. The male voice representing the official was slightly silent for a while and stopped persuading him. Take the initiative to hang up the phone. Suwu turned off the screen and played with his phone. An inexplicable feeling also surged in my heart. He might seem selfish when he does this. But he is just an ordinary person. It can't change much. All you can do is to make your life better. Raise your head. Open on the laptop. The construction site outside the window is still displayed in real time. The majestic rainstorm did not stop the engineering team from operating. Excavation, reinforcement, transportation, everything is going on in an orderly manner. Slowly carve out the outline of the underground shelter bit by bit. After watching for a while, a new message popped up on the screen. Engineering robots are completed to manufacture large battery packs. Su Wu stood up. I came to the first floor and took out my umbrella and walked into the heavy rain. In the yard. The strong wind mixed in the heavy rain, with a hint of chill, poured into Su Wu's collar. Su Wu shrank his neck slightly, facing the resistance brought by the storm. Slowly move into the temporary shed. After finding the battery that had just been completed, Su Wu reached out and held it down, silently thinking about upgrading. After a white light. The size of a suitcase and the appearance of silver-white metal square appears in place. High-energy battery pack. Maximum stored power, 10,000 kilowatt-hours. Included with wireless charging component, wireless charging can be provided within a radius of 100 meters. Note, a simple and removable small charging station. After looking at the system panel, this upgrade only consumed 5 survival points. Less than expected. If you have the chance in the future, you must remove a few more batteries. Try to upgrade more battery packs. This upgrade was not in Su Wu's earliest plan. It belongs to an extra line jump. But its existence is very necessary. A set of high-energy batteries. It is equivalent to adding an insurance policy to the logistics energy supply of the shelter. Even if the geothermal generator fails in the future, it will not immediately affect the operation of the entire shelter. It can also act as a power reservoir. Store the excess power normally produced by the geothermal generator to avoid waste. In terms of profit, the sooner the high-energy battery pack is, the greater the benefits. Connect the high-energy battery pack and the output port of the geothermal generator to let it hang there to charge. Su Wu turned around and returned to the room. I took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Go upstairs to the bedroom. Seeing that the survival points are sufficient, I upgraded the laptop on the desk. He had wanted to do this long ago. It's a pity that upgrading your laptop requires a total of 15 survival points. And there are many items, and their importance ranks ahead of it. As a result, it has been delayed until now, so it has been considered as having to pay enough upgrade fees. A light flashed. The original black laptop has turned into a more sci-fi silver-white. Su Wu tried to turn on the computer. It was discovered that the upgraded laptop computer had a hard disk capacity of 1000 PB, which was exactly 100,000 times the previous one. The computing performance is even more comparable to that of a small supercomputer. Of course, while the performance is improved, the power consumed has become very terrifying. At full load, 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity is required per hour. Relying on the power of the laptop's own battery, it can only last for an hour. In addition to the greatly improved hardware performance, there is also a supporting primary artificial intelligence in the laptop. Be able to perform some simple tasks on his behalf. Su Wu fiddled for a while. Name this primary artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi. Then transfer all the control authority of the engineering team. Suddenly, the connection between the units of the entire engineering team became smoother, and the movements were as clever as if they were given life. The efficiency has been significantly improved. It seems that the so-called automatic operation is also classified into levels. The stronger the computing power, the higher the efficiency. Su Wu was thinking about this unexpected joy. Observe for a while. It was found that the task of commanding the construction of the engineering team did not occupy a high amount of computing power on the laptop. It also continued to add a long-term task to it very simply. Priority is given to textual information, and all public information on the internet is collected and downloaded. This task. It looks simple. In fact, it is due to many human interference on the internet. If Su Wu collects it manually, it will take time and effort. I don't even know where to find a lot of information. But if artificial intelligence is replaced, there will be no problems. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The only limitation is the download speed of the network itself. Afternoon. The heavy rain gradually stopped. 2 trucks carrying cement finally arrived in front of Su Wu's door. Su Wu suspended work on construction robots and microtransport vehicles. Under the amazing gaze of the 2 truck drivers, they were asked to take charge of unloading the goods. "Brother, you're high-tech. Efficiency is higher than that of 3 or 5 workers combined." The driver, who was idle, talked to Su Wu. "No way. It's not easy to find someone now." Su Wu shrugged and said helplessly. "In fact, you can find someone if you really want to find it, but they are all temporary workers. There is no need to think about efficiency, it is better to use a robot to save time and worry. Speaking of it, we are, too. The people who work diligently are usually hired by the government. It is said that what kind of civil defense project is to be built?" The truck driver also sighed. "Do you think it's possible that it's almost the end of the world as rumored on the internet?" "Maybe. Look at the current abnormal market conditions. I can't tell what will happen." Su Wu randomly echoed, neither agreeing nor denying it. Unloading is completed. It's almost evening. After seeing off 2 truck drivers, Su Wu also directed the construction robots to lay tarp cloth for the newly purchased cement. These things may not be easily obtained even if they are bartered in the future. It must be taken care of. May 22nd. After a week of accumulation, Su Wu, who had once again collected enough survival points, added a mini excavator, a mini transport vehicle and a construction robot. Double the construction team. It greatly improves mining efficiency. May 28th. The initial excavation of the first underground space with a total of 600 square meters was completed. Su Wu consumed 1 survival point and finally reinforced the main body of the entire first-level space. Let the construction waste, steel bars and outermost concrete fill the walls truly blend together. The construction engineering team began to gradually withdraw and prepared to continue digging down the second underground floor. The same afternoon. The second floor of the farmyard, bedroom. Su Wu, who had always seemed a little idle, began to plan and design the part of the shelter after the completion. He turned on his laptop and compared the original shelter drawings above, as well as a bunch of reference materials he searched for. I fell into a long state of thinking. This time the choice will determine the starting point of his refuge and the functions he originally had. The main body of the entire refuge is located 10 meters underground. It connects the underground layer to the surface through a sloping passage. At the first floor of the basement, near the shelter exit passage, a disinfection room, a garage and a dressing room can be placed to provide services for future shelter access. At the same time, it can also be equipped with a large lifting platform about 20 square meters, enough to carry the vehicle. For from the first floor of the underground, to the second floor of the underground, and even deeper underground. On the laptop, Su Wu planned the space allocation inside the shelter bit by bit. And after first identifying several necessary basic functional areas. Facing the first underground floor, there is a full 500 square meters of vast space left. Su Wu thought about it for more than half an hour before finally deciding to divide them into a 200 square meter rice planting area and a 300 square meter vegetable planting area. In the end of material scarcity. In addition to electricity. The most important thing is undoubtedly food. Only by having food and ensuring the most basic survival can we talk about other things. Therefore, establishing a self-sufficient food and vegetable production site is the primary event. The rice and vegetable growing areas built inside the shelter are naturally different from ordinary farmland outside. It is mainly based on soilless cultivation. Replace sunlight with artificial growth lights, providing a suitable growth environment for rice and vegetables. At the same time, in order to make full use of every inch of land inside the shelter, the rice planting area will be divided into 4 layers in the form of shelves. Vegetable planting is divided into 10 layers. The actual planting area was expanded to 800 square meters and 3,000 square meters respectively. More than 1 acre of rice planting area. In an appropriate environment created by artificially, the growth cycle is expected to be reduced to 4 months, and it can produce about 1,600 kilograms of rice. Enough to supply the daily needs of at least 10 people. Su Wu's expected output. Strictly speaking, it is actually quite conservative. Some high-yield hybrid rice can achieve 1.5 times or even twice the expected yield. But this is not necessary. The taste of high-yield hybrid rice is much lower than that of normal rice. In situations where you can, Su Wu hopes to improve his quality of life as much as possible. As for the vegetable planting area of 3,000 square meters and nearly 5 acres of land, Su Wu chose to grow varieties that mainly grow faster: lettuce, cabbage, spinach, cabbage and other varieties. Then combine it with a small amount of tomatoes, cucumbers and other common vegetables. The former focuses on efficiency and output. Mainly used for trading with other shelters outside the world. The latter focuses on quality and is specially used to keep Su Wu to improve his food himself. The various resources Su Wu has reserved can only be said to be barely enough. Just now, the framework of a personal shelter was built. Want to live better and expand the size of the shelter? Continuous foreign trading must be passed. This is also one of the significance of the existence of vegetable growing areas. The main varieties of vegetable grown were identified. Su Wu hesitated for a moment. We simply added strawberries, grapes, pineapples and other fruit planting plants. These are also supplied to shelters for daily use. Even considering eating fruits usually may be much more than eating vegetables. The planting area allocated to these fruits is quite vast, with a total of more than 600 square meters. Highlight a luxury and willfulness. That's it for the time being. After making all the plans for the underground floor of the shelter, Su Wu stretched. A rare feeling surged in my heart. His own refuge finally started to build something. Although there is only 1 layer for the time being. But in an emergency, it was enough for him to survive in it for a long time. On the premise that the doomsday is coming. Nothing can make people feel happy and at ease. With planning, the next construction will no longer be a problem. The engineering team first made the frame of the large lifting platform. Then it was upgraded through Su Wu using the survival point and officially put into use. Then the construction team was divided into 2. Excavators and transport vehicles continued to dig the space on the second floor of the underground. The engineering robot and 2 construction robots began to be near the lifting platform on the ground floor. Build disinfection rooms, dressing rooms and garages. From time to time in the middle, go to the second floor of the underground to reinforce the newly excavated space. Considering that the second underground floor is close to the rock layer, the simple excavator is inefficient. Relying on the survival points, it is quite abundant. Su Wu has specially upgraded a professional gravel car to join the construction team. After 24 hours of busy life. Inside the first floor of the shelter, it is made of 3 robots. Various pipeline lines, partition walls, vents and other infrastructure have been laid. There are only 2 soilless cultivation areas left, and construction has not started yet. May 31st. On the last day of May. The first underground floor of the refuge is officially completed. With a full 5 survival points, a set of semi-automatic unmanaged equipment was added to the 2 planting areas. Su Wu named the underground floor the hydroponic farm. Let it start running officially. No mistakes: 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Plant the corresponding rice, vegetables and fruits according to the planned categories. Having said that, it is necessary to mention one thing. Since the problem of growing fruits was not considered in advance, the seeds and seedlings of many fruits were not prepared in advance. You can only go out and buy it on the market temporarily. Fortunately, these things are basically available in seed stores. Su Wu didn't spend much effort. So I used some canned food and grain to trade them all. No delay in the production of hydroponic farms. At the same time, it's still on this day. Through the primary artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, Su Wu searched for a bad news from the internet that was not known to the outside world for the time being. Deep in the African Rift Valley, a large tribe lives in the place of residence. At around 9:20 a.m., the ambient temperature broke through the global historical extreme value in a short period of time, reaching an ultra-high temperature of 155 degrees. Thousands of people in the entire tribe all died of dehydration under the extreme high temperature, and no one survived. The end of the world has come. Browse through the federal government rescue team and heading to take pictures. Su Wu vaguely realized that it might not be an isolated case, but the real beginning of the apocalypse. For a moment, I felt a tremor involuntarily. There was both tension and a hint of anxiety about the future in my eyes. No matter how well prepared it is, the fragile body of human beings is as small as dust in the face of a disaster that changes the world. June 1st. The disaster spreads faster than expected. This morning, the second extreme high temperature point appears over the Antarctic. Countless glaciers are visible at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rapid melting and evaporating. Above the ocean, hurricanes roar and heavy rains poured. A few hours later, the nearest coastal city to Antarctica, devoured by the sudden tsunami. There are more than 200,000 people in the entire city, and there is no news. And it is thousands of miles away. The coastal city of Dongzhou. At the same time as this tsunami appeared, a long-lasting alarm was sounded. All TV stations have begun to repeatedly broadcast emergency announcements issued by the federal government. Residents living in these coastal cities and ports are required to immediately evacuate to the inland highlands for refuge. But an evacuation operation involving millions, even tens of millions of people, it is simply impossible to achieve in a short period of time. The 10th hour after the alarm sounded, the first evacuated teams have just left the coastal plains. Advance towards the inland highlands. More people are still stranded in coastal cities. Race against death. Waiting for the verdict of fate. And in reality and on the internet, there is a turbulence. Central East Continent. Suburbs of Jianghe City. Su Wu hid in the bedroom of his yard, and was in a mood to swim various forums. Perhaps the evacuation and resettlement of tens of millions of people has attracted a considerable amount of the official attention. The information that was originally strictly regulated has now spread a lot on the internet. Su Wu even saw several disaster investigation reports from within the federal government. According to the investigation report, it is certain that in the next month to 1.5 months, the global average temperature will rise to more than 60 degrees, and the highest may reach about 100 degrees. The surface will no longer be suitable for ordinary people. There is at least 1 month left. This is not good news, but it is not bad either. At least, knowing a clear deadline is better than knowing nothing about the future. Su Wu thought about it carefully. It was calculated that according to the current construction progress, the second and third floors of the underground should be completed by then, and there is no big problem when moving in. I felt much more at ease in my heart. The construction progress of the shelter was confirmed. Su Wu became a little idle for a moment. The construction of the shelter is under the responsibility of engineering teams and junior artificial intelligence, so he does not need to intervene. The only thing he can do is to contact foreign transactions or inquire about information. After thinking about it, Su Wu opened the chat group. At this time, in the Doomsday chat group, it was like an ant nest that exploded, and dozens of new messages could pop up every second. Any online group member can't help but jump out and say a few words. Express your shock at the major incident of the transfer of tens of millions of people along the coast. However, after the initial excitement, the content in the chat group later was not all meaningless. Su Wu saw several local tyrants who were suspected of having a shelter in their hands and were trying to buy some shortage of resources. Certainly. In the current news that the doomsday is coming, it is almost half public. Few people will trade in cash again, and they are basically bartering. There are a lot of excavators around Jianhe City, including electric picks and hammers. You can trade steel, rubber, and food, and discuss in detail. Slide down the chat record, and a purchase information attracted Su Wu's attention. He is in Jianhe City and has the ability to manufacture excavators, which meets the conditions for the transaction. As a refuge and one of the main raw materials for manufacturing various mechanical equipment, steel is undoubtedly a strategic resource that he will never think of. With a moving heart, Su Wu found the other party to have a private chat. Will the micro-excavator be collected? After asking, Su Wu sent a few pictures of the micro-excavator, specific parameters, etc. Want 2 tons of initially processed steel, exchange it for a micro-excavator. You need as much as you can. The other person responded quickly, and it was obvious that he was in a very anxious mood. According to the normal market price in the past, the price of a ton of primary processing of steel is about 12,000 yuan. 20 tons are almost the same as 8 micro-excavators. Now it is only used to exchange one, which obviously makes a lot of concessions. But this is normal. After all, steel is just raw materials, and it takes time to digest it, and not everyone can use it. Excavators are currently in short supply and can really be used to expand the living space of refuges. For some forces that get news very late but want to establish a shelter, it's totally worth the huge price to get it. Is there any scrap iron? Su Wu did not rush to agree and continued to ask. For him, there is little difference between scrap iron and preliminarily processed steel. But their prices vary greatly. It's a little bit to save. Yes, but not much. There are only 200 or 300 tons of scrap iron in the warehouse. If you want it, you can change it to one of 100 tons. And you have to find someone to come back to our factory. The load capacity of ordinary trucks is only about 5 tons. It takes at least dozens of trips to run for more than 200 tons. It didn't matter in the past. But every bit of manpower and every portion of oil are extremely precious now. This is not a service that can be given away easily. I will exchange 3 micro-excavators for all your inventory scrap iron. The insufficient part will be converted into primary processing steel for me in proportion. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu thought about it and decided to wrap all the scrap iron into pieces. As for trading items, the micro-excavators in the engineering team naturally cannot move. Nothing can affect the construction progress of the shelter. Moreover, the transaction does not use such a high-end version. The diesel version mini excavator with 2 survival points is enough to meet the conditions. Negotiate a deal. It is agreed that delivery will start tomorrow. Su Wu switched back to the console on the laptop. Let the engineering robot temporarily put down the task at hand and start prioritizing the manufacturing of 3 mini excavator models. Then he got up and went downstairs and slipped to the simple garage in the yard. Now even the serious local tyrants on the market who can build their own shelters lack the ability to transport goods. Su Wu, who was already short of money, naturally would not want to hire drivers and trucks easily. If you want to solve the transportation problem, you can only find a way to get a truck by yourself and then pick up the goods by yourself. There are no good cars in the garage. There is only 1 used van for gasoline and a used tractor for diesel. After taking a look at the van, Su Wu quickly gave up on it. The van has a load capacity of only 1 ton and has a small space, so it is not suitable to transport bulk cargo. In comparison, there is a used tractor with a large truck behind. Instead, it is more durable and can be used to attract more goods. Farm 2-wheel drive tractor. Speed, 32 km/h. Fuel consumption, 7 liters/hour. Loading, 3 tons. Upgradable direction, integrated truck, diesel version, 3 survival points, integrated truck, electric drive version, 5 survival points. Upgradable suboptions, armor, off-road, speed, battery life, temperature insulation, radiation resistance, purification, electronic information. Perhaps it is a large-scale equipment, or perhaps it is a complete and available product itself. After Su Wu focused his attention on the tractor. On the attribute list that pops up in his field of view, there is an additional line of upgradable suboptions that have never been seen before. One or more additional attributes specified therein can be selected to add additional functionality to the upgraded tractor. Su Wu thought for a while and selected armor among the many suboptions. This choice made him spend 3 extra survival points and invest about 2 tons of steel raw materials. As for the main upgradable direction, it is undoubtedly an electric drive version of an all-in-one truck. Su Wu is not short of electricity now, but diesel and gasoline are lacking. If you use the latter, you have to stay in a trap if you can't run a few times, and you have no practical value at all. On the contrary, when using electricity, you can run whatever you want, and the transportation cost is almost zero. Commanding a construction robot, he brought a large pile of scrap iron over. Su Wu began to officially upgrade. Soon. With the system panel, the 8-point survival point disappears. Second-hand tractors have evolved in a blast of white light. Evolved second-hand tractor. The body size expanded completely and there was no trace of the tractor. It completely turned into a medium-sized truck with a heavy metal texture. Compared to before the upgrade, its speed and load capacity have been increased by about 3 times. At the same time, because the suboption armor was selected, the tire changed from inflatable to solid. The cab is also stronger and thicker. Even the glass inlaid on both sides of the cab and in front has been transformed into a bulletproof style. Enough to resist attacks from machetes, hammers, and pistols. There should be security now. The upgraded medium-sized truck brought Su Wu a great sense of security. But just like that, I still feel that something is missing. Passive defense does not exist perfectly. Only by mastering the power of attack can one be invincible. Su Wu thought for a moment. Run back to the bedroom. A design drawing of the hand crossbow was called out from the notebook and transmitted to the engineering robot. Let it adjust the task again and give priority to creating hand crossbows and crossbow arrows. This hand crossbow design drawing is a special model downloaded by primary artificial intelligence from a niche website that is not disclosed to the public. Can be sent 3 times. The effective range reaches 50 meters. According to federal law, such design drawings are prohibited knowledge and cannot be sold or disseminated to the outside world, nor can they be carried and used with them. If it were normal times, Su Wu naturally did not dare to act with his opponent. But now the news that the end of the world is coming is almost half public. I think law enforcement officers should not have any leisure to check for contraband. As long as you don't make too much noise, it's not a big problem to simply use it to prevent yourself. The next day. Take it and make it complete, with a very metallic crossbow and a 30 crossbow arrow. Su Wu drove the 3 diesel version mini excavators upgraded on the spot into the carriage of the truck. Then, together with a construction robot, we boarded the cab, left and right. Drive towards the steel plant dozens of kilometers away. The reason why I have to bring a construction robot is mainly used as a porter. A total of 200 or 300 tons of scrap iron. Su Wu was exhausted alone and could not complete the work of loading and unloading the goods. It's better to just put it on the construction robot from the beginning. In addition, human-like construction robots can carry heavy objects and naturally have certain force. When you encounter threats, you can play a guest role as a bodyguard temporarily. Greatly improve safety guarantees. Pure electric-powered truck. The manipulation gives people a very smooth feeling, and it is silent when it is started. Su Wu quickly entered the city area with lightning all the way. In the city, the situation is a little better than expected. Although after a day of fermentation, the news of the doomsday spread completely among everyone. Most of the shops on the street have been closed, and most of the pedestrians have been lost. Only trucks have been recruited by the officials, transporting supplies to various official shelters one by one. The atmosphere looked a little depressed and tense. But overall, thanks to the official timely release of the shelter resettlement plan, the order is still controllable. I didn't see anyone making trouble. Su Wu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He mixed in the freight convoy with peace of mind, walked through the city and arrived at the steel plant on the edge of the city on the other side. No surprises occurred during the handover. After delivering 3 mini excavators, Su Wu successfully obtained the key to a warehouse with 260 tons of scrap iron and 4 tons of primary processing steel plates. And it is also at this time Su Wu found that he was in a big and small trouble. The medium-sized truck he drove had a maximum load of nearly 10 tons. But because the scrap iron traded to him was all waste materials with irregular shapes. In fact, even if the carriage is full, it can only take about 5 tons at most at a time. This means that transportation efficiency is directly reduced by half. If you want to pull all the steel in the warehouse back, you have to run back and forth at least 50 or 60 times. If we count the time taken in the loading and unloading process, it is very likely that we may not be able to complete the transportation until the end of the world really comes. There is nothing to do. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu could only turn his attention to another upgradable sub-option of the medium-sized truck, electronic information. The so-called electronic information is a comprehensive function. It integrates many functions such as autonomous driving, remote communication, terrain radar scanning, etc. The modification price is 3 survival points. Once the modification is completed, Su Wu can use laptops and primary artificial intelligence to allow medium-sized trucks to automatically drive on the road. Then after the medium-sized truck arrives at the steel plant warehouse, it can also be used as a communication transit to remotely direct the loading of the construction robots on the vehicle. Realize automatic operation of the entire process without a man. In order not to go to transportation in person. Without having to worry for too long, Su Wu quickly decided to upgrade electronic information for the medium-sized truck. While upgrading, in order to avoid driverless driving causing some trouble on the road, Su Wu also specially pasted a layer of one-way filter membrane on the glass in the cab. Cover up the real situation in the cab. Of course, it's a bit uncompliant. But the same sentence. The end of the world is coming, and as long as it is not too much, few people have the time to deal with some details. In this way, driverless medium-sized trucks mingled in the busy convoy on the streets. We began to travel day and night between the farmyard and the steel factory in Su Wu. Little by little, the scrap iron from the steel factory warehouse was transported to the farmyard. The next few days. In addition to the coastal cities being affected by the tsunami without any surprises and suffered heavy losses. Nothing important happened. Su Wu stayed in the building of his yard. Watched the news every day, spend time chatting in the forums and groups, and then play games. Life is relaxed and leisurely. If Su Wu had not been able to receive some news about the doomsday from time to time, he would have even felt the illusion of returning to a peaceful era in his previous life. Having said that, one thing to mention is, because of the transaction with the steel mill, Su Wu proved his strength. He also became an administrator in the Doomsday chat group. And he was also pulled into a small group called Jianghe City Doomsday Survival Preparation Group. This small group with only a few more than 20 people, all of which are in power in several cities around Jianghe City, private or corporate shelters. The original intention of establishment. It is to facilitate local small and medium-sized shelters to trade materials and exchange information. With the help of this special chat group, Su Wu gradually learned a lot of news that ordinary people didn't know. For example, at this time, in the central cities of major intercontinental cities around the world, the first batch of residents have begun to move into official shelters. The identities of residents are naturally dominated by politicians and scientists. However, the number of rich people is relatively small. It's not that they are not qualified to enter. Instead, most wealthy people prefer to build their own shelter. This also led to the abandoned air raid shelter in the deep mountains. For a long time, it has become one of the main reasons for the hot-selling products on the market. Compared with those rich people, Suwoo was not at all unfair to find a place to deal with it in the deep mountains. Several official shelters in our Jianghe city. Now, almost all construction has been completed. They opened up most of the underground parking lots and underground shopping malls in the city, and integrated subway passages. The overall space looks very large, and it is almost forming a small underground city. But, TISC. Jianghe City Doomsday Survival Preparation Group. Wang Jiangwo, the director of the steel factory who pulled Suwoo into the group, revealed some official updates from Jianghe City during a chat. Official shelter in the city. The scale is large. However, it must accommodate 3 to 4 million people in the city and maintain a certain production capacity. It's spread out to everyone's living space, which is so pitiful. 6 people, or even 10 people, may become the norm. Compared with this, no matter how bad the private shelter is, it is as beautiful as heaven. It's time to be completed. It's already the 9th now. If it's a little late, maybe something big will happen. A group member named Heavy Knight took the speech, with a little worried tone. Mobilized 3 to 4 million people and moved their families from home to underground shelters. It seems simple. In fact, anyone who has done management knows how complicated the situation inside will be. If you delay a little bit, maybe the remaining 20 days may not be enough. Not that many places are related to the upstairs and downstairs. It's too late. At worst, you can throw your belongings away and run faster. You can usually run into the shelter within a few minutes. Another group member named Tiancheng Construction comforted him casually. His words seem reasonable, but in fact they ignore the action of the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled. Just as he said, he ignored it. If one is not done well, it may kill tens of thousands of elderly and disabled people who are relatively slow to move. Of course, now it's all in the end of the world. It is normal to have a little idea of survival of the fittest. After all, even in peacetime, rich people may not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. And in the end of the world, the gap between the rich and ordinary people who have private shelters will only become even bigger. By the way, is the official information reliable? It seems that there are at least 20 days to prepare. But the temperature outside is almost 40 degrees. Our whole family was forced to move into the shelter in advance and could only hide inside and control the work of the employees outside. Not everyone cares about the life and death of civilians outside. A suspected rich second generation is operating an account named Mr. Zhuang. He is too lazy to cover up even the cover-up and complains in the group. No matter how well a private shelter is built, the space is limited after all. For a rich child who is used to living his free life, it is somewhat frustrating and sad that he cannot go out for racing and gatherings. 40 degrees. Suwoo felt a little moved in his heart. He raised his head and looked at a thermometer hanging outside the bedroom window. At this time, the real-time temperature was 42 degrees, which was twice higher than the rich second generation in the group said. It has broken through the local historical extreme value of Jianghe City. And just yesterday, if Suwoo remembered correctly, the maximum temperature had just reached 34 degrees. Overnight. The climate changed from early summer to midsummer. Stand up and Suwoo opened the window. Flashes of heat hit my face. In an instant, the originally cool temperature inside rose several degrees. There is no longer a good time for humans to work for a long time. Carefully experience the changes in temperature. Su Wu's eyes passed through the courtyard downstairs and looked at the mountains in the distance. A faint flame was accompanied by the gray and white smoke rushing straight to the clouds. It was clearly reflected in his pupils. That was a sign of wildfire burning. A fire was about to sweep out. However, in normal times, forest firefighters are responsible for extinguishing wildfires. Now, the government is still unable to take care of itself in building shelters and resettling residents. Not to mention freeing up our energy to deal with the fire. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It seems that there is an air raid shelter in that mountain. It seems that it was bought by a wealthy man in the hilltop. I don't know if I can survive this fire. Su Wu is very clear about this. It was because the resettlement location he wanted to choose at the beginning also included there. It's a pity that I don't have enough financial resources, and I came too late. Haven't competed with anyone else. And now it seems that fortunately, I didn't choose there. As the wildfires spread, hundreds of high temperatures and high heat, and the smoke and poisonous gas that could not be seen at a glance were all nightmares-level difficulties for the shelter in it. If the preparation is a little insufficient, there are flaws in the ventilation and air purification system inside the shelter. Not necessarily able to survive this disaster. Retract your eyes. Su Wu looked at the courtyard, his own shelter exit passage. A miniature transport truck was loaded with gravel and soil, slowly sailing out from it. Even in this harsh high temperature. The engineering team controlled by primary artificial intelligence still maintains its original ultra-high efficiency. The underground space of the shelter is steadily expanded. Tonight at the latest. The second floor of the refuge is also going to be completed. Then take 2 more days to decorate. I can move in at any time. 2 floors underground. The total area is 650 square meters. The 50 square meters of space that is specially added to the first floor is mainly used to build power rooms and water storage rooms. The power room will be equipped with a new geothermal generator, which shares the same underground pipeline as the old geothermal generator on the ground. At the same time, sufficient space is reserved next to the geothermal generator. In order to allow 2 more geothermal generators to be installed when necessary. The water storage room is used to install a water pump and a water purification tank. The water pump is responsible for continuously pumping groundwater, and then filtering and purifying the water purification tank to supply it to the hydroponic farm on the first floor of the refuge and the living area on the second floor. As for the main area of the second floor, Su Wu divided it into a living area, a control center, a machinery manufacturing center, a daily necessity storage room and a water storage tower. The living area includes 3 bedrooms, an entertainment room, a living room, a dining room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It belongs to Su Wu's main daily activities in the future. The reserved space is quite large. Basically benchmark against large flat floors or townhouses in the city. There are 3 bedrooms, one is the master bedroom, and the other 2 are reserved for other members who may join in the future. Humans are societies. When living in the downtown city, you may not notice it. But in the quiet refuge, that feeling of loneliness will only accumulate with the accumulation of time. Until it is heavier than Mount Tai. Therefore, even if you may take a certain risk, Su Wu will sooner or later accept some outsiders in the shelter. The entertainment room is a place where Su Wu relaxes, and the decorations inside are completely based on his hobbies. There are game consoles, high-performance computers, large-screen TVs, speakers, and treadmills. It meets a series of needs from playing games, watching movies, to running and fitness. If it weren't for the end of the world, the internet might be cut off. The equipment in the entertainment room has almost allowed Su Wu to play with it for several years. There is nothing to say about other places such as living rooms and dining rooms. It is in line with their own positioning. Outside the living area, the control center is the central brain in the entire shelter. Su Wu's upgraded high-energy battery pack is comparable to a laptop with a small supercomputer, and has a control terminal for monitoring systems throughout the shelter and farmyard. They will all be placed here. Just stay in the control center. Su Wu can monitor all the surrounding environment at any time and accurately control all networked equipment in the engineering team and shelter. When there are enough survival points in the future, Su Wu will further strengthen the defense level of the control center. Make it a refuge and a shelter, prevent it in case. Next to the control center, besides the living area, is the machinery manufacturing center. According to the plan, a small processing machine tool, a 3D printer, a full-time engineering robot and a rare material warehouse will be installed in the future. Make it have the ability to process most small mechanical equipment. For now. Although Su Wu can upgrade any desired mechanical equipment through the survival point. However, this kind of upgrade is like a manual construction, not only with high costs, but also with extremely limited output. A fully equipped machinery manufacturing center will not have these shortcomings. As long as you have design drawings and sufficient raw materials, you can continuously produce cheap finished products. At the edge away from the control center and the mechanical manufacturing center. It is a daily necessities storage room and water storage tower. The daily necessities storage room is responsible for storing all materials related to daily life, such as food, medicine, sugar, fertilizer, toilet paper, detergent, clothes and shoes, etc. It almost covers everything Su Wu currently temporarily stored in a small building on the ground. The water storage tower is a large water tank that is responsible for storing and transferring the purified groundwater. It is also used as an emergency water source for prevention. If one day faces groundwater depletion and there is no water available on the ground, and there is a water storage tower, it can still maintain normal water use in the shelter for more than 1 month. The entire underground floor is too. It can basically solve most of the problems Su Wu encountered when he lived in a shelter for a long time. After it is completed, it actually means that the main body of the shelter has been completed. The subsequent content is at most an expansion and improvement of the shelter, which is the icing on the cake. Retract your thoughts. Su Wu closed the window. In just a short opening time, his forehead was covered with heat from the outside world, and a lot of sweat was poured out. June 11th. The main body of the second floor underground of the refuge has been renovated. The 2-story building in the yard includes Su Wu's original bedroom. Almost all of the valuable things were transferred into it. Su Wu himself also moved into the underground shelter with the transfer of his belongings. Sanctuary living area. A ball of white light stimulated by the survival point spreads on the ceiling above Su Wu. The humid, hot and dull air in the room suddenly became refreshed. It makes people feel like being in the forest in the early morning of summer. This is the effect of the upgraded air circulation purification system and central air conditioner that begin to be put into operation. They can automatically monitor the air quality and temperature inside the shelter and keep it in the most appropriate state. In terms of ingredients, the air Su Wu breathed at this time was actually exactly the same as in an unpolluted forest. Of course, if he wants. It can also be fine-tuned into ocean mode, garden mode, etc. This time. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. A total of 20 survival points were spent. It is the most expensive consumption since the survival system was obtained, besides upgrading the extreme drilling machine. Looking at the survival points I had accumulated over the past period of time, I almost suddenly dropped to the end. Su Wu couldn't help feeling a little sad. It involves changing the overall structure of the shelter, even if it is just changing one of the branch systems. The consumption is also a level higher than the previous small fights, which is obviously 1 level higher. However, this kind of change is very necessary. Air circulation and central air conditioning seem inconspicuous, but in fact determine the quality of life and even the ability to survive in the shelter. For example, the wildfire that Su Wu saw 2 days ago. If a shelter is located in a wildfire without a good air circulation purification system, the shelter will definitely be filled with poisonous gas. If there is no central air conditioner, or the central air conditioner is not modified in place and the heat dissipation equipment is placed outside the shelter, then there will be a negative state of ultra-high temperature inside the shelter. Two harsh conditions superimpose to form a closed furnace filled with toxic gas. Unless a miracle is born, the person in it will inevitably be unable to escape death. It took a few minutes to test the purification function and the temperature regulation function. After confirming that they are quite reliable, Su Wu left the living area and entered the control center. The control center is a decorated sci-fi hall, mainly in silver-white tones. On the wall facing the door, 4 oversized screens hung, just covering the entire wall. These large screens have been powered on at this time and are all turned on successfully. The images captured by 96 surveillance cameras inside and outside the shelter are being displayed. At the same time, in front of the monitoring screen, the center of the hall, there is also an operating table with a milky white appearance and a simple and bright style. In the center is a 40-inch curved monitor, and below is a horizontal operation panel that looks like glass. It integrates many functional components such as keyboard, mouse, fingerprint verifier, scanner, emergency switch and so on. Su Wu can connect to the upgraded laptop through this operating table. Control all electronic instruments in the shelter. Of course, because the facilities inside the shelter are not yet perfect now, there are very few places to operate. For the time being, there are more symbolic meanings than practicality. The manufacturing price of this operating table is 5 points of survival. Judging from the current situation of the shelter, it is a bit extravagant and wasteful. However, the advantage is that the configuration is directly full, so there is no need to update and replace it in the future. Sit down on the chair on the operating table. Su Wu reached out and pressed the operation panel and turned on the computer through the fingerprint verification device. Half a second later, the 40-inch screen that occupied almost all his vision was from dark to light, and a three-dimensional view of the shelter outlined by dark green lines appeared in the middle. Su Wu focused his attention and quickly found the corresponding logo of the engineering team in the picture. Then from their motion trajectories, this should be a thumbnail map showing the state of the shelter in real time. It's amazing. Su Wu was a little amazed. Regardless of the implementation of its internal principles, it is simple or complex. Judging from this performance alone, it has directly filled the atmosphere of science fiction, bringing people a lot of visual enjoyment. Stroke your fingers slightly, reducing the shelter stereoscopic image to the right side of the screen. Open the control software and contact the medium-sized truck that is driving automatically in the city. A pair of street scenes captured through the car camera appear in the center of the screen. Compared with Su Wu's last time he went out. At this time, the city area seemed even more desolate. Not only are there no shops on both sides open for business, but even the windows of the residential buildings are closed, and there is no trace of residents' activities. According to the electronic thermometer on board, at this time, the temperature on the street was stable at around 52.3 degrees. At this temperature, most ordinary civilian air conditioners can no longer operate normally. Even though some cooling capacity is still retained, the actual effect is minimal. For the average person, it should have been very painful now. Just thinking about it for a moment, Su Wu couldn't help feeling a little pitiful for those people. Besides, even so, it is just the beginning. Strictly speaking, in Jianhe City, the doomsday has not really arrived yet. After a last look at the temperature, Su Wu, who was determined not to step out of the shelter, disconnected the video connection with the medium-sized truck. Turned to check the condition of the surface. In the small farmyard on the surface, after the shelter was constructed in 2 layers in a row, about 800 tons of scrap iron were used in stock. In addition to the need to manufacture drilling machines, geothermal generators, vehicles, robots, etc. The yard that was originally stuffed with broken copper and iron has become much empty. According to normal circumstances, such exaggerated steel raw materials cannot be used to build shelters. But Su Wu couldn't resist the lack of security in his heart, so he added more information on the original design. He added another thick layer of steel to the 1-meter-thick concrete exterior wall of the shelter. In this way, the sturdiness is solidity. Even if an unprecedented earthquake occurs, it will not shake the exterior walls of the shelter. But it also makes the consumption of steel much more than the original design. It seems that the batch of steel traded from the steel mill is far from enough. We have to find ways to find more steel materials. Su Wu was thinking. Momo added a new to-do item to his future plan. This is not difficult. Unlike food, steel raw materials have almost no requirements for storage environment. After the end of the world, a large number of abandoned houses and unattended vehicles were coming. There are also some small iron mines that are not suitable for conversion into shelters. All can be a good source of raw materials. The only question is just how to collect and transport them back. The site crossed the scrap iron and turned to the second largest number of used household appliances and rubber in the yard. These things, especially the circuit boards inside used household appliances. For Su Wu at present, the importance lies in steel. Various rare elements extracted from the circuit board are essential ingredients when upgrading all electronic devices in the shelter. Although there are no raw materials, you can also use the survival point to force upgrade. But the difference in price is enough for Su Wu to extinguish the relevant ideas after taking a look. The circuit board does not take up space. They can be removed first and put them as valuables in the machinery manufacturing center on the second floor of the shelter for safekeeping. Then store some copper, aluminum and rubber in. Thinking of the rare materials warehouse in the machinery manufacturing center, there are still many idle places. Su Wusheng thought about making use of it. It is unsafe to put important materials on the surface. Maybe one day a storm will disappear. If conditions permit, it is best to put it in the shelter and put it in. But disassembling the circuit board is not an easy task. It will take at least 7 or 8 hours of a construction robot. Su Wu currently has only 2 construction robots in his hands. One is involved in the construction of a shelter in the engineering team, and the other is transporting purchased steel on the vehicle. Nothing free. Add another construction robot. It is impossible to work by yourself. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Look at the remaining survival points in your hands, and take into account the increasing labor demands of the shelter. Su Wu simply made a fuss and planned to consume the last 5 survival points. The engineering robot has been assigned a task to give priority to the manufacturing of a construction robot model. He continued to patrol the surface through surveillance. The rest is nothing good. Cement, sand and stone, and a 2-story building that is almost empty. They are all bulk items that are not valuable to ordinary people and are not easy to steal. There is no need to worry about supervision and storage issues for the time being. The center of gravity can be transferred to the inside of the shelter in the future. Take stock of your legacy assets on the ground. Su Wu felt a little lighter inexplicably. The vague sense of tension and crisis that had been pressing on my heart quietly disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a kind of stability with reliance and protection. Now people and most of their important supplies have been moved to the shelter. Even if the Doomsday Disaster strikes immediately outside, there will be no more safety concerns. He is truly transformed from an ordinary person who is in danger to a refugee master with the ability to resist risks. Switch monitoring to the inside of the shelter. It has been nearly 10 days since the first-story hydroponic farm was completed sowing and seedling cultivation. Among them, the fastest-growing part of the vegetables can already see obvious greenness. In a short time, a small-scale harvest can be carried out. Professional farm robots should also be put on the manufacturing agenda. Limited to the embarrassing survival point. The hydroponic farm has only undergone a simple upgrade when it is built. Only realize three basic functions: automatic monitoring and supplementation of nutrient solution, water circulation and light. It is barely guaranteed that the grown rice and vegetables and fruits can grow normally. As for more detailed things, such as adjusting light, temperature and nutritional ingredients according to the planting category, breeding, harvesting, maintenance, etc., there is nothing. And now, as vegetables gradually begin to mature in batches, the issue of upgrading again is no longer able to continue to delay. Take a secret note of this matter. Su Wu continued to switch to the second floor of the shelter to patrol. In addition to the living area and control center on the second floor, there are power rooms, water storage rooms, daily necessities warehouses and machinery manufacturing centers. Nothing else looks good. The machinery manufacturing center is basically an empty hall at this time. There is no planned lathe, 3D printer, and engineering robot. Another place that requires a lot of living points. Take it slow. At this time, Su Wu was not in a hurry. You can't become fat in one breath. Wait patiently, and you will have what you should have sooner or later. That night, the routine system refresh message appeared in Su Wu's vision. The living environment has undergone major changes. Start reset evaluation parameters. Update completed. Current territory, standard personal sanctuary, 27%, fixed daily survival point +3. Construct a standard personal shelter with a survival point +20. Upgrade the shelter air circulation system, survival point +5. Upgrade the shelter central air conditioner, survival point +3. Current remaining survival points, 31. It's actually updated. Su Wu was surprised and turned his gaze to the column of the current territory. The biggest change after the update is that there is an additional hierarchy system for shelters. Among them, the two words standard and individual belong to the rank. The percentage in the brackets followed by belongs to the experience bar progress. At the same time, the emergence of the shelter level system has tripled the daily fixed income. This change is quite a bit. The additional 2 survival points per day are enough to build a miniature diesel version excavator. A little accumulation can even double the size of the engineering team. The focus of the future. It should be about working hard to improve the level of shelter. I just don't know how the specific rules are calculated. With a contemplative gaze, staring at the shelter level on the panel, Su Wu vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped some hidden mechanisms of the system. Try digging and maybe you can get a lot of extra survival points. The next day, Su Wu's good mood due to the surge in survival points was broken by a sudden emergency news. The real end of the world is coming early. Federal Government Order No. 1. All continents, provinces, cities, districts, counties, immediately stop all production and living activities on the surface and enter the shelter nearby to take refuge. Repeat, give up all tasks immediately and enter the shelter. In just a few hours. One more harsh mobilization warning, through television, radio, the internet, and all other channels that can be spread. Send to every corner of the world. Jianghe City where Su Wu is located. Originally, except for the official trucks, the city streets were almost empty. With the emergence of the mobilization order, it became extremely lively. People can no longer care about the high temperatures of more than 50 degrees outside. Under the official urging and the shrill alarm sounds echoing over the city, they dragged their families to the shelter nearby. Even Su Wu is located in the deserted farmyard. From time to time, you can see cars full of nearby villagers whizzing past the road and rushing to shelters in the city or mountains. It's so scary. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Except for some people who have been hiding in the shelter in advance. Everyone within a few hundred kilometers of the Great Rift Valley near Africa was dead. That's tens of millions of people. Jianghe City Doomsday Survival Preparation Group. The reinstalled knight made a voice in his trembling voice. Several satellite photos of cities near the African Rift Valley were quickly posted. Obviously, I was frightened by the tragic situation above. Su Wu clicked on the photo to check it out and found that the cities there were all surrounded by fire without exception. But strangely, there is no sign of anyone moving. It's like they're all empty cities. I heard about it, too. It is said that it was because of a sudden outbreak of craze. The temperature in that craze exceeded 200 degrees. It's just hell. The rich second-generation Mr. Zhuang was also scared. Immersed in a luxurious life, he realized for the first time that the distance between him and the doomsday might be the few dozen meters away from the shelter to the ground. The outside world is no longer the kind of sunny and beautiful appearance he knows. Based on what I found, that craze has not disappeared, and there is a high probability that it will appear on other continents within the next 24 hours. This is also the reason why the federal government suddenly issued an emergency notice. The end of the world is really coming. A member of the group named Yilu Shuanghua and rarely speaks. The information found from the official came over. Between the lines, you can feel his heavy mood at this moment. Su Wu also fell silent when he saw it. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He sighed and closed the group chat. I plan to observe the situation outside. Compared to the Great Rift Valley far away in the sky, Jianghe City is more important. But, with last night, the last transportation mission ended. The medium-sized truck has now returned to the farmyard. It can no longer serve as a medium to provide external information. And now it is not suitable to drive it out. Not to mention safety issues, it is not in line with Su Wu's original intention to compete with those who flee at high temperatures for limited road traffic resources. But this could not defeat him. Consider it a little. Su Wu then stood up and took out several boxes containing drones from a cabinet in the bedroom. These are consumer-grade drones he bought from shopping malls earlier in coastal cities. The price is cheap and the camera clarity is okay. It's just right now. Use 3 survival points and modify them slightly to form a drone formation that can voyage far away. Su Wu returned to the control center and woke up the drone formation through the control center's operating table. Start match. The match was successful. Open automatic anti-collision protection. Keep the flight altitude of 1.5 meters and the speed is 0.5 meters per second. Staring at the real-time image that appears on the console screen, Su Wu carefully controlled 3 drones and took off indoors. Slowly drive towards the exit of the second floor of the basement of the refuge. The temperature outside is very high now. He was unwilling to run outside to carry the drone. It would rather be a little more troublesome like this and replace manual operations through remote operations. Fortunately, with the assistance of primary artificial intelligence, no accidents are likely to occur even in complex indoor environments. Half a minute later, the formation of 3 pairs of drones the size of a palm arrived at the exit location of the second floor of the underground. As the last isolation door slid open to both sides, the drone formation rode the spacious lifting platform, first arrived at the underground floor, and then flew out of the shelter along a diagonally upward passage. Once outside, the difficulty of operation immediately dropped sharply. Su Wu immediately let himself go, stretched the speed of the drone formation, and rushed straight to the sky. Soon, most of Jianghe City came into his sight. There is a fire. View from high altitude. 2 or 3 buildings burning with raging fires first attracted Su Wu's attention. He enlarged the picture. Unexpectedly, no trace of the activities of fire trucks and firefighters was found. In such extreme heat, and there is also a critical period when a large number of ordinary people need to be transferred and sheltered, even urban fires have become less important. Or in other words, the official is already powerless about this. There is no way to take into account these details. It shouldn't spread. The situation around the fired buildings was slightly evaluated to confirm that they would not be expanded casually later. Su Wu stopped paying attention and turned his gaze to the street next to him. At this time, various vehicles were loaded with supplies and personnel, and lined up in a long line toward the entrances and exits of various refuges. Thanks to the official full scheduling. Although it seems a little panicked and hasty, the overall order is still there. The evacuation efficiency is quite high. But with more people, there will always be surprises. Just then, a riot suddenly broke out at a certain intersection. Su Wu adjusted the drone formation and left one communication transit drone in place, while the other two lowered their altitudes and were close to the pass to shoot. Near the intersection, several young and middle-aged men walked out of a van that was being touched with their upper bodies naked. He dragged out the driver and passengers of the vehicle that caused the accident with great momentum, not knowing what he was talking about. The street, which was not spacious, was blocked by them immediately. Seeing that it had been delayed for more than half a minute, the vehicles that were forced to stop were already lined up in a long line of 5 or 6 kilometers. A team of armed soldiers rushed over and shot and killed the troublemaker without asking the reason. Then he dragged the people and cars into the green belt next to the road. The roads are back to smooth again. It seems that it has actually entered the military control state. Stability and efficiency are above everything else. Su Wu looked thoughtful, and from this too straightforward and neat style of behavior, he guessed the attitudes of some senior executives in Jianghe City. See the matter resolved. He continued to control the drone and patrol over Jianghe City. Currently, Su Wu's 3 upgraded drones are formed. 2 of them are communication relay drones, which can temporarily act as signal transit stations to extend the signal transmission distance between drones. The other is a professional reconnaissance drone. It has the capability of high-definition camera and terrain radar scanning. The entire formation can reach up to 30 kilometers away from the shelter. The entire urban and suburbs of Jianghe City have been basically included in the scope of monitoring. In an environment where the end of the world may face network interruptions at any time, they can be regarded as an indispensable reconnaissance tool. After walking around in circles, use artificial intelligence's powerful data analysis capabilities. Su Wu gradually gained a rough understanding of the situation in Jianghe City. It took only half a day, plus the part that had been transferred in advance one after another. About half of the city's population of more than 2 million has been transferred to shelters. At the same time, the protective measures were not perfect during the transfer process. The accidental mortality rate has also soared many times more than usual. Many weak elderly people fell permanently on the transferred vehicles. In terms of materials, food, medicine, and other daily necessities have basically been transferred. The remaining large-scale non-essential materials were either sealed on site or were still being transported to the shelter bit by bit. Judging from these official actions, they obviously believe that for a considerable period of time in the future, there is a high probability that industrial production may not be restored on the ground. This gave Su Wu a reminder from the side. In the future, activities on the surface need to be more cautious. It's late at night. The night covers the sky. The entire city evacuation operation still did not mean to stop at all. On the contrary, under the urging of the official, it accelerated a little intentionally or unintentionally. Su Wu, who had obtained the information, did not continue to observe. He took back the drone formation and began to continue to transform and upgrade the shelter as planned. No matter how the outside world changes, refuge is always the foundation of his life. 10 survival points have been consumed, upgraded to the hydroponic farm. Semi-automatic hydroponic farm is advanced to fully automatic hydroponic farm. Farm expected output plus 15%. A new multifunctional farm management robot is added. New functions of pollination, insect removal, harvesting, and low-temperature storage and preservation. The fully automatic hydroponic farm has significantly improved the expected yield of all crops due to more refined nutrition and lighting management. At the same time, the emergence of farm management robots completely liberated Su Wu's hands. From then on, he didn't even need to step into the hydroponic farm half a step, and he could pass the control center to the robot to take charge of the entire process from seedling cultivation, growth, and harvesting. Suwoo himself only needs to decide on the types of agricultural products he planted and receive the output from the warehouse. A batch of vegetables will be harvested soon. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. There is no need to continue growing all vegetables in the vacant space. Maybe some flower varieties can be added a little. Looking at the hydroponic farm information counted on the screen. Considering the harsh environment on the surface in the future, it is likely that all animals and plants will no longer exist. Out of the mentality of preserving fire and improving the quality of life in the shelter, Su Wuxing had the idea of cultivating flowers. With fresh bouquets to dress up in a shelter, it can make people feel better. Not so depressing. After upgrading the hydroponic farm, the next step is the machinery manufacturing center. Suwoo has no good idea for the mechanical manufacturing center that currently has only one empty shell. You can only modify an engineering robot as a skeleton based on the survival point at hand. Take the rest slowly. Engineering robots are the most expensive equipment in Suwoo's hands, except for the extreme drilling machine. Before this, only one initially built engineering robot existed in the entire shelter. A rare quantity does not mean it is not important. Instead, it can even be said to be the origin and pillar of the shelter. The entire engineering team that built the shelter, and even almost all the mechanical equipment inside and outside the shelter. All are from the hands of engineering robots. With the existence of engineering robots in the mechanical manufacturing center, if efficiency is not considered, it means that it immediately has a complete set of mechanical processing capabilities. 16 survival points have been consumed, and a new engineering robot has been added. Daily automatic maintenance of shelter equipment, improved repair capabilities, increased ability to respond to emergencies and risk resistance. After a series of upgrades. On the system panel, the level experience of shelter was upgraded from the initial standard personal shelter, 27%, to the standard personal shelter, 76%. It's not far from the next stage. After squandering the survival point, Suwoo felt a little tired. He got up and took a shower in the living area, and then gradually fell asleep in the comfortable temperature created by the central air conditioner of the shelter. No matter how busy and turbulent the outside world is. In this underground shelter belonging to him, it is always quiet and peaceful. The next day. The temperature outside continues to rise. By noon, it reached about 55 degrees. Through reconnaissance of the drone formation, Suwoo found that almost all wild plants and crops in the entire urban area of Jianghe City and surrounding areas had withered and faced extinction. Large-scale reduction in surface grain production and even failure to obtain is a foregone conclusion. The outside environment is not optimistic. Fortunately, most of us have successfully hid in shelters, so there will be no major problems. In the big group of Doomsday chat. Share the images taken by Suwoo, the drone. The desolate urban area and withered farmland inside resonated with waves of resonance. We are the same, we basically moved into the shelter. The requirements for the official shelter are very strict, and you are not allowed to bring too many things in. The place where you live is also a room of 8 people, which is narrower than the dormitory I had when I was in school. Now there is no entertainment except playing with your phone all day. This is the complaint of an ordinary person hiding into the official shelter. His personal safety is not a problem, but his quality of life suddenly fell to the bottom. All the assets that I had accumulated had to be abandoned in the house on the ground except for a few valuable items that I could carry with me. If Suwoo had not obtained the Doomsday survival system, it would probably be no different from his experience. I'm a little better than you, and I've been sneaked into a local small business shelter. There is a separate bedroom. As long as things can be stuffed, take them whatever you want. It's just that money is needed everywhere, and water and electricity are extremely expensive. The salary paid by the company is not enough, and it also needs to be bartered. I don't know how long I can last. The person who said this was an ordinary white-collar worker hiding into a shelter for small businesses. Through the few photos he posted, we can see that even in the shelter, he owns washing machines, refrigerators, TVs and other private home appliances. The quality of life is obviously one level higher than that of ordinary people in official shelters. However, the official shelter has some welfare nature, and no matter how poor the quality of life is, there will be a bottom line. However, corporate shelters do not have such concerns, and interests are preferred in everything. Not only is the cost of living higher, but it is not as good as the official one in terms of safety. Maybe if you encounter a team of thugs, you may be in danger of your life. Big boss, your drone is of great quality. I released 3 drones today, but all 3 of them broke down in the middle. They were completely lost. Compared to the complaints of ordinary people, many people are more interested in the photos sent by Su Wu. At this time, you can still grasp the first-hand information from outside. You don't have to think about it and know that he must be a rich man. Of course, it is not easy for those who dare to make connections. Even if you have a drone on hand, ordinary people do not have the authority to release it out of the shelter. All that can be done is at least a certain position in the shelter. You need a drone with better heat dissipation to get out. The last person's words caught Su Wu's attention. The high-temperature environment outside seems to have begun to affect electronic devices. He replied casually and turned to the three-dimensional map of the shelter. Sure enough, I found that the engineering team that was digging the 3rd floor of the shelter had worn to varying degrees. Especially for miniature transport vehicles that need to go out frequently, some of the precision components inside have faintly shown signs of overheating failure. The high-temperature environment has an obviously negative impact on these automatic mechanical equipment. It seems that it is necessary to add a new cooling system to the engineering team's vehicles. And the ground thermal generator on the ground must also be transferred to the shelter. Otherwise, if the temperature is too high, it will sooner or later. Something happened. Trouble is coming. Su Wu began to consider ways to deal with it. It is not difficult to install a new cooling system. Among the materials downloaded by Primary Artificial Intelligence from the Internet, there is a corresponding full set of design drawings. Throw it to the engineering robot and it will be done quickly. The difficulty is that the energy consumed by the new cooling system is quite huge. The batteries on the mini transporter need to be recharged soon after each use. If you want to solve this problem, the wireless charging capability of the high-energy battery pack can be utilized. Just add an additional power receiving device to each equipment in the engineering team for docking. After thinking hard for a while, Su Wu found a solution. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The wireless charging technology in this world is quite mature. Although there is no high-energy battery pack that has been upgraded with a radius of 100 meters, it is as exaggerated as wireless transmission. But the principles of both are basically the same. There is no problem when I take them over and use them only for making the power receiving device for the terminal. The hidden dangers of the engineering team were solved. Thinking that there are no other urgent things to do for the time being, Su Wu began to enlarge the three-dimensional map of the shelter, intending to take advantage of his free time to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. A refuge with survival as its main purpose. The most basic needs are water, air and safety. In terms of water, the shelter has established a complete water supply process from water sources, filtration and purification, storage and transmission. But water supply alone is not enough. It is also necessary to add corresponding drainage, sewage treatment, and water quality monitoring to form a complete water circulation system. This requires the establishment of an independent drainage pipeline and multiple subdivided sewage treatment tanks. It is used to strictly distinguish domestic sewage and industrial sewage that may be generated in the future, and laboratory sewage is targeted for filtration and purification. At the same time, from water supply to drainage, corresponding electronic equipment must be installed to regularly scan and test water quality. Avoid unknown viruses and radiation substances from the outside world, penetrate the filtration and purification system, and smuggle in. In terms of air, the shelter has installed an upgraded air purifier. There is no problem in theory. But the air purifier is, after all, a passive device installed in the shelter vent position. The reaction has a certain delay. If an unexpected situation occurs, such as the shell wall in a certain place in the shelter will be cracked, and toxic and radiation-resistant substances from the outside will pour in. Before the air purifier was processed, it was likely that it had caused irreparable huge losses to the shelter. At this time, a set of warning equipment that covers all corners of the shelter can monitor abnormal components in the air more sensitively and respond in a timely manner, such as early warning equipment that closes the surrounding channels of the air abnormality area to serve as the final insurance. As for safety, solve hidden dangers in water and air. The biggest threat left by shelter is fire. This is relatively simple. Whether it is fire source detection or automatic fire extinguishing. There are many mature solutions in the database downloaded from the internet. Su-Wu doesn't even need to spend extra survival points to upgrade. Su-Wu improved the detailed functions and early warning mechanism of the shelter one by one. Unconsciously, a design artwork of a complete body shelter that was almost completely isolated from the outside world appeared in his hands. With anticipation, the design artwork was transferred into the work list to be executed by primary artificial intelligence. Half a second later, Su-Wu received feedback that it would take a total of 1,227 hours to complete these tasks without affecting the process of expansion of the shelter. The long exceeded expectations. How come it takes so long? Su-Wu was a little silent by this unexpected backthorn. He opened the detailed report and found that the main reason was the lack of qualified circuit boards and detector components. In addition, the number of chips in stock is insufficient. A qualified circuit board can be picked and changed from the pile of scraps that are taken apart from used appliances. The time is not too much. The key is that some of the chips that are missing are very difficult to manufacture out of thin air. Su-Wu felt a little tricky. Although engineering robots are almost universal in function, they are actually good at mechanical manufacturing, not electronic components manufacturing. When I encountered similar problems before, I usually used the survival point to force the upgrade. But that was a helpless move that could not be done. Now it is a bit too wasteful to just transform some less critical parts of the shelter and rely on the survival point to skip it. Besides, he can't find so many survival points for the time being. I can only find a way to buy it with someone else. There is no intention to waste the productivity of engineering robots on such meaningless low-end chips. Su-Wu thought about it and turned to log into the internet. Purchase information was posted in Jianhe City's Doomsday small group and local forums. High batches of chips. This demand is a bit unpopular. There are few places to use in this environment now. Because the materials Su-Wu chose to pay for were quite attractive, his purchase information quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people began to inquire about whether they had the intention to trade other items. Su-Wu talked to them casually for a while, but did not find anything urgently needed, so he politely refused. Now is not a good time to trade. After all, strictly speaking, the Doomsday has only just begun for a day or two. Not even considering the random extremely hot storm, looking at the high temperatures above 50 degrees on the surface, even a fatal disaster is not considered. Even ordinary people who are unprepared can grit their teeth and move for a short time on the ground. Most people have not actually adjusted to the mentality of entering the Doomsday. When it comes to transactions, we still hold on to the valuation system of the previous peaceful era. Time passes through busy communication. Until afternoon. A small businessman on a local forum in Jianhe City finally brought useful news to Su-Wu. Do you have a batch of L3 chips for washing machines in your hand? How many are there? Su-Wu was in spirit. Although it is just the level of use of washing machines, it is actually a rare medium and high-end chip among Su Wu's existing stock chips, and its scope of application is quite wide. It can be regarded as a hard currency that can effectively reduce construction time and survival point consumption. About 10,000. It's all the materials used by a small factory to deduct payments. All belong to new products that are not opened. The other party replied in detail. If the price is right, I can cover it all. What do you want to exchange? Su Wu pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. The unit price of the washing machine's chip is not expensive, and the normal market price before the end of the day was about 15 yuan. And now after the end of the world, because the market demand is extremely small, prices are basically unlikely to fluctuate. 10 kilograms of lettuce, sugar, chocolate, vitamin tablets, and some bleeding and pain-relieving medicines. In addition to lettuce, you can give the quantity of other things, but each type must be at least a little. The price can be based on the current market conditions. Double the conversion. The seller's offer is extremely low. The cost of fresh vegetables that occupy a large part of them is close to zero for Su Wu. Other things, although they are of great value in the doomsday. But considering that the premium is twice as high, the number of transactions that really need to be taken out is negligible. The price is okay. How to trade? Knowing that he had taken advantage of it, Su Wu did not make any progress. It is very straightforward to move the transaction process to the next step. This dash. The chips are stored in a warehouse in the suburbs. I can't go out in the official shelter. Can you get them yourself? This time, the seller obviously hesitated for a few seconds before sending a reply. The lines were filled with a cautious smell, as if they were afraid that Su Wu would refuse. Do you have to deliver goods to you later? Please trouble you. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. If the shipping fee is not enough, there are some hardware tools and metal sheets in that warehouse, which you can take away as compensation. After a few simple conversations, Su Wu raised his eyebrows and did not continue to make things difficult for the other party. This kind of thing was long as he expected. In the current environment, it is difficult for most people to even get out of the door of the shelter, let alone conduct long-distance transactions across shelter. In the end, it is inevitable that Su Wu will go there himself and act as a courier. Once again, my eyes scanned the seller's list of needs. The image of an ordinary person who was rushed into an official shelter and had no connections or status emerged. That's it. I'll send what you want to the door of the official shelter. The exchange ended and saved the address and unlock password obtained from the seller. Su Wu stood up and walked to the cabinet placed in the corner of the wall, and took out a hand crossbow with a dark luster. This metal crossbow with fatal lethality is the only weapon in his hand. Now that you are going out, you must bring it with you. However, just that, it is still not insurance enough. Su Wu stood there and thought for a moment. Turn around and pass the console and issue a recall order to a construction robot that is being constructed on the 3rd floor of the underground. A few minutes later, the recalled construction robot came to the door of the control center. Bring your hand crossbow and this crossbow arrow, go to the ground truck cab and wait for orders. He handed the crossbow to the humanoid robot in front of him. Su Wu watched it turn and leave, disappearing at the corner of the corridor. He closed the door himself and continued to sit back to the console. No one stipulates that you must go out in real people. A medium-sized truck that can be driven automatically, a construction robot that can replace most of the labor, plus a set of communication and monitoring equipment that can command and communicate remotely in real time. It is completely enough to perform foreign trading tasks. Of course, there are also disadvantages. One is that the reaction is not as flexible as the real person. Another one is that there are only 3 construction robots in the entire shelter. Almost all work 24 hours a day without sleep. Taking up one will delay some of the construction tasks accordingly. When the renovation of the 2nd floor of the refuge comes to an end, you can accumulate some survival points. Maybe it's time to consider adding another construction robot. Su Wu thought to himself. The cost of a construction robot only requires 5 survival points. In addition to carrying out construction and outing missions, it can also act as a security officer to increase the safety of the shelter. No matter how you look at it, it's quite cost-effective. Just as Su Wu was thinking, the construction robot arrived at the ground and entered the cab of the medium-sized truck staying in the yard. Su Wu sat upright and remotely connected data to the medium-sized truck through the console. Half a second later. On the super-large screen of the console, lines of characters and a clear picture popped up. That is the real-time situation of a medium-sized truck, as well as the video taken by the camera located at the front of the vehicle. The cab temperature is 62 degrees and the outdoor temperature is 55 degrees. After glanced at the data on the screen, Su Wu couldn't help but feel a little lucky and scared. In this kind of high temperature, if he wants to pass by himself, he will probably not have to have heatstroke on the spot. It is more wise to operate remotely. Wake up the driving system and start the engine. The medium-sized truck drove out of the farmyard silently and set out onto the highway. Along with it, there were 3 drone reconnaissance formations in the sky. The field of view provided by medium-sized trucks alone is quite limited. If the high-altitude vision of the drone is supplemented, you can better plan the route and avoid danger in advance. This time, although Su Wu did not go out in person, the medium-sized trucks and construction robots themselves are huge assets that cannot be ignored. It is better to be careful, of course, be careful. Along the way, there were no surprises. It was as quiet as if it was sailing on the wasteland of Doomsday. As far as you can see, there are withered vegetation and gravel beaches that reflect the scorching sun. It is not until I enter the urban area that I occasionally encounter some transport vehicles. But the number is not large. Time has come to an end, and the official evacuation operation has come to an end. Most of the people in the city have moved into the shelter at this time. End. Su Wuma silently observed the depressed streets on the screen. From that unstoppable desolation, I felt the influence of the doomsday intuitively for the first time. He couldn't help but start to think about it. Compared with the official shelter facilities, is his own shelter built only 10 meters deep underground, able to resist the natural disasters caused by extreme heat in the future? The outer layer of the shelter is 1 meter thick concrete, and the middle of the concrete is also decorated with thin iron plates of 2 millimeters thick. The temperature insulation effect should be higher than that of ordinary basements and underground parking lots. In addition, the ventilation system and central air conditioning have been strengthened by the survival point. The quality should still be above most official shelters. Plus, if the seal is done well enough, it may not be a big problem to temporarily withstand surface temperatures from 200 to 500 degrees. The conclusion gave Su Wu a little comfort. No matter what, at least his safety is basically fine. And considering that the shelter is still digging down, it continues to expand its scale and depth. Even if something happens when the time comes, it will be impossible to continue evacuating deeper. In terms of growth and fault tolerance, his refuge is no worse than the smallest official shelter. More than 20 minutes later, the medium-sized truck passed through the city and entered a small path near a village in the suburbs. Finally, I stopped in front of a 2-story house. The construction robot sitting in the driver's seat opened the car door, held the crossbow with the arrow installed in one hand, and walked down. No signs of life were found. Switch to the perspective of the building robot. Su Wu directed it to walk around the house and then walk towards the main entrance after confirming that there was no danger. Unlike the ordinary appearance of a private house, the locks on the main door use an unusual electronic password lock. However, perhaps due to the abnormal high temperature, the password lock's reaction was a bit slow. Su Wu tried several times by manipulating the construction robot, but failed to unlock it successfully. What a broken thing. Su Wu, who was a little irritable, was about to return to the car and come over with a hammer and smash it open. With a click, the electronic password lock finally opened slowly after Su-woo entered the password for the last time. Push the door and go in. The interior was empty, with only a pile of messy hardware tools piled up along the corners of the wall. Not here, go upstairs and take a look. Su-woo muttered, calmed down and patiently directed the construction robot, and walked up the second floor along the stairs without guardrails. Finally, in a bedroom, I found a whole box of neatly packed chips wrapped in plastic film. It should be this one, it looks pretty well preserved. After successfully finding the target, Su-woo's mood became a little better. He looked around and was about to let the construction robot move the chips down. Suddenly I noticed a photo frame placed on the head of the bed. In the frame, an extremely beautiful little girl snuggled up to a middle-aged man, looking at the camera with a little shy smile. In the pure eyes, happiness and expectations for the future are filled with this dash. Maybe the little girl's smile was too stunning. Su-woo hesitated for a moment and asked the robot to take away the photo frame. Intuition tells him that this photo may be very important to some people. Get the chip. Before leaving, Su-woo did not forget to carry all the hardware and tools and materials on the first floor into the car. These things are his home delivery errands fee, so you can't miss it. Half an hour later, the medium-sized truck returned to the farmyard. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. After receiving the goods, Su-woo put the 10 kilograms of lettuce and other fragments on the car. Lettuce breaks quickly at high temperatures. In order to ensure a certain freshness, Su-woo chose this troublesome special delivery method instead of putting it in the car early and then delivering it to the seller when he gets the chip back. Anyway, for him, this is just a waste of endless electricity. It's not himself who actually drives and delivers goods. There are no other tasks, and the simple delivery speed is very fast. It started to calculate from loading the car, just 15 minutes later. The construction robot riding in a medium-sized truck has arrived at the door of the seller's shelter. Thanks. I'm really troubled you. The seller who ran out of the door of the shelter was a thin middle-aged man. He was surprised at the robot he was handing over to. But more of it is the joy and gratitude of receiving the goods. Before this, he was not sure whether Su-woo would fulfill the agreement truthfully. He is even ready to be cheated. The money and goods have been cleared. Su-woo glanced at him, controlled the robot and waved his hand, and jumped onto the truck again. He set out on the way back in a straightforward way. Watching Su-woo's medium-sized truck leave. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and did not dare to stay outside for a long time. Carrying a bag of lettuce and other small things, he ran into the shelter. Someone really delivers you. The official staff guarding the exit of the shelter looked at the middle-aged man who came back in surprise, amazed. When going out at this time, you are not just about harsh heat. You will also face extremely hot storms that may occur at any time. It is the real risk of taking life. Most people don't have this courage. Good luck, I met a good buyer. The middle-aged man smiled honestly, but the one who didn't mention delivering the goods to him was a robot. By the way, this is the agreed hard work fee. Please trouble you. Take out a few lettuce from the bag, and the middle-aged man gave it to the other party with some congratulations. Although in terms of time, most people have just entered the shelter for a day or two. However, the failure of ground crops and the impact of ordinary people losing planting tools have already begun to affect everyone. In this case, fresh vegetables with a little green are somewhat considered a luxury. Even for those working in the government, it is a gift that is sincere enough. Okay, I remember you, Wang Xinning, right? You can find me again if you need it next time. Officials smiled. The middle-aged man smiled and lowered his head, carefully carrying the rest of the things, and returned to his 6-person dormitory. At this time, everyone else in the dormitory was still working outside, which reduced him a lot of trouble. Place lettuce, sugar, chocolate, medicine, etc. on the table. Wang Xining found that there seemed to be another photo frame in the bag that was not within the transaction scope. He picked up the photo frame, and the photo of the little girl with a faint smile inside reflected in his eyes. That was his daughter. Thanks. Wang Xining's eyes were a little red, and he whispered a thank you that he was destined to be heard. His fingers gently brushed across the frame and then fell on the lettuce leaves that still had water droplets on the table. These only supplies he currently has will become his capital to start his career and tickets to reunite with his daughter in the future. On the other side. After Su Wu reached the deal, he no longer paid attention to the returned medium-sized trucks. Among the hardware materials he used as a trading giveaway, he found some unanticipated components. These things can be combined with the chips you just obtained to perfectly fill some of the missing materials during the current shelter transformation process. The original working hours of more than 1,200 hours were shortened to less than 20 hours at once. What a good person. Looking back at the photo she handed over, Su Wu was full of affection for the middle-aged man who had such a beautiful daughter. If you decide if you have a chance in the future, you can help him according to the situation. Next. There is nothing to say about the process of renovation and upgrading of the shelter. Just like a game, Su Wu was brushing the forum news and sleeping, he automatically walked to the end without realizing it. At the same time, with the progress of the transformation, the experience bars behind the shelter level on Su Wu's system panel also quietly began to rise rapidly, from 76% to 100%. Then promoted to a livable personal shelter, 0%. This time the upgrade. The fixed daily survival point income quota was not increased, but during the settlement period that night, Su Wu brought an additional reward of 50 survival points. Let the savings in his pocket become rich again. June 14th. The average surface temperature rose to 57 degrees. The number of humans who are still active outside has been reduced to a rare level. Many ordinary vehicles can no longer drive on the road normally. On this day, Su Wu did not go out. I spent all day in forums and chat groups, and chatted casually. Although it seems a little unemployed, it also makes him more familiar with the outside world. At the same time, he became familiar with a girl named Chen Xian. This girl is either someone else, or the one who once asked for help in the Doomsday group and was prompted by Su Wu for a few words. She listened to Su Wu's advice. I really learned from the coast to the inland area. And coincidentally, the transfer location was also in Jianghe City. June 17th. The surface temperature reaches 60 degrees. Except for the North and South poles, raging fires began to burn around the world. A large amount of toxic smoke penetrated the sky and turned into thick clouds. Some areas near the most prosperous forest fires, the sky became even red like fire. Suburbs of Jianghe City. Near Su Wu's farmhouse courtyard. It was approaching noon, but the sky was gray and dull. Even with the high beam on, you can't see clearly the scenery 100 meters away. No exception. This fire that spreads the world also burned into the mountains near the farmyard. Unlike the small forest fire that happened more than a week ago, this time the fire covered everything in the entire mountainous area and swallowed up everything that could burn. And there is also a faint trend of spreading towards the city. The situation is grim. Su Wu stayed in the control center on the second floor of the underground of the shelter, remotely operating the camera installed on the roof of the second floor of the farmyard. Observed the situation outside. From the picture taken by the camera, you can see that the mountains behind the gravel beach have been completely submerged by the orange-red sea of fire. Its scale is so large that even with rich smoke covering it, it is still shocking. That feeling was like a primitive man riding a wooden sailboat, facing the vast ocean and the fierce storm for the first time. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, Su Wu had no doubt that even if he threw the aircraft carrier in, he would be easily burned through. The terrifying fire continued to burn for more than 10 hours. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. From daytime to night, then from night to dawn. However, the situation not only did not improve, but became increasingly serious. The clouds accumulated in the sky are getting heavier and heavier. The strong wind that blew from nowhere swept the burning dead branches and leaves into the sky, and then fell to the distant villages and factories. Then, swaying Mars will fall from time to time in the city. Eventually, the fire inevitably appeared in the city. First, it is 1 or 2 points, then the fire point connects to a line of fire, and then expands into a zone. In less than half a day, the entire city was in the oven of flames. Warning, toxic gases were detected. Start to close all external hatch doors and start a higher power purification system. Because of the existence of gravel beaches. The farmyard above Suwu Sanctuary was lucky enough not to be affected by the fires in the mountains and cities. But it is still inevitable that the poisonous fog that comes with the wind and the ashes falling from the sky. The excessive concentration of toxic substances in the air once put the purification device of the shelter vent in an extreme operating state. This frequently triggers monitoring warnings from the control center. Suwu sat in the control center, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the central air conditioner. The flow rate became faintly faster than usual, and a little nervousness arose in his heart. He knew that the changes in central air conditioning came from the pressure of the external environment. At this moment, the surface outside the shelter is completely unsuitable for human survival. The only thing he could rely on was this small space inside the shelter. I waited for several hours with my breath and concentration. As the toxic dust from outside gradually settles on the ground, the air gradually returns to normal. The shelter's high-intensity purification device returns to normal state. Suwu's tense nerves finally relaxed. He poured a glass of ice water hard to calm down his terror. Then, the engineering team that was shut down and on standby continued to start the excavation work on the 3rd floor of the underground. He himself once again went online to collect information. This time, Suwu realized that during the few hours he was in danger, others were not having a good time. First of all, there was a large-scale network breakdown. More than 3/5 of the world have been disconnected from the internet. Specifically for Jianhe City, almost all shelters located in the city are in a state of loss of contact. Only a small number of people located in remote suburbs are still active on the internet. And even if they are active, it does not mean how good the situation in reality is. People who have a suburban shelter in Jianhe City were lucky enough to survive because they had oxygen generators and enough oxygen tanks. And except him, there were no other living people in the shelter where he was. Hundreds of people died of suffocation and poisonous gas. Except for network issues. Many chemical plants that have not yet been able to fully transfer have also experienced leakage and explosion accidents, making a large number of surface environments worse. As for more specific information, it is no longer possible to provide it online. Suwu switched to the chat group and found that even the small group composed of the master of the shelter was still dead at this time. No news was received at all. He sighed and closed the group chat. Continue to use the camera on the 2nd floor of the farmyard to observe the situation outside. The light was even darker than a few hours ago. Even goose feather-like dust began to fall from the sky. It was the burning smoke that condensed in the clouds and fell down. The only good news is that there are no traces of fire on the mountains in the distance. I don't know if it was completely blocked by the dust rain or it was burned out. Stay waiting. In the current environment, Suwu can't do anything. Drones will definitely not take off, but medium-sized trucks can be driven out. However, the information that can be collected by relying on the camera on the truck alone is extremely limited. If the fire in the city has not been curbed, maybe when the danger is discovered, it will be too late to escape. And after Suwu gave up trying to explore the situation outside. The engineering team's excavation of the 3rd underground floor of the shelter is still advancing in an orderly manner. They maintain their existing rhythm and shatter, excavate and transport underground rock formations for 24 hours. The space of the shelter is expanding bit by bit. High temperatures, poisonous gas, and the ashes and dust falling from the sky cannot affect them at all. Evening. The rain of ashes that kept falling finally showed signs of a halt. The temperature dropped slightly with the disappearance of the sun. Stable at around 58 degrees. Su-woo released the drone reconnaissance formation and headed straight towards the city. Soon, a devastated city appeared in the camera of a drone. The only wall frames left were burned by the fire. The doors and windows of residential areas and indoor furniture are completely unable to see what they originally looked like. Either distort or transform directly into ashes. The flower beds without flowers on the street were divided into pieces, and the cars parked on both sides became empty shells with only iron sheets. Some were even burned into skeletons or smashed by falling signs. Fortunately, there are some shelters' exits, and some intact ambulances and fire vehicles are still left. You can vaguely see traces of people's activities inside. This fire that has spread throughout the city has never really completely extinct humans hiding in underground shelters. Su-woo controlled the drone formation and circled silently over the city for a while. Returned silently again. The next day. The network that could have been connected intermittently was completely disconnected, and the refuge where Su-woo was located became an isolated island in information. This is not that the environment has become worse, but that the signal towers in the area where the shelter have exhausted backup power. Network connections are no longer supported. But there is no network, and there is still broadcast. Su-woo was struggling on the console and soon received a broadcast sent by the nearby officials. The news I got was more than yesterday. In yesterday's fire, the official shelter in Manhwa City suffered much less losses than expected. There were almost no casualties, only some materials were burned down by the fire. On the contrary, some enterprises and individual shelters have an astonishing mortality rate because of the construction standards and insufficient preparation of emergency equipment. Especially the few private shelters in the area where the fire is the worst. Almost all the fires were burned through the fire from the inside out, and no one survived. In addition, the power plant located on the surface was burned and there was a lack of repair and spare equipment. The public electricity in Manhwa City has basically been suspended. At least in the next few days, the various shelters in Manhwa City can only find ways to generate electricity by themselves. The water, electricity, the network are all out of the way. I guess there are many people who are not having a good time in the coming days. Su-woo felt pitiful for the small and medium-sized refuges around Manhwa City. Not every refuge can achieve almost complete self-sufficiency like Su-woo. Without the support of urban public facilities, it is necessary to carefully consider and calculate whether it is possible to light a light bulb or drink a sip of water. Life is expected to be quite difficult. However, to be honest, these things have little to do with Su-woo. He is just an ordinary person without power. It's not his turn to worry about the fate of others for the time being. After listening to the official radio, Su-woo, who had nothing to do, left the control center and came to the entertainment room in the living area. While turning on the TV to play a video recording natural scenery, I started exercising on the treadmill. In the end of the world, the most important thing is to have a healthy body. If conditions permit, Su-woo will try to take a certain amount of time every day to exercise. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. More than an hour later. After running 8 kilometers, Su-woo walked off the treadmill with sweat drippingly. After taking a shower, Su-woo brought out a plate of cut fruit and poured a cup of frozen cola with bubbles. He shrank onto the sofa, picked up a handle and started playing games. Immerse yourself in the magnificent and gorgeous world of standalone games, and time passes very quickly. Before I knew it, the day passed like this. The next day, Su-woo read the novel for a long time and watched the short video for a long time. Novels and videos are stocks downloaded from the internet by primary artificial intelligence before the internet was cut off. The content is so much, it is enough to watch it continuously for several years without any repetition. The only thing that makes people feel a little regretful is that those works that were not completed before the internet was disconnected may never be seen in the follow-up. Day 3. While listening to the song, Suwoo discovered that the best cover song actually came from a netizen named Shin Xin whom he had never met. This made him feel unsatisfied and couldn't help but want to hear more. It's a pity that the network has been interrupted and there is nowhere to be found. That night. System settlement. Current territory, livable personal sanctuary, 0%, fixed daily survival point +3. Listen to the master song Fairy Tale on the pillow, the spirit is weakly healed, and the survival point is +2. Current remaining survival points, 67. There is a reward for listening to music. Suwoo was shocked. These days, I have nothing to do because I am staying in the shelter. Every night, there are basically only 3 guaranteed survival points. He always thought that this was the underlying rules of the system and could not be changed. As a result, I suddenly told him that there is another way to obtain it. Living, song, spiritual healing. Is it the reason why songs will increase the livability of shelters? General Suwoo's eyes fell on several keywords in the prompt, and his eyes became a little deeper. June 22. The flames had basically subsided on the mountain that the refuge could directly observe. But the clouds that enveloped the sky not only did not dissipate, but became more and more drooping and heavier. Even when the sun is at its peak at noon, it is as dark as if it is coming to the evening. The only good news is that the temperature outside is no longer rising wildly. It has always been maintained between 62 degrees and 65 degrees, and has entered a relatively stable period. It was also on this day. With Suwoo's use of the survival point, the construction waste paved on the ground was upgraded to a standard concrete layer that integrates. The excavation work on the 3 underground floors of the entire refuge has been officially completed. The 3rd floor of the refuge underground. Let's name it a breeding factory. Cool temperature control center. Through the huge screen on the console, staring at the 3D map of the refuge drawn in real time by artificial intelligence. Suwoo felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart that he witnessed the seedlings planted with his own hands and were growing vigorously. His refuge has become more and more perfect. Enjoy the brand new shelter map for a while. Suwoo operated the mouse, opened a document that had been completed long ago, and transmitted the design diagrams inside to artificial intelligence. Add the next phase of the work tasks to it. The 3rd layer added. It will focus on breeding and will be responsible for producing 3 types of meat products and egg products, which are relatively easy to breed, namely chicken, duck and fish. This plan seems simple. In fact, the cumbersomeness of the various processes inside is the most sanctuary in the entire shelter. Because it is almost equivalent to recreating a closed small ecosystem. From feed cultivation, temperature and light regulation, to breeding of chickens, ducks and fish, feeding and epidemic prevention, every link is closely related to each other. Any error in any link may lead to a complete shutdown and collapse of the entire factory. It even affects other areas of the shelter. Breeding rooms, chicken coops, duck coops, fish ponds, and slaughtering production lines. Suwoo's vision swept through the design drawings one by one on the buildings separated by cement walls. These occupies the most important part of the breeding plant. Except for the fish pond with a space of 100 square meters, all the remaining buildings, including the house area that can accommodate up to 2,500 chickens and ducks, add up to the same. Only 100 square meters. The remaining 500 square meters of space are all used to place soilless cultivation equipment similar to shelves, and are responsible for planting feed with large yields and short growth cycles such as barley seedlings used by chickens and ducks. Judging from the area occupied alone, compared with the hydroponic farm on the 1st floor of the refuge, the breeding factory on the 3rd floor is more like a special place for farming. And this is also helpless. When feed cannot be purchased from the outside world, only by building such a huge planting area can we meet the normal operation of the entire breeding plant. There are no living animals of chickens, ducks and fish at the moment, and we need to wait for it to purchase from other shelters in the future. There is no need to rush to transform the third floor. Just transfer the engineering robot in the mechanical manufacturing center and the construction robot that acts as a security guard to slowly build it. Original engineering team. We can continue to start digging the fourth underground floor. The renovation of the breeding factory is cumbersome. However, with design drawings and artificial intelligence, there are almost no real places that Su-woo needs to worry about. After the final check of the design drawings out of caution, Su-woo skipped his attention to the third floor and began to ask the engineering team to dig the fourth underground floor. It's not wrong to work hard to scale down the shelter. Night. The network shows signs of recovery. Su-woo can receive some messages from the outside world intermittently through the internet. At this time, a large number of official personnel ventured out of the underground shelter and carried out emergency maintenance for some important facilities and key transportation channels. Some private and corporate shelters in danger. You can even get official rescue, including and not limited to overall transfer to official shelters, supporting a certain amount of clean water, first aid medicines, etc. However, the power supply in Gyeongha City's urban area is still in a state of interruption. And in the foreseeable future, there will be no possibility of recovery. Electricity has become one of the most precious resources among all shelters. After initially collecting some information, Su-woo began to try to contact others. In the chat software, in the Doomsday group for ordinary people, almost all members' avatars are gray. However, most of the people were online at this time in the small group composed of some local private shelters in Gyeongha City. And the communication is very active. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Brother Su is online. Is the situation there okay? Seeing Su-woo emerging in the group, Wang Jangwo, the director of the Iron Sanctuary who was most familiar with him, greeted him. Fortunately, I'm in the suburbs and the shelter is surrounded by gravel beaches. There are basically no dangers. Su-woo replied in typing. To be safe, the area of his farmyard is definitely one of the safest places near Gyeongha City. Far away from the river, the terrain is high and empty, and except for a few abandoned rural self-built houses, there are almost no combustible gravel. If you don't consider the toxic gases brought by the fire, let alone his refuge with black technology, even ordinary people can rest assured to pass through it even if they dig a vegetable cellar. You're still lucky. It's a pity that Lao Li and the others are, and the shelter is built in the mountains. I was stuffed by the fire and poisonous gas for several days. It is said that when the official rescue team rushed over, no living person was found. Wang Jangwo sighed, with a little sigh in his words. The old Li he mentioned is also a rich man in the group. It is said that an air raid shelter covering an area of more than 5,000 square meters was purchased in the mountains as the main body of the shelter, and more than 1 billion yuan was invested in the transformation. In terms of configuration and luxury, they are among the top ranks in the entire group. It's a pity that fate is impermanent. This rich man who should theoretically survive the longest and most nourishing world, has not even survived the first wave of disasters after the beginning of the Doomsday. Luck is so bad. Su-woo was silent when he saw it, and his heart felt once again gleeful. You know, the shelter he once thought was the most ideal address, also an air raid shelter in the mountains. It was just because I had no money and no channels to buy that I had to give up. Now it seems that being poor is not necessarily a bad thing. Brother, how are you doing there? I remember that the terrain on your side is also pretty good. What's the use of a good terrain? The fire still spread to the windbreak forest outside the factory, and it also burned several factories. In addition, I have not prepared to prevent poison gas. More than 100 people were knocked down at once. Wang Jangwo sighed. His steel shelter is not big or small. They are basically composed of workers and families of the original steel factory. Total of 2,000 people. In the past, it was somewhat of a small town. By the way, I remember you once said that your shelter uses a geothermal generator. Is that thing useful? Good. The stable supply of 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity is enough to support the operation of the entire shelter. This is not a secret, Su Wu answered quite readily. His geothermal generators and even design drawings are found online for free. Although it has been upgraded to the survival point later, it has certain black technology elements. But the basic principles are at most just advances in craftsmanship. Not to mention it is exposed, even if it is sold openly as a product. Outsiders also praise the advanced technology at most and will not find anything surprising. So much? 300 kilowatt-hour of power generation. It's almost worth a small hydropower station of a large scale. Su Wu's answer not only amazes Wang Jiangwo, but also makes the others in the group unable to help but watch. Although small hydropower stations are inconspicuous, their power generation has been a considerable asset in peacetime. Now, if you save some money, it will be enough to maintain the basic living needs of hundreds of small and medium-sized shelters and tens of thousands of people. It belongs to the current period and is the most typical symbol of the local tyrant. Can you buy some electricity from you? My sanctuary is almost unable to afford lighting now, and there is no electricity everywhere. A group member, the owner of the shelter named Heavy Night, couldn't help but ask. His shelter, like Su Wu, is a small private refuge. It was not big, and he lived in the entire shelter himself and his family. And small scale means low error tolerance. With the only diesel generator in the shelter malfunctioning last night, his shelter was forced into a state of power shortage. Fortunately, the air quality outside is still good now, and a lot of the poisonous gas produced by combustion has long dissipated. Otherwise, he would have to take his family to the official shelter. It's okay to arrive. But I'm very far away from you, so it's impossible to just pull the wire over. Su Wu's current shelter can't even use up half of the power generation of the geothermal generator under normal conditions. A lot of excess electricity is wasted every day. If it can be used to exchange for something else, it would be better. But in the end of the world, the most difficult part in resource exchange is not the resource itself, but the exchange process. If this problem is not solved, the so-called transaction is nothing more than empty talk. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of battery packs here, as long as I can charge the battery. The reinstalled knight replied in a hurry. With the power emergency in the battery pack, it is almost enough to repair the generator. As for how to send the battery pack to Su Wu, he could only bet on the risk himself, braved the heat and the extremely hot storm that could come at any time, and drove over in person. Okay. Let's have a private chat later. Su Wu noticed more business opportunities from the words of the heavy-armed knight. For the recharge knight, carrying a battery pack back and forth requires risking his life. But if it is changed to him, it doesn't work. There are automatic, unmanned medium-sized trucks and construction robots in hand, and the medium-sized trucks still burn electricity instead of gasoline. As long as it is in the area around Jianghe City, the cost of delivery is almost equal to zero. The difference between this is enough to make him earn another generous shipping fee. A deal with the reload knight. Next. Su Wu never received any request for a transaction again. Although many people in the group were also jealous of Su Wu's abundant electricity. But after all, they are not as good as the reinstalled knight, with a large number of batteries that can store electricity, and their situation is not yet at the end of their lives. Just for some electricity that will not affect basic survival, it is far from worth their big fight to go for a special transaction. In the Doomsday, the greatest survival is. Everything else has to make way for this. I spent more than half an hour chatting in the group. After gaining a lot of useful and useless information and gossip, Su Wu was about to quit and play the game for a while, when a somewhat unfamiliar group member Yi Luoshuanghua sent him a private chat. Is the geothermal generators you have for sale? You want to buy it? Su Wu raised his eyebrows and became interested in his heart. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The geothermal generator is of the same specification as that of a big guy in a small hydropower station. Although the size of the living point is not large. But in terms of value, one thing is to say, even if there is a steel shelter with 2,000 people, it is not necessarily possible to buy it if it is sold out. I have consulted the database. In recent years, all relevant manufacturers and second-hand equipment circulating on the market do not have geothermal generators of your type. You should have the original design drawings for this kind of generator in your hand. If possible, not only the finished product, but also the drawings. Yi Luoxuanghua said sincerely. Even the drawings? Su Wu was a little surprised to see it. This requirement is not ordinary. If you want a drawing, it means that the opponent is confident that he can copy it completely. That is, retaining the minimum machining capability and a large number of engineers. An ordinary refuge, even if its owner was once a billionaire, could not afford such a professional team. The finished product can be sold. If you want the drawings, it's useless if you ask for them. There are many core parts in it, and even before the end of the world, few companies can produce them. After thinking for a moment, Su Wu chose to refuse to sell the drawings. His geothermal generator drawings were originally public versions found on the internet. If there is no completion of the survival point in the future, even if it is strictly copied 1-to-1 according to the drawings, it will not meet the standards of a small hydropower station. Selling the drawings to the other party is no different from making enemies. It's okay to sell finished products. I booked 2 units and needed to install them. If it was transported, if it was inconvenient for you, I could send a fleet to assist. The leaves fall and frost are not entangled, and they place the order directly and neatly. He actually didn't really like the drawings. It is not a particularly high-end equipment. As long as you have finished products in hand, it is not much more difficult to replicate. I proposed to purchase because I still needed Su Wu's installation service. It is not difficult to manufacture a geothermal generator itself, but during the installation process, it is not possible for any construction team to hit the pipes 10 kilometers deep underground and truly absorb geothermal resources. How do you say the price? Looking at Yi Luoxuanghua's attitude, she almost put the word, not short of money, on her face. Su Wu was in spirit. I had a vague feeling that I seemed to have encountered an opportunity to take off. If the price is, why not calculate it based on the market price 7 months ago? A group of geothermal generators that can generate 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity will have a factory price of around 2.5 million. Considering that your generator is more advanced and the difficulty of installation, you can get a price of 3,500,000 yuan. You can use this quota of 3.5 million to exchange the corresponding materials with us according to the market price 7 months ago. Such as cement, gasoline, diesel, medicines, food, etc. Yi Luoxuanghua sent a lot of messages in one breath. From those contents, it seems that he has a mature trading method for doomsday environments. 7 months ago. Su Wu first noticed this particular time. He recalled carefully and did not notice that something special happened at that time. However, since Yi Luoxuanghua emphasized this date, it is obvious that it must be a landmark time node. After thinking about it for a while, Su Wu suddenly asked. Did you realize 7 months ago that the end of the world is coming? You do not know. The leaves fall. Frost seemed a little shocked. He paused before continuing to type. It's no secret. The Federal Academy of Sciences did confirm that there would be 2 extreme climates, such as hot and cold waves, 7 months ago. It's just for social stability, not made public to ordinary people. Yi Luoxuanghua's statement is underestimated, but behind the light and fluttering sentence is not disclosed to ordinary people. There are hundreds of millions of people displaced and destroyed along the coasts of several continents around the world. If they had known the news earlier, even if they were not able to build a shelter on their own, they could have avoided the dangerous coastal areas early and settled inland calmly, just like Su Wu. You won't run away in a hurry when things are about to happen. The savings of half a lifetime will turn into ashes, and you can't even escape. You can only sleep in the depths of the cold sea water. Su Wu's lips moved, but in the end he only turned into a sigh. Strictly speaking, although the channels for obtaining information are different. But he is also a beneficiary of keeping secrets. All his startup funds for building the shelter came from selling real estate in coastal cities. Not qualified to blame others. Give me a price list from 7 months ago. If the problem is not big, just sell at this price. Su Wu suddenly lost the intention of bargaining. Of course, this is also related to the fair offer of Yi Luoshua. To be scarce, all supplies in the Doomsday are scarce items. Although it is impossible to exchange materials in normal periods of prices, it is better to argue with each other and hoard for reference. Good. Ask me directly if you have any questions. It's better to make a decision by tomorrow morning. Many of our places are seriously lacking in electricity, waiting for your generator to rescue. Yi Luoshua sent 2 documents. After Su Wu received it, clicked to check it. One was found to be a price list, and the other was a purchase limit quantity and price adjustment instructions. This is normal. Although overall, it was exchanged according to the market price 7 months ago. But some things, such as living poultry, pigs, cattle, and sheep, are much more expensive to maintain in shelters than in peacetime. This is somewhat inappropriate when calculated at the original price. At the same time, the supplies in a shelter are limited, and it is impossible to take out all the supplies for exchange. The so-called limit on the quantity and type of purchase is actually equivalent to the quantity of goods that can be placed on the shelves. In essence, it is barter. Of course, although there are the above seemingly complicated conditions and restrictions, the actual price given in the document is still quite sincere. Basically, the price of live poultry is only about 3 times higher than that of normal periods. The price of drugs is not much different from that of normal pharmacies. The price of cement is as low as 20 yuan per bag, which is almost the same as the ex-factory price. There are also sugar, salt, wine, oil, etc. And the prices are also quite low. And the amount available for purchase is huge. Is this the official inventory? It's amazing. After glanced at the prices and inventory lists, Su Wu was extremely jealous. I didn't know what words to use to describe my feelings for a while. Compared to when he bought dozens of kilograms of sugar, he was warned at home. The amount of sugar that can be purchased in this document is calculated in tons. There are so many that seem to be endless. It took more than half an hour to carefully browse the price list from beginning to end several times. Su Wu had a judgment in his mind. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yi Luoshua didn't have any idea of cheating him. This transaction was not only feasible, but the profit was much higher than the excavator he planned to sell before. It is a rare opportunity. I'll finish this deal tomorrow. 2 geothermal generators, a total of 7 million yuan of supplies. After all, they should be able to catch up with the wealthiest batch of small refuges in Jianghe City. While planning, Su Wu added new tasks to the engineering robots in the machinery manufacturing center. Let it pause the renovation of the 3 underground floors and first create 2 geothermal generator models. Upgrading 2 geothermal generators requires 26 survival points. The amount is not small. But for Su Wu at present, he is barely within the scope of his tolerance. The supplies exchanged for them are enough to expand the scale of the shelter exponentially. At least it is not worthy of its name at present. The mechanical manufacturing center with only 1 engineering robot and an empty underground 3-story aquaculture factory can be truly built. I contacted Yi Luoshua again and discussed some details. Agree on the delivery time and location. Su Wu stretched and felt a little tired. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and went to the living area to take a shower. I plan to have a good sleep and take good care of tomorrow's tasks. A night passed quietly. The next morning, Su-woo wakes up in the morning light emitted by the bedroom ceiling simulation. He sat up and was stunned for a moment. Wait until the remaining sleepiness dissipates. Then I reached out to pick up the tablet at the head of the bed and checked the logs of the shelter. The log shows that there are still 3 full hours left before the second geothermal generator model is completed. I got up a little early. Su-woo yawned, thought about it, but continued to sleep without falling back. He used his tablet computer to issue instructions to artificial intelligence remotely. Let it manipulate a construction robot out and drive a medium-sized van parked on the ground to the shelter of the heavy night. There were too many things yesterday, and I almost forgot the charging transaction with reinstall night. Now, while the time is still good, I will just solve this problem first. Outside the shelter. The sky is still shrouded in low black clouds, with extremely low visibility. The ground on both sides of the road is covered with gray-white embers. It can be seen from the site, giving people a sense of loneliness in the silence of all things. Even the sound of the wind seemed to disappear from here. Click. Accompanied by a sound of mechanical friction. A robot with a thick skeleton slowly walked out of the tilted upward passage. Enter this dark and hot world. It stood on the ground, turned its eyes with high-definition camera and night vision on its head, and quickly transmitted the surrounding environmental images into the intelligent core of the body. Then within a few milliseconds, the smart core reacted. Draw a simplest set of action routes. Go forward, bypass a hill of discarded steel, enter the temporary carport, and then board the cab of the medium-sized truck parked in the carport. At the same time. The second floor of the shelter, control center. On the unattended console, the monitor lights up automatically. Artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi faithfully refreshes every task information on the screen. The construction robot A04 is entering the lift platform, leaving the shelter, entering the truck cab. The surrounding environment is safe. Start planning the driving route, destination, reinstalling night refuge. When Su-woo finally got up from the bed. After a simple washing and a very hearty breakfast. When he arrived at the control center, he found that the medium-sized truck was about to arrive at the doorstep of the heavy-loaded night. Hey, I'm here. Is it convenient for you to go out now? Su-woo switched to the chat software and sent a voice chat application to the reinstalled night. A few seconds later. Connected opposite. Give me half a minute, and I'll go up and open the door. The reload night's answer is concise and powerful. And while he was speaking, he could hear a burst of rapid footsteps. Apparently he was running towards the exit while talking. Then I'll wait for you. Su-woo is very satisfied with the rigid and neat style of the heavy-armed knight. He waited patiently for a while, and soon through the onboard camera, he saw a shop with no sign on the street, and a closed rolling gate opened upwards. A forklift with a packed cargo drove out of it. Here. Su-woo honked the horn and controlled the construction robot to jump out of the cab. You are. Su-woo. On the forklift, a middle-aged man looked at the robot coming towards him in surprise. Judging from the exposed skeleton of the robot, it doesn't look like someone is hiding inside. This is a remote-controlled robot, and I am still in a shelter. Su-woo explained briefly. He also operated the construction robot to help load the goods from the forklift to the truck compartment. The temperature in the air is now as high as 65 degrees. Every time a person is exposed to outside for one more second, he will have an additional risk of heat stroke. It's really not suitable to stop and talk slowly. Damn, I've started playing with robots. That's so awesome. Just after he came out, the heavy night was already soaked in sweat. But he didn't care about his stuffiness and discomfort. Instead, he kept looking at the construction robot like a child seeing his favorite toy. There is an unconcealed envy in my eyes. This is the first time he has seen such a flexible robot in reality. Is that all the batteries to be charged? Su-woo considers the importance of the knight who has not yet returned, so he simply asks the construction robot to point his hand and signal the knight to enter the truck cab with him. The tram has been renovated as a survival point. The cab of the medium-sized truck is equipped with high-quality air conditioners, which can operate normally under high temperatures. Of course, because the temperature difference is too large, no special temperature insulation materials are used. The environment inside the cab can never be as cool as the inside of the shelter. At most, it is better to be exposed to the outside world. Thank you. The heavy-mounted knight was not polite, and jumped off the forklift neatly and rushed to the passenger seat of the truck in a few steps. The cool breeze in the car blew on his forehead, causing him to breathe a long breath, revealing his expression of surviving the disaster. The high temperature outside is over 60 degrees, which is almost the same as torture. That's all the batteries. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. And I put the rewards in there too. A total of 20 kilograms of smokeless gunpowder are all high-quality products with quality comparable to military use. This is a trade item that was negotiated last night. Originally, according to the original idea of the Reload Knight, he wanted to use an imitation military pistol and a few boxes of bullets as charging and transportation rewards. However, Su-woo considers that the firearm structure is not complicated, his own engineering robot can also be manufactured. I rejected this proposal and replaced it with a more cost-effective gunpowder raw material. How powerful? Su-woo asked curiously. As an ordinary person born in a peaceful era, military gunpowder has some unknown and mysterious to him. If you use it well, you might be able to collapse a building. The effect is absolutely explosive. The heavy-armed knight described it with a slightly exaggerated expression, and then his tone changed. But gunpowder of this quality is a waste of purely being used as a bomb. It is best to use it to make bullets, and the finished product is both stable and reliable. Su-woo nodded when he heard this. In fact, there is no need to remind the knight that he had previously pointed out that the purpose of trading smokeless gunpowder was to make ammunition by himself. Brother is very familiar with these things. He used to be in the military industry. No way, you look down on me too highly. I'm just a who relies on collecting rent for a few buildings at home. It's purely idle to know this. The heavy-dressed knight shook his head and pointed to several 6- or 7-story residential buildings facing the street outside the cab window, with a bit of nostalgia and melancholy expression. This, and this are all our houses. When I was collecting rent, I was disgusted with the trouble and asked households to knock on the door and deal with all kinds of people. It seems that it would be great if that kind of lively day would last. It took only 10 days to move into the underground shelter. The heavy-mounted knight has already tasted the taste of loneliness. Especially in the days when the network was disconnected, it was more like entering an isolated island abandoned by the world. The discomfort almost made him suffocate. Several buildings. Su-woo didn't know what to say for a moment. You know, the startup capital he started to build the shelter only came from a house of more than 100 square meters. If there was no such a sudden end of the world. Perhaps Su-woo will never reach the asset level of a heavy-mounted knight in his entire life. There is indeed no simpler for these people who can build refuges on their own. Back from the reinstalled knight sanctuary, the engineering robot has almost completed the model of the geothermal generator. Su-woo thought for a while and did not rush to contact Yi Luoxuanghua. He directed the construction robot to remove the battery pack of the heavy knight, and then transported the 20 kilograms of smokeless gunpowder to the machinery manufacturing center. A new manufacturing mission is added, Assault Rifle X1, with 500 rounds of 7.62 mm bullets. After replenishing the most critical gunpowder raw materials. With engineering robots, as well as a mechanical manufacturing center with plenty of metal, it has the ability to produce real military firearms and ammunition. Considering the subsequent demand for escorting materials, Su-woo finally chose to build a fully automatic assault rifle. The total value of this transaction with the official is as high as 7 million. For any individual, even small and medium-sized shelters, it is a huge wealth that cannot be ignored. It's hard to say that no one will take the risk and rob the robbery halfway. Assault rifle is the last insurance. But I hope I won't use it. The manufacturing process of firearms is not complicated. More than half an hour later, Suwoo got a brand new assault rifle and 2 boxes of 100 bullets. Didn't wait for the remaining ammunition to go offline. Suwoo was operating a construction robot, holding a rifle and 2 boxes of bullets to go to the ground for a simple test. After confirming that the performance is okay, they are placed in the truck's cab. Then drive the truck and reverse to the door of the basement floor of the shelter, preparing to ship the upgraded geothermal generator. At this time, another difficult question was placed in front of him. After installing a geothermal generator in the carriage of a medium-sized truck, the remaining space is no longer enough and the other one is put down. Upgrade the van. After considering it, Suwoo chose the simplest and most direct method. Smash the survival point. Upgrade the medium-sized truck to a large truck, and at the same time add an additional attribute of temperature insulation to it. The temperature in the future will become more extreme. Trading between shelters will not be interrupted easily. It can also benefit early to transform the transportation vehicle into place at one time. The upgraded large truck has a load capacity of 20 tons. The body size was a whole circle and the carriage became longer. It parked at the gate outside the lifting platform on the first floor of the shelter, blocking the exit passage that was obliquely upward. It's almost a little short and can no longer pass through the passage. After several construction robots were installed in the carriage, the large truck emitted a low sound that symbolized activation, and automatically slowly drove from the passage to the ground under unmanned control. Set off. Destination, North District, Jianghe City, Refuge number 9. The second floor of the refuge. Back to the control center, Suwoo opened the electronic map, located the address given by Yi Luoxuanghua, and sent a dispatch command to the large truck that was ready to go. Under the dim sky. The quiet rocky beach area in the suburbs was once again illuminated by dazzling high beams. The huge steel truck dragged the same large drilling machine, crushing the ashes and dust piled up on the road like snow. Moving silently towards the distant city. Half an hour later, the truck passed through a ruin burned by the fire and stopped in front of a subway station. Several young men and women in military uniforms were waiting there early to meet them. The leaves fall from frost. Suwoo controlled the construction robot sitting in the driver's seat and jumped out of the car and greeted the young woman who was quite heroic in the lead. "It's me. The real name is Yishi." Yishi nodded with a smile. She looked at the tough appearance of the construction robot, with a slightly regretful expression. "I thought I could see myself, but I didn't expect that what I came was a robot. Just be able to work." Suwoo didn't care. His gaze swept across Yi Shi and his friends' waists, and he noticed that they were all carrying a portable cooling device similar to a waist bag. This thing cannot be said to be useless, but judging from the fine sweat still oozing on their foreheads, the effect is obviously not so satisfactory. "You guys go in and wait a while, I'll move the goods down. Don't you need help?" "No need. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." Suwoo's tone was careless. This time, 2 construction robots came with the car, and the geothermal generator and drilling machine were equipped with movable universal wheels. Without help from others, you can easily bring all these equipment into the shelter. The only thing to worry about is whether there is enough space inside the official shelter to accommodate the behemoth like a driller. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Yishi did not persist. To be honest, she doesn't want to stay outside either. In such a high-temperature environment as the ground, it is already very uncomfortable to just stand, and it is impossible to put in less effort. But before she left, she seemed to remember something. Report a string of passwords to Suwoo. "Oh, by the way, this is the wireless password for our shelter. Please pay attention to switching. Otherwise, you may not be able to contact your robot when you get underground. Su Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little surprised. Don't you have a direct internet connection in your shelter? This is actually very important to him. Even large trucks modified through survival points have a much higher distance to receive and send signals than drones and robots, but in terms of communication methods, they still have not escaped from the radio range. It is not that obvious when it is on the surface, but once it penetrates deep into the ground and is covered by thick rock layers, communication is not so easy to use. At this time, it is necessary to use the internet to control his construction robot. There are too many people, and only the management and a few external liaison specialists will activate the permissions. But there is also a dedicated intranet inside the shelter. It's okay to call each other in the shelter, check the announcements, and download some public information. Yi Shi explained. A wisp of sweat happened to fall into her eyes at this moment. She reached out to wipe it away with disgust, and then turned around and walked towards the depths of the subway station with a little anxiousness. That's all for now, let's wait for you. Okay. Su Wu responded. He looked at Yi Shi leaving thoughtfully and labeled her as a spoiled rich girl. It's fine in normal times, but if you can still have such a casual attitude when working in the military of Doomsday, it can only be said that your family background is very unusual. But it has nothing to do with him. After thinking about it for a moment, he threw it behind him. Leave the unloading work to artificial intelligence to direct. Su Wu took advantage of his free time and got up and poured himself a glass of iced Coke. The cold drink with bubbles poured into his mouth, which made him feel refreshed. After seeing enough of the quiet and hot environment outside, even if you stay in the control hall with central air conditioning, the temperature will always be kept in the control hall like the light rain in spring, and you will inevitably feel a little depression and discomfort. Su Wu needs to divert his attention to relieve his emotions. I took a short break for more than 10 minutes. Outside the urban subway station. With the unremitting efforts of construction robots, 2 geothermal generators and a drilling machine were finally transferred to the official shelter along the temporary wooden track. The heavy iron doors of the official shelter were completely closed. Su Wu, who was far away in the control center, saw a moment of stuttering on the operation screen, and then he returned to the same as before. This phenomenon represents the communication between Su Wu and the construction robot, and adds a link of transit from the internal network of the official shelter. The speed is okay, it doesn't matter. There are still many people's communications, which seem to have been restored. Su Wu was manipulating a construction robot and looked around in the corridor of the shelter. The smooth picture feedback made him quite satisfied. With this network transmission speed, it will not affect the subsequent communication and work with official personnel at all. In addition, he also found that in this small intranet of the official shelter, he could log into the chat software. There are many people who have lost contact in the outside world. Among them, Chen Xian was also among the ones who were particularly concerned about. When I'm free, I must talk to her. Reminiscing the past is not the purpose, the key is to get all the cover songs she has recorded. A few days ago, because of Chen Xian's fairy tale on his pillow, Su Wu received 2 additional survival points rewards. Although no matter how the replica is replicated, similar rewards will no longer be triggered. But Chen Xian's specialness was firmly remembered by Su Wu. Now that he has the opportunity to contact, he has to try it whether it is useful or not. Walking in the corridor for a while. A hall appears at the end of the corridor. The noisy voices came in waves with the roar of the machine running. Next to the construction robot, Yi Shi's voice, who was talking to Su Wu, became a little distorted. Su Wu adjusts the focal length in the lens. Soon, on one wall of the hall, I saw a row of clear signs. Jianghe City No. 9 Sanctuary, 055 Construction Area. How come there is a construction site here? Su Wu was a little strange. Judging from the slogan numbering, this kind of construction is not a partial small fuss. It is likely to affect the super project of all official shelters in the entire city. This is one of the logistics sites to dig deep shelters. Responsible for cutting boards, mixing concrete and other foundation processes. Yishi stopped and avoided a passing forklift. Then he raised his hand and pointed to a lift in the corner of the hall, explaining carefully. The output of the hall will be transported through that lift to the construction site located 270 meters deep underground. Used to support them in opening up new shelter spaces. Su-Wu followed Yishi's finger and looked at the open-air lifting platform deep in the ground, which was carrying a truck of mixed cement. I vaguely peeked out some tricks. Reopen the shelter in such a deep place. Is this to resist future disasters? That's right. According to the latest conclusions from the Academy of Sciences, the surface climate may be far more extreme in the future than previously speculated. The average temperature will rise above 100 degrees. Yishi nodded and was not stingy with sharing some confidential information with Su-Wu. Only by opening up new living space underground deep enough, we can survive this doomsday disaster with the lowest energy consumption. It seems that I have to prepare in advance, too. Su-Wu pondered, with a thoughtful expression. Compared to the official shelter, his own shelter was only built at a location 10 meters deep underground. At most it is slightly better than the cellars dug by some farmers themselves or the underground parking lots in old communities. When it comes to the ability to resist accidental risks, no matter how hard it is not built in a deep shelter more than 200 meters underground, stable and reliable. However, with the blessing of a survival point, his refuge is not useless. At least that 1 meter thick concrete wall, as well as the world's top central air conditioning and air circulation system, all surpass most ordinary shelters. It is unlikely to encounter any danger in a short period of time. You shouldn't have a big problem. Make good use of the 7 million materials quota in this transaction is enough to create a safe private fortress. Speaking of this, Yishi inevitably showed a little envious look. 7 million supplies, put into anyone in the shelter now, are enough to raise the living standards of him, even his family and friends to the level of a world-class wealthy man. It will never be used up no matter how you use it within a few years. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. I hope that's the case. Su-Wu did not argue. At this time, no matter what you say, you will be suspected of showing off your wealth, and it is best to be silent. After passing through the hall, I walked a distance in the original subway passage. The two arrived at their destination. I came to a place that looked like a material preparation. Here, an old man in his 50s and 60s and in a good spirit had a work handover with Yishi. Is this the generator cellar you found? It's quite unique. The old man looked at the construction robot controlled by Su-Wu, with sharp eyes that were not his age. Hello, my name is Su-Wu. Su-Wu took a step forward and introduced himself calmly. I'm the power engineer in charge of this shelter, you can call me Li-He. Li-He nodded, with some vigilance in his attitude of expectation. Young man. You should be right to call you a young man. You are very young when you hear your voice. The geothermal generator has never been installed in our Jianghe city. With our geothermal resources. Can it really reach the 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity you said? As an old worker who has been in the power industry for decades, it is normal for Li-He to have such questions. The power generation of 300 kilowatt-hours is not a small amount. If it is really so easy to achieve, the stability, pollution-free and cheap characteristics of geothermal power generation have long been popularized in Jianghe City. However, in fact, before Su-Wu arrived, there was no geothermal power station in Jianghe City. I'm not sure. Once you're installed, you'll know after testing. Su-Wu hesitated for a moment and did not take on a big bag. Such things that have no prior surveys may not be guaranteed even if there is an example of a shelter. Then please. If you have any need, we will do our best to provide what we can. Li-He did not get the promise, but he was not upset. He sighed, made way for the way, and introduced Su Wu to his technical team. Su Wu had a brief conversation with them. The construction plan will be determined soon. Then, Su Wu typed out an instruction on the console and handed over the remaining specific work to artificial intelligence. The installation process for geothermal generators that have been upgraded through the survival point is quite simple. When Su Wu operated it manually, he could also make it look very good. Now it's time to replace artificial intelligence to take charge, so there will be no mistakes. After watching the construction site of the construction robot for a while, Su Wu, who was liberated, switched to other places that could be seen by the surveillance camera and browsed the environment elsewhere through the internet of the official shelter. Su Wu has long been curious about the official shelter designed by countless professionals. Now is a chance to understand. No. 9 Refuge in Jianghe City. The main body is composed of 4 subway stations, 2 underground shopping malls, 2 military air raid shelters, thousands of civilian underground parking lots, material warehouses, etc. They are connected to each other by underground passages of varying specifications. Overall, it looks like an underground city with complex route systems and crisscrossing. The permanent population of refuges is about 560,000, which is one of the largest refuges in the entire Jianghe city. There is a large underground food production plant, 2 small and medium-sized sewage treatment plants built internally, and has relatively abundant electronic spare parts inventory resources. Its main source is the relocation of factories from ground industrial parks. It seems, the official shelter. The environment is not very good. After walking around the surveillance area of the official shelter, Su Wu came to a conclusion with some uncertainty. In addition to being larger, in terms of function and structure, this official shelter is not as perfect as Su Wu himself. Even the most basic food and water are not completely self-sufficient. Some elderly, weak, sick and disabled people who lack the ability to work, and even food rations made by insects and earthworms have not received enough, and have less obvious symptoms of hunger. The facilities in residential areas are even more lacking in maintenance. It only took 10 days to calculate the time for formal large-scale relocation to enter underground shelters. In many places with dense crowds, there have been signs of pipeline breaking and sewage flowing across the board. The living environment is awful. What is awkward to the bad living environment is that almost all refuge residents have to engage in extremely heavy labor. Participate in construction, transportation of materials, breeding, etc. After watching Su Wu, he saw only a few family areas that were obviously middle and high-level sanctuary. He could also see some idle people with leisurely expressions and good life. A little outrageous. The more Su Wu looked at him, the more silent he became. In the end, he didn't even know what to say. He felt as if he had seen an old and weather-beaten refuge that had been struggling in the end of the world for 2 or 3 years, rather than a brand new refuge that had just been put into operation and had basically not been opened for the massive amount of food stored in it. Among them, what impressed him was some elderly people who were hungry and sucked down. There are also some ordinary workers who have suffered accidents and work-related accidents but have to be wailed in pain due to lack of medical treatment. In the end of the world where everyone can't take care of themselves, the vulnerable group, who were originally at the bottom of society, slid into the abyss earlier than others. If there is not much food reserve, it is understandable. But there is obviously no consumption, and the high-rise family areas are even too much food to throw in the trash can. As a bystander, Su Wu clearly saw the division line between the people in the shelter and the management. This is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Luckily I'm not one of them. Shaking his head, Su Wu could only sigh. The previous longing and envy for the safety and reliability of the official shelter disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is unlimited motivation to build your own shelter. Even if your own refuge is small and lacks materials, you still need to face the terrifying natural disasters outside alone. But at least everything in the shelter belongs to you. He has enough territory and countless opportunities and time to slowly make life better. Just as Su Wu was observing the living status of ordinary people in the official shelter, the matter about Su Wu and the official transaction was handed over to the director of the number 9 shelter, Ming Runshan's desk. A brightly lit office. Ming Runshan took out the document and his eyes stopped on the title. Trade on purchasing geothermal generators in Huangshi Village Refuge. Huangshi Village is where Su Wu's shelter is located. Because Su Wu did not name his shelter, the document was temporarily referred to by the village where he was located. After looking down carefully, Ming Runshan felt a little interested. He looked up and asked the secretary beside him. This kind of geothermal generator is really as reliable as they say. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Ignoring the terrain and seasonal cycles, steady output is equivalent to electricity from small hydropower stations. As the highest official of the shelter, Ming Runshan's favorite thing is stability. A small hydropower station that can produce stable output is enough to affect all aspects of the shelter. It is second only to the grain factories. The secretary did not dare to neglect and hurriedly recalled the relevant content. He answered carefully. Based on the reported data, this is indeed the case. At present, the seller has transported the generator and is undergoing installation and trial operation in the Material Security Warehouse in District 055. It is expected to be officially put into production tomorrow afternoon. Ming Runshan nodded when he heard this. He stared at the documents and thought of more places. Wild Stone Village, I remember, not too far from us. There shouldn't be too worried about the after-sales service. Let's take a look first. Speaking of this, Ming Runshan signed the name on the document. Approved for the sale of materials worth 7 million yuan. The secretary stood respectfully next to him, his head hanging down. Be careful not to disturb your own leaders. He has been following Ming Runshan for 4 or 5 years. It was fine before, but although the status of both sides was high and low, they were essentially not different. However, since Ming Runshan served as the director of Shelter No. 9 and hundreds of thousands of people moved into the shelter, the other party's growing power forced the secretary to become more cautious. I was afraid that if I was not careful, it would attract Ming Runshan's punishment. Because that punishment can really affect the future and destiny of the secretary's family, and even the most basic right to survive. If we want to use a word to describe it, Ming Runshan was equivalent to the ancient vassal princes. If you truly control the power of life and death of all subjects in the territory, no one can stop you even if you act recklessly. The next afternoon. Official Shelter Number 9, 055 Guard Warehouse. Under the rigorous operation of the construction robot, the 2 geothermal generators were successfully operated and were successfully incorporated into the shelter's power grid. At this time, Su Wu had just finished the call with residents of an official shelter. From her hands, she got a packaged data file. Proficient in receiving and preserving. Su Wu began to add all 29 songs inside to the player on the spot and play them on the spot. The soft female voice immediately dispelled the silence in the control room. It seems to bring people back a summer that is full of vitality and comfort. This song is pretty good. Su Wu was resonated with the singing and felt a little nostalgia in his heart. Calculate the time, it should be the early summer season now. In normal years, there will be ice-sweet watermelons, lush and green leaves, cutting the sunshine and making people fall asleep with the gentle breeze. It's a pity that all this can only become a distant and unremembering dream now. All that was left was doubled, and the high temperature was as high as 60 or 70 degrees. Under such extreme temperatures, all vegetation will wither. It is also superficial fires, droughts that have spread around the world, and mist that is more than 10 kilometers thick in the sky. The entire world, the surface vegetation that still survives may be less than 1% of the original ones. I was ecstatic for a while. Su Wu then noticed that the work of installing the geothermal generator had been completed. Yishi sent him a website, an account and password through the internet. Click on, enter your account and password to log in. Su Wu discovered that it was an online mall with dozens of pages of different tradable products displayed. The account comes with a quota of 7 million yuan, which is exactly the same as the income from the sale of geothermal generators this time. It's time to harvest the results. Sit upright. Su Wu was excited and his eyes became serious. The stage of growth of your own refuge depends on this step of choice. After spending a little time, he browsed the entire mall up and down, and Su Wu had a vague plan in his mind. At present, his refuge has been completely built into 3 floors. The first layer of hydroponic farm has achieved the production and supply of rice and vegetables and fruits. The second floor realizes the needs of daily living, water use, small-scale mechanical parts manufacturing and maintenance. The infrastructure of the third layer of breeding factory has been improved, and it is only possible to invest in the cubs of chickens, ducks and fish, as well as a certain amount of initial feed, to continuously supply fresh meat products in the future. In terms of function, the most urgent need at present is to officially operate the breeding factory. The first batch of supplies to buy: 5,000 hatchable eggs, 2,000 hatchable duck eggs, and 2,000 fish fry of different varieties. There are about 5 tons of emergency feed. Compared with the cubs that have been hatched, eggs and duck eggs are cheaper. It takes longer to cultivate to the point where it can be released. But for Su Wu, he can still afford to wait for this time. His shelter warehouse has enough frozen meat products and canned meat. There is no shortage of meat in the short term. Moreover, forage, algae, etc., also take time to grow as a substitute for feed. It matches the breeding starting with eggs in terms of progress. The total price of this batch of materials is about 30,000 yuan. Compared with the million-level shopping quota, it is almost negligible. But it solved the biggest problem Su Wu is currently facing. Then there is a lot of fertilizer. Whether it is a hydroponic farm or a feed planting area of a breeding factory, fertilizer is indispensable. Although Su Wu also had some reserves before. But it is related to the foundation and lifeblood of the refuge's survival, and it is impossible to achieve self-production in the short term. No matter how much it is, it doesn't matter how much it is. In addition, fertilizer can also be used to make weapons and ammunition. Although it may not be possible to use it, it is one thing to use it or not, and whether it is another matter. Many times, this is the boundary that determines life and death. Anyway, I can't let it go. The opportunity is rare, try to get as many as possible. Su Wu made a fuss and directly increased the original 50-ton purchase plan tenfold. The order of 500 tons of fertilizer was smashed and half of the fertilizer inventory in the mall was cleared on the spot. The price he paid for this was that the balance in his account was reduced by 1 million. There is a need to add some building materials next. Mainly cement and steel bars. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Don't look at the materials used by Su Wu to build shelters, most of them are construction waste and stones at almost zero cost. Just paste a thin layer of cement on the outermost part. But this cannot withstand the continuous consumption. If you don't find a way to add it, relying on the 2 trucks of cement that Su Wu pulled over last time, it can only support the expansion of the shelter to the 5th underground floor at most. That is, it is about 40 meters away from the ground. Such a distance, compared with the official second phase of the shelter project, which is 270 meters deep, is completely insufficient to satisfy Su Wu. But at this time, Su Wu discovered that the official shelter seemed to be not as financially powerful as expected. Although he wanted to buy it, the cement stock in the mall was only 500 tons. Calculated at the price of 20 yuan per bag, even if the mall is empty, you can only buy cement worth 200,000 yuan. It's okay. It's already 10 times more than the last time I bought it. You can't be too greedy. After a little disappointed, Su Wu felt relieved again. Considering the official ongoing second phase of the shelter construction plan, He knew that even if the 500 tons of cement were the official shelter, they might be taken out to support the storefront after scrambling around. Being able to buy is already a profit. However, there is no good news. The other building material reinforcement that Su-woo needs is quite sufficient in the shopping mall. He placed an order and bought 1,000 tons in one go. There are more than 1 million and a million. Look at the account balance, there are still a lot left. There is no point in saving this thing. Maybe one day the policy changes at the shelter will be directly reset to zero. It's better to make it all happen as soon as possible. Consider it a little. Su-woo turned his attention to the white sugar that he had been thinking about before. There are no warnings or purchase restrictions this time, so I have to buy 20 tons to make up for my regrets. Then salt, gasoline and diesel also need 10 tons each. There are also daily necessities, toilet paper, soap, etc. If the timeline is extended to decades, the reserves of these things will be at least 1,000 boxes. In addition, various models of drones, high-end and low-end chips, wires, lamps, etc. must be reserved a little. These are key consumables for the intelligence of refuges. After buying the little things, Su-woo's balance disappeared quickly. In the end, only about 400,000 were left. There should be nothing needed. The rest can be replaced with tobacco, alcohol and medicine. Su-woo doesn't like smoking or drinking. But this did not prevent him from realizing that these things had a huge attraction to certain specific groups. In many cases, tobacco and alcohol can be regarded as common currency. The same goes for medicines. Although it is not addictive, it can be used to save lives and suppress severe pain at critical moments. No human beings who survive in the end of the world will deny the value of drugs. The only thing that is not as good as tobacco and alcohol is that medicines generally have a shelf life. Expired drugs will weaken their effects and may even have a counterproductive effect. Spend the amount in your account and wait until you fill in the delivery address. Su-woo suddenly discovered another problem he had ignored before, and he could not afford the high freight. The total price of 7 million supplies. The transportation cost is 14 million. With doubts, Su-woo sent the freight bill to Yi-shi. I want her to explain why the shipping cost is higher than the price of the goods itself. No way. Your thousands of tons of cargo will take at least a heavy truck transport team for several days. You know the situation outside now. Staying 1 second longer may lead to life danger. The charges are so high, a considerable part of them are compensation for those involved in the insurance. Yishi's tone was also a little helpless. In this regard, she really has no intention of cheating Su-woo. It is completely limited by objective conditions that are irresistible. After being embarrassed for a while, Yishi suddenly felt blessed and found a compromise. Don't you have a transport truck? It's still a model that can be driven unmanned. The shipping cost shouldn't be too high. Otherwise, we will keep these goods for you for free first. You use that truck to transport it back slowly. Home on your own. Su-woo fell into thinking. This is a solution. Compared to the expensive shipping costs, it is not impossible to transfer your own transportation slowly. That's the process, may be a little longer. But considering his shelter, it is not too far from the official shelter. In addition, the upgraded large trucks weigh a full 20 tons. Even if you only use one car to transport it back and forth, the efficiency is barely acceptable. Then do it like that. In just a few words, a large-scale transaction involving many materials came to an end. More than 10 hours later. On the road leading to the suburbs. A large transport vehicle drove by silently. The heavy body crushed the thick dust accumulated in the passing area, leaving 2 obvious ruts under the illumination of the car's taillights. Roadside. A certain house hidden in the darkness, and his eyes took all this into his eyes. Boss, this is the 4th trip. Every trip is full of loads and comes back empty. There must be something good inside. The thin figure held a telephone and whispered to report. Can you be sure how many people are? After a sizzling electric current sound in the communicator, a slightly vigilant voice came. I can't see clearly the situation in the cab. But it's probably only 1 or 2 people, no more than 3 at most. The cab of that car is not big and can't hold too many people. Wang Feng's younger brother learned how to repair cars for a while before the end of the world and was quite familiar with the structure of the vehicle. Basically, you can find out the internal situation by just one glance. Okay, I'll bring someone up now. Prepare the trap and get a vote when it leaves the city next time. In a basement not far from the house, a strong man with a scar on his face put down the communicator in his hand. He turned his head and looked at the brothers surrounding him and said in a deep voice. Shao-Chi found a good deal. Everything is ready, follow me. Whether you can live a good life in the future depends on this vote. The scarred man named Lu Gaofeng, who was originally a serious prisoner in prison. A few days ago, he took advantage of the opportunity of the prison transfer and the order was turbulent, and he successfully escaped. With his wanted man on his back, he naturally could not go to a serious refuge. With no way out, he could only gather a few people with similar backgrounds as him and join forces to loot a personal shelter with poor protection. And take over the magpie's nest by the way. The shelter that was looted was used as a stronghold. As for the original owner of the shelter and his family, of course they will all be killed. At a time when most of the official forces have been shrinking into shelters, the cost and difficulty of crime have dropped significantly compared to the past. If it weren't for the harsh natural environment and the lack of supplies, it would be a paradise for people like Lu Gaofeng. Brother, do you want to bring explosives? I can even blow up the armored vehicles. It will definitely work well when used on ambush. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Next to Lu Gaofeng, a gentle young man pushed the glasses on his face and actively asked for a fight. As a person who is relatively not good at force, young people really want to show their useful side. And explosives are the most proud technology in his hands. Okay, bring them all. The car can be blown up, we only need the goods on the car. Lu Gaofeng thought for a moment and waved his hand decisively. Don't look at his rough face, but in fact, his mind is extremely delicate. Otherwise, he will be the leader of an unstable group of desperate people. At this time, there is no one who can continue to transport huge materials back and forth. Even if you seem to be alone, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no security personnel carrying guns and thermal weapons hidden inside. Since you have decided to grab it, you can't have the idea of keeping your hands. It is best to kill them in one blow and not leave them a chance to struggle. A group of 7 or 8 bandits carried swords, guns, sticks, homemade earth guns and explosives. In addition, each person carries a bucket of ice. One by one, they walked out of the hiding refuge and rushed to find a good ambush place. Several hours passed. When a large truck was loaded with supplies, it drove from the city to the suburbs again and passed by a house near a house. A violent explosion suddenly appeared like thunder, pushing the large truck driving at high speed away from its original route and crashing into the house on the side of the road. Brothers, follow me. Lu Gaofeng threw away the cigarette in his mouth, carried a dirt gun, and walked out of the hiding place first and touched the truck that crashed into the house. But as the distance narrows and the explosion of smoke gradually dissipates. But a bad feeling gradually arose in his heart, and his eyes twitched. That truck looked so complete. Not only is the car body not twisted and deformed, but even the tires that should have been hit the most, and the most fragile glass, basically have no damage, and are incredibly strong. Is this a military product modified by an armored vehicle? This thought flashed through Lu Gaofeng's mind, and he inevitably felt a little more cautious in his actions. Everything dispersed. Be careful to avoid shooting. Shao-Chi, shout to them with a loud trumpet. Get out of the car and talk to us. If you don't come down, continue to blow up with explosives. The sound of Lu Gaofeng was not concealed, which was not only a command to his companions, but also a threat to those hiding in the truck cab. Tell them not to think it's safe to hide in the car. Okay, boss. Xiao Qi picked up the speaker hanging around his waist and turned on the power. He is very familiar with this process. It's nothing more than threats and temptations. The previous personal shelter was tricked into opening the door by him. And just as the bandits surrounded the truck and tried to trick them into opening the car door, Su Wu, who was far away in the shelter of a farmyard in the suburbs, also received an accident alarm from the truck. He immediately threw away the game he was fighting and ran from the entertainment room to the control center. Attacked by explosion. The large truck lost control and crashed into a house on the side of the road. After a quick glance at the log information on the console screen, Su Wu quickly grasped the general situation. This is a robber who is blocking the road. And he is not an ordinary bandit, and he is just as good as a professional. After thinking for a while, Su Wu quickly made a decision. Start issuing a series of combat orders. The number 3 construction robot takes out the assault rifle. Load the ammunition and lower the window. Freely shoot at all outside activities. The No. 4 construction robot takes the crossbow. Be prepared for auxiliary support. Faced with such deadly bandits who had explosives on the ground, there was no room for negotiation. There will definitely be no mistake in killing them. Following Su Wu's orders. As the supercomputer-grade laptop with the shelter intelligence core, the power consumption of the control center immediately increased by a huge margin. Under the control of primary artificial intelligence, a large amount of computing power has been added to the 2 construction robots that are about to fight in a long range. After more than 10 seconds, everything is ready. The window on the side where the number 3 building robot was located began to slowly descend. Boss, I've reacted. Outside the truck, Xiaoqi immediately noticed the movement of the car window. He was shocked and subconsciously put down the horn in his hand. He hugged and rushed to the bottom of the car door in a few steps. Then take a homemade explosive bag from your backpack. He skillfully ignites the lead and throws it into the open car window. Judging from his series of decisive and harsh operations, he obviously had no intention of leaving any survivor. As long as he gets a chance, he will dare to blow people to death. Because the movements are too skillful and smooth. The explosive pack that Xiaoqi threw out flew into the car window very smoothly. But just as he was about to lie down and avoid the aftermath of the explosion, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly glanced at a black muzzle that was poked out from the car window. What made him even more creepy was that the muzzle had already pointed downwards and was aimed at his head. Damn! Xiaoqi had time to swear. The next moment, a bullet shot through his forehead. Boom! Almost as Xiaoqi died, the explosives he threw into the cab also began to explode. A large amount of fire and thick smoke rages in the narrow space of the cab. Then slowly floated out through the open car window. Sure enough, there is a gun. Looking at the truck's peak in the distance, looking at the dead Xiaoqi, my heart was thrilled. I can't help but feel grateful for my caution. But this is all over. In such a narrow space, I ate Xiaoqi's explosives. Even if you are fully armed wearing bulletproof vests and heavy helmets, you won't be able to survive. Lu, Hongshan, you two go and pry open the cab. Find out if there is a key to the rear compartment. Turning his head, Lu Gaofeng casually pointed at his 2 younger brothers to clean the battlefield. This is a dangerous finishing work. The 2 bandits named nodded. Carrying a baseball bat and a crowbar, each slowly walked towards the still smoking truck cab. But without waiting for them to really get closer. With a sudden click, the door of the cab was pushed open from the inside out. A steel robot with an assault rifle and staggered in the cab, walked down. What is that? The dark construction robot smoked by explosives has a very impactful appearance. The robbers who saw it for the first time couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They woke up in vain until the construction robot raised the assault rifle in his hand and pointed the muzzle at them. Be careful of concealment. Lu Gaofeng shouted, and lie down first, then rolled all the way behind the trash can next to him. And the other few people were not so lucky. They had a beat slower reaction, and as soon as they made some moves, they all fell under the muzzle of the construction robot's continuous firing. Damn it! Lu Gaofeng's eyes were so that these people were the foundation of his existence and the end of the world. As a result, it's all gone all at once. He gasped fiercely, gritted his teeth, took advantage of the gap in the construction robot's ammunition, and raised the earth gun in his hand and pulled the trigger several times in succession at the other party. Bang bang bang. Several bullets hit the construction robot, splashing sparks on its steel skeleton. One of the bullets was even more lucky and hit the finger of the construction robot on the trigger of the assault rifle. Break its fingers together with the rifle. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Good opportunity. Lu Gaofeng was overjoyed. He hurriedly threw away the earth gun that had already been shot, picked up a metal bat that had dropped by his companion, rushed to the back of the construction robot in a few steps, and smashed it hard at its leg joint. No surprises. After all, the construction robot is just a humanoid robot worth more than 200 kilograms, and the materials used are just ordinary steel. With a swing of all his strength on Lu Gaofeng, he immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Go to die. The construction robot that lost its weapons and fell to the ground no longer has any threat to the peaks of the road. He stepped forward and stepped on the construction robot with his feet, raised the bat in his hand, and tried to completely smash it with brute force. However, just as his bat was about to fall, a crossbow arrow penetrated his arm silently. He groaned, and before he could come back to his senses, another crossbow arrow penetrated his chest from behind. Deprived him of his last trace of resistance. At this point, this short and extremely dangerous life-and-death battle ended with the robber's entire army being wiped out. Distance. Inside the shelter under the farmyard. Su Wu, who was watching, breathed a relaxed sigh and relaxed. The intensity of this battle was somewhat beyond his expectations. I almost broke down. Luckily luck is on my side. I looked at the condition of the truck. Even after 2 consecutive explosions and 1 collision, the large truck loaded with armored attributes is still in good condition and does not even need to be repaired. Let the construction robot clean the battlefield and continue to return. Su Wu recalled the operation log of artificial intelligence, compared the playback of the battle video just now, and carefully reviewed it. The performance of construction robots in actual combat is not as useful as Su Wu imagined. Its body structure and the materials used are all aimed at completing the work of construction workers. There are almost no requirements for the sensitivity and protective performance of the body. And these 2 points are one of the most important elements in the battle. At the beginning, when the bomb was thrown in from the other side, the artificial intelligence monitored anomalies. But it is limited by the speed of the reaction of construction robots. Even if every coordinate of the bomb falls is calculated in advance, the construction robot cannot intercept it in time. It caused the bomb to explode in a cab. The number 3 construction robot was slightly damaged, and the number 4 construction robot went down for more than 10 seconds before it returned to normal. The same is true for shooting with firearms later. From locking, moving the muzzle, to pressing the trigger to firing the gun. Artificial intelligence provides the most accurate operational solution in milliseconds. But the construction robot is only a little faster than the old lady in the process of carrying out the plan. There are many missed opportunities in the end. He let go of the most elite bandit leader and almost made him turn the tables. The more analyzed, the more dissatisfied Su Wu was the construction robot's combat capability. But this is an infrastructure and hardware problem. Unless it is completely redesigned. Otherwise there is no way to solve it. This time, it's not sure if it's next time. You can't continue like this. After the review, Su Wu took a deep breath. The pressure and sense of crisis arise from this unexpected encounter made him realize that he must build a more professional armed force. To deal with the gradual collapse of the Doomsday Order, threats from the same kind. However, how to do it made him a little difficult for a while. Developing armed forces can be done, but it cannot occupy too much resources. At the same time, it must also have a crushing advantage in combat. Otherwise there will be no meaning of development. I thought hard for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Su Wu turned his attention to the field of drones. This time, the supplies he purchased from the official shelter included various models of commercial drones. The most expensive one is the K2 series agricultural drone. As a mass-produced commercial drone, the K2 series agricultural drone has various obvious disadvantages. Its body is mainly made of plastic and thin metal sheets, and its own defense is almost zero. Even if a stone the size of a fist is hit on the front, it may crash on the spot. The mass-produced motor and poor cooling system allow it to work normally in an environment below 65 degrees. At the same time, the fastest flight speed is only 3 meters per second, and the maximum flight altitude is below 200 meters. No normal adult has run fast. But all of this cannot erase or offset the two extremely unique advantages it has. It is an air unit and has a load capacity of up to 50 kilograms. These two advantages give the K2 series agricultural drones an infinitely broad modification potential. The former allows it to ignore obstacles and terrain and easily reach any battlefield. The latter can carry enough ammunition to dominate the battlefield with absolute firepower. Just choose it. Su Wu made the decision. He asked a construction robot to go to the warehouse and brought the only two K2 series agricultural drones to the manufacturing center. Then scan, model, and draw the most accurate three-dimensional model. Used to facilitate modification and design. First of all, in terms of positioning, it should be a long-range bombing weapon. A load of 50 kilograms must be at least 40 kilograms for carrying explosives. The force is flying. No matter what kind of enemy you face, a wave of bombs will definitely be able to clear the scene. As for the source of the explosives, Su Wucai and the official shelter traded hundreds of tons of fertilizer and daily chemicals. Just extract it from it. Although the quality may not be as good as the fine gunpowder you get from the heavy night. But it's more than enough to just make bombs. With the positioning, the remaining designs will be much easier. In the way of bombing, Su Wu rejected the inefficient method of throwing bombs directly, which is half ruled by luck. Choosing a rocket that will sacrifice an additional load, but with a longer range and more accurate range. A K2 series agricultural drone has a total load capacity of 50 kilograms and can carry 5 individual class rockets with an average weight of 8.5 kilograms. The remaining 7.5 kilograms of load margin can also be used to load other accessories. For example, a more efficient cooling system allows drones to fly normally in an environment of 85 degrees. For example, the tighter waterproof and air filtration system allows drones to shuttle through the rain screen and the smoke generated by combustion. There is also fine-tuning of the fuselage structure, allowing the drone to quickly restore balance and continue to fly and fight even if it is attacked with the assistance of artificial intelligence. A series of modification designs have been continuously born under Su Wu's considerations. Then, through the simulation and calculation of artificial intelligence, it is transformed into practical and practical modified drawings. Then, through the hands of engineering robots, it was truly installed on the K2 series agricultural drone. More than 10 hours later, 2 K2 series agricultural drones loaded with rocket launch nests appeared on the manufacturing platform of the Shelter Manufacturing Center. It was formally incorporated into the combat command system of the shelter. Now I finally have a real armed force. Looking at the console screen, icons representing 2 K2 series agricultural drones. A moment of satisfaction and peace of mind arose in Su Wu's heart. And this is just the beginning. There are still many areas to expand later. Thinking about it. No mistakes, one song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu added a drawing of a foldable shooting platform, allowing the engineering robot to create 10 units according to the drawings. This shooting platform has a very simple structure. It consists of an assault rifle, a large ammunition compartment, a camera with infrared function, a base that can rotate freely at 360 degrees, and a microcomputer. Its total mass is 40 kilograms and can be folded into a metal box in a dormant state. It can be carried by the K2 series agricultural drone that has been fired from rockets and airdropped to any designated location. Then, after being placed at the location, the combat mode will be automatically launched, and the AI remote-controlled attack in the shelter will be marked as the enemy's target. At the same time, in addition to going out to fight, they can be usually arranged in key locations of farmyards on the surface and underground shelters. As a conventional shelter defense facility, the rockets of the K2 series agricultural drones are the first line of defense. The folding shooting platform is the second line of defense. Finally, a construction robot equipped with an automatic rifle, and an engineering robot, can form a third line of defense. Unless facing a regular army with a built-in lineup, no one is likely to attack the shelter when they come. Commanded the modified K2 series agricultural drones and practiced outside. Through the screen, I witnessed a rocket it carried successfully ignited, hitting a small hill more than 200 meters away. Su Wu finished his work with satisfaction. The next few days, everything goes well. Large trucks continue to transport the materials purchased from the official shelter to the farmhouse yard day and night. Then, it is picked by construction robots and stored in the manufacturing center warehouse on the second floor of the underground floor of the refuge, the living material warehouse, and the feed planting area on the third floor of the underground floor according to the type. Some materials that are not picky about the environment and are resistant to storage, such as cement, are piled directly into simple sheds in the small courtyard of the farmhouse on the surface, and even in the two-story building where people originally lived. With abundant material support, Su Wu quickly completed the final reconstruction of the underground three-story aquaculture factory. Let the purchased fish fry, the eggs and duck eggs to be hatched, etc. settle down successfully inside. At the same time, seeds were all sown on hundreds of soilless cultivation shelves in the feed planting area. Just wait for them to sprout and grow. And during this period, the workload of shelters surged a lot. Su Wu had to spend another 15 survival points and added 3 construction robots to make up for the labor gap. So far, at the end of Su Wu's second month of building the shelter, his number of construction robots reached 7. The refuge begins to show a hint of prosperity. Current territory, livable personal sanctuary, 55%, fixed daily survival point +3. Current remaining survival points, 45. A new day. Looking at the shelter level, pushing to half the experience bar. Su Wu was in a pretty good mood. At this speed, it won't take long to upgrade the shelter to the next level. At that time, we will not talk about opening up new system functions. At least, the daily fixed daily survival point income will definitely increase a little further. Life will get better and better if you can see the naked eye. After washing up, holding a piece of roasted, soft bread, Su Wu came to the control center's operating table according to his usual habits and conducted a routine inspection of the shelter and the surrounding area. The whole night passed. There was little change inside the shelter. Only the engineering team is still on the 4 underground floors, constantly digging and excavating. Continuously expanding the space of refuge. There was unexpected movement outside the shelter. Except for the occasional large trucks that transport goods back and forth. A group of unknown birds passed by in the sky, and 1 or 2 small animals appeared in the rocky beach in the distance. Under this high temperature, surface animals have not yet completely extinct. It's really tenacious. Su Wu was a little surprised. This may be the so-called life will find a way out. Not only humans, but other animals are also struggling to survive in extreme environments. After checking the log, confirm that the surrounding environment around the shelter is temporarily safe. Su Wu began to look through the shelter's material consumption list again. It was discovered that the most frequently used material for building shelters, stone and construction waste, that is, concrete blocks, were about to come to an end. It seems that a team to go out to dig is set up. Su Wu pondered. Although the stones are everywhere outside the farmyard. But most of them are strange and not small in size. Plus most of them are buried deep in the soil. It is not easy to dig them out. As for construction waste, it is even hard to say. According to the information that Su Wu has, at least you have to go to an abandoned village 2 kilometers away and dismantle the houses by yourself to obtain a sufficient amount of construction waste. And once such a long distance is opened, the risks are at least 2 orders of magnitude higher than those in a small farmyard. Not suitable for part-time jobs by a valuable engineering team. Proficient in opening the design software. Su Wu began to conceive how to build such a team dedicated to excavating and transporting building materials. First, by convention, it cannot be too large in scale. The engineering teams used to expand the shelter only have a few micro-vehicles and construction equipment. As an attachment to one of the raw materials for them, it is even less likely to be much larger. But if we consider the scale limit. In fact, there is no need to create separate units for excavators, electric picks necessary to demolish houses and deal with 2 huge stones. They can be integrated into the same transport vehicle to save manufacturing costs. The only disadvantage is that this will reduce some collection efficiency. However, the disadvantages in this aspect can be basically ignored when the mechanical unit can continue to work for 24 hours. Under a long working time, even the low work efficiency can accumulate sufficient results. Draw on the design drawing. Soon, a originally complete excavation and transportation team was streamlined by Su Wu as a special transport vehicle that was lonely. The appearance of this special transport vehicle is somewhat similar to a micro-transport vehicle. There is no cab, only a tank-like crawler chassis and an open car bucket. At the same time, there is also a metal hanging compartment at the rear of the car that is only 1/5 the size of the car. There are built-in electric picks, robotic arm buckets and other power tools, which can be used to work by yourself after arriving at the destination. Considering that long-distance work is needed, improving the capacity can significantly improve overall efficiency, but the cost will not increase too much. The special transport vehicle is a full circle larger than the micro-transport vehicle. The length of the whole vehicle is nearly 5 meters, which is not much different from that of ordinary family cars. At the same time, the load is flush with the large truck, and it also reaches 20 tons. A car is a mining and transportation team. This is worthy of the special prefix. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Looking at the design artwork he drew himself, Su Wu showed a satisfied expression. What's more important is that while the artwork is released, artificial intelligence simultaneously lists specific manufacturing solutions and required materials. With the help of engineering robots and some raw materials traded from the official shelter, 97% of the spare parts of special transport vehicles can be produced by themselves, and the total production time is no more than 10 hours. Such a high degree of completion means that Su Wu will probably only need 5 to 6 points to obtain a finished product of a special transport vehicle. Compared with the initial manufacturing of microtransporters, the cost of micro-excavators was significantly reduced. No delay. After the design drawing is completed, Su Wu adds it to the manufacturing list to be manufactured in the manufacturing center. This necessary work was finished. Su Wu did not leave the control center. On the console, he switched the wide screen to another interface. The start button was pressed. 8 or 9 seconds later, a concrete cast floor slab with a dark sky appeared on the screen. This is from the perspective of the drone. During the period when transporting the official shelter supplies traded, Su Wu was not doing nothing. Relying on his abundant supplies, He transformed the inside and outside of the shelter to a certain extent. One of the most important changes is the construction of a vertical passage connecting the interior of the shelter and the roof of the second-story residential building of the farmyard. The diameter of this passage is about 1 meter, and it is equipped with a lifting platform and multiple explosion-proof isolation doors that can be closed automatically. While ensuring the absolute safety of the shelter itself, all models of drones can be quickly released, including the K-2 agricultural drone in the shelter. In an emergency, if necessary, this vertical passage can even be transformed into a rocket launch silo. Launch the rockets in the shelter directly. Reconnaissance drone marshalling is ready. The surrounding environment monitoring is normal. The current real-time temperature is 67.5 degrees. Start to take off. In a dark and quiet world. 3 drones, the size of a palm, flashed with faint lights, slowly took off from the roof of the farmyard. After circling in the air for several times, they gradually flew towards the distant mountains. Suwoo had long been curious about the mountains that had been swept by unprecedented fires. Now that I have free time, I naturally want to explore it. A few minutes later. The reconnaissance drone entered the mountain range. At this time, the mountainous areas had no longer the lush forests that were once prosperous. There are dark wasteland everywhere. Only occasionally are 1 or 2 trees burned to coke, still standing stubbornly. From time to time, there were also wisps of gray and black smoke rising from all over the place. It was a forest fire that had not yet been completely extinguished, lying dormant among the ashes. A strong airflow swept over. The reconnaissance drone in mid-air was stirred up and down. The AI in the shelter sensed the danger and immediately began to take over the control of the drone. Let it descend urgently to avoid turbulence from the sky. After more than 10 seconds, the reconnaissance drone regained balance. At this time, it was only a height of more than 10 meters from the ground. At this height, all the scenery on the ground becomes clearer. It seems like there is a shelter here. Suwoo, who had been observing in front of the console screen, had a look. I noticed an abnormality in the screen. He had arisen the idea of inquiry. Immediately manipulated the drone and flew towards it. A distance of hundreds of meters flashed by. Soon. A shelter with a curled door burned by fire appeared on the screen. Suwoo carefully observed Ban Xiang and found that there was a crack about 10 centimeters wide at the edge of the door crack. It just so happens that reconnaissance drones can be allowed to enter. Go in and take a look. Without hesitation, Suwoo made a decision on the spot. If he were there, he might not have been so impulsive and risky. But now, the one responsible for exploration is a drone, so there is nothing to say, just be reckless. Switch the reconnaissance drone to autonomous driving mode. The drone is manipulated by artificial intelligence through that narrow entrance. A burnt corpse suddenly appeared in the camera and then quickly enlarged. Suwoo was almost frightened when he saw it. But soon, as the drone automatically raised its height in the shelter, the nervousness gradually relaxed. He noticed that it was just an ordinary body of the victim. It's just that it's very close to the crack of the gate. Without stopping the victims for more attention, Suwoo turned on the searchlight on the reconnaissance drone and began to observe the environment inside the shelter. The shelter looks like it was transformed from an ordinary cave. Through the entrance, an irregular passage several meters long is a spacious cave of about 200 square meters. In the cave, there were dark objects that had been burned into wreckage everywhere. There are only a few large pieces of furniture, and they barely retain the original metal frame. This fire is so big. Suwoo raised his eyebrows, and he could even imagine that the scene was like purgatory here when the wildfires spread. Obviously, a metal gate and a mountain wall several meters thick did not allow the owners here to avoid the disaster. Stayed in the cave for a while. Nothing valuable was found. Suwoo was not disappointed, and directed the reconnaissance drone to leave the shelter and continue wandering in the mountains. Next, a whole day. Except for the middle returning several charges. Reconnaissance drones are all shuttled through the mountains. I searched the mountain area within 30 kilometers of Suwu's refuge inch by inch. The results cannot be said to be rich, but they are not small. He also discovered 2 unmanned shelters and 4 normal shelters that were suspected to be still inhabited. There is also a cave with a lot of steel piled up. The proportion of survivors is much higher than expected. I underestimated the human ability to survive. There is another cave where steel is stored. I don't know if its owner is still there. Silently mark the 4 normal shelters and caves that store steel on the map. Suwu felt a little excited. But soon, he shook his head again. Now he is not short of steel for the time being, so there is no need to do some stealing. You can spend time slowly to determine the ownership of that batch of steel. At that time, whether it is a transaction or a direct acquisition, you will feel more at ease. July 1st. The haze that has been inflated for days has shown signs of dissipation. At noon, the sun will occasionally hit the ground. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. But this does not mean that the environment is getting better. Instead, it is sliding towards purgatory with a frightening trend. That afternoon, at 2:27. The temperature in Jianghe City officially reached 70 degrees. Workers who are still stranded outside cannot work properly even if they wear special cooling equipment. You can only urgently withdraw to the shelter. On the earth, there was almost dead silent at this point. 2 hours later. A storm that covered the sky and the sun swept over. The strong winds passed through the city, destroying street lights, signs, and even some houses and warehouses that were not strong enough. Endless sand and gravel fell in the storm, splashing on every corner of the earth like heavy rain. Farmhouse courtyard. The second floor of the underground shelter. Suwu, who received the artificial intelligence alert, hurried to the control center. He sat in front of the console with a serious expression and observed the sudden terrifying storm through the cameras set up outside. The wind raged. The mountains in the distance have already disappeared in the turbid yellow sand. In the nearby gravel beach, many fist-sized stones gradually began to break free from the constraints of the soil and rolled on the ground. Occasionally, stones flew high with strong airflow and crashed into the wall of the farmyard like bullets. Leave a shallow trace on it. Bang! A crisp sound appeared. A camera located on the residential building of a farmhouse yard was hit by a stone falling from the sky. Under the impact of huge kinetic energy, the mirror of the camera cracked on the spot and could no longer work normally. Only the surviving audio module is left, and the outside world is still transmitting the sound of wind to the shelter console. The wind is approaching level 11. Suwu's eyes turned to another intact surveillance screen. The worries in my heart are aggravated. After thinking about it, he closed the access and door of the shelter to the outside. Let the engineering team that is digging the 4 underground floors of the shelter temporarily stop transporting soil outward. With a toy-like small body like a miniature transport truck, you may not be able to overturn the car when you go out at this time. If your luck is even worse, you may be dragged into heaven. It's better to stay in the shelter honestly and wait for the storm to pass. As for the steel and cement piled in the yard, scrap household appliances, vans parked in simple carports, and various supplies temporarily stored in the second-story residential building. It can only be left to fate. The storm came too quickly and there was no time to transfer and reinforce them. I hope I can get through it. Suwu murmured to himself. In addition to the materials located on the surface. The large trucks that are still performing transportation tasks outside are relatively less worried about Suwu. The huge steel beast with a weight of more than 20 tons is even more than most private houses in terms of safety and stability. However, for prudent considerations, Suwu also suspended the transportation task of large trucks. Let it find a leeward alley in the city to stop temporarily. The 3rd hour after the storm came. The raging wind not only showed no sign of stopping, but became more violent. Not far from the alley where the large trucks were parked, a 4-story house could not withstand the squeezing of the strong wind and collapsed at some point. Countless debris poured down, instantly blocking the streets. Then a large amount of lighter mass debris and gravel was brought into the air by strong winds, hitting the surrounding buildings like storms. Meanwhile, the suburbs outside the city. The control center underground in the farmhouse courtyard, Su Wu, who was communicating information with other shelter owners in the chat group, suddenly found that the network was intermittent at the beginning, and the delay was getting higher and higher. In the end, it was completely broken. No reconnection to the network again. It should be that the signal tower was blown down by the wind. Su Wu checked and found the reason quickly. Signal towers are not a fortress. In the storm of dangerous overturning of brick and stone houses, it is very normal for a relatively fragile signal tower to have problems. It's a problem. Su Wu sighed silently. If it is a peaceful era, if there is a problem with the signal tower, it will be post-disaster reconstruction. However, in the end-of-day environment, it is extremely difficult for ordinary workers to even get out of shelter. How much effort can the official do to repair the signal tower that does not affect basic survival? The answer is obvious. If nothing unexpected happens, after the network is disconnected this time, there will be no more reopening for a long time in the future, and perhaps even until humans are destroyed. This evening, Su Wu stayed alone in the silent control center, staring at the rocky beach under the turbulent wind on the screen for a long time, feeling an unspeakable loneliness for the first time. But his emotions cannot be told to anyone. Even the farthest distance that can be reached by the eyes is just the wasteland captured by the surveillance, which is only a few hundred meters apart. Late at night. There was no trace of light under the dark sky. The winds that ravaged the earth weakened. According to the official news released on the broadcast, Jianghe City has entered the intermittent period of the storm, but in the next 2 to 3 hours, there is still a high probability of encountering stronger wind attacks. Conservative estimates may reach level 17 or above. Level 17 storm. It is already the highest level of wind power classification in humans. A true natural disaster. Su Wu's 2-story building located on the surface may not necessarily survive a storm of that level. We must seize the time to rescue the supplies on the ground. Su Wu, who was a little drowsy, woke up again under the stimulation of this official news. He suspended all work in the shelter and sent the engineering team on the 4th floor of the underground, a special transport vehicle that had just been built and had not yet officially started working, and all construction robots to the ground. Let them urgently transport all the supplies on the ground into the shelter. At the same time, he did not forget to issue an order to return to the shelter to the large trucks far away in the urban area of Jianghe City. There are certain risks to rushing to the road now, but compared to the terrifying disaster that is about to face, this risk is completely within a bearable range. Preferred transfer of used household appliances, pipe cables, rubber tires, etc. Then there are toilet paper, soap, plastic products placed in the residential building. Finally it's cement and steel. Open the list of supplies temporarily stored on the surface. According to different importance, Su Wu sorted out the order of transfer of various materials. In this order, there is a slightly abnormal phenomenon that, as the acquisition of waste household appliances and waste tires with relatively low prices, it is the most preferred object to transfer. The reason for this arrangement is, on the one hand, because they are lightweight and irregular in size, and are the most likely materials to be swept away by strong winds. On the other hand, it is because they themselves contain a variety of rare metals and are one of the necessary sources of raw materials for future manufacturing of many precision machinery. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Without these used home appliances, it would be quite difficult for Su Wulian to produce one more construction robot. Not to mention that it is absolutely impossible to create, but at least, the number of survival points consumed must be much higher. Then toilet paper, plastic products, etc. are consumables that occupy a lot of space. They have little demands on storage environments, and it is not cost-effective to put them in shelters with limited space. Therefore, most of them were piled in the houses on the ground before. But that doesn't mean they are not important. The situation is urgent now. If you don't want to lose anything, even if you pile it into the corridor of the shelter's living area, you must move them all into the shelter. As for the final cement and steel, because of the large number, Su-woo was not sure to move them all into shelter before the 12th level storm came. You can only count as much as you move. The surface. The steel door of the refuge slowly opened. 5 construction robots slowly stepped onto the ground under the lights of the passage. The strong wind wrapped around the fine sand and gravel, hitting their steel bodies, making clusters of sounds, making their steps look a little shaky. Although it is currently the storm interval, the average wind speed hovers around the ground is about level 8. Ordinary people still have considerable dangers in this environment. In addition, even in such strong winds, the ambient temperature has never been lower than 70 degrees. It was as hot as of a different star. It is almost unimaginable that ordinary people pay to do this surface activity. Fortunately, for robots, as long as the temperature is not so high that it breaks through the heat dissipation system and burns down the internal electronic components, no matter how harsh the environment is, it is not much different from the ordinary situation. Construction robots turned on the searchlights on their bodies and explored on the ground. Soon they gathered towards the location where the used appliances were located. Behind them, 2 miniature transport vehicles, 2 miniature excavators belonging to the engineering team, as well as the newly built special transport vehicles, also drove over. 3 minutes later, the first mini-transporter full of used household appliances began to return. It passes through the path between cement, steel and scrap garbage, enters the sloping downward passage of the shelter, and then rides the spacious lifting platform inside the shelter to the 4th underground floor. The breeding factory on the 3rd floor of the shelter has officially started operation, and almost all the internal space has been utilized to the extreme. There is no room for storage at all. I can only make do with the excavation of most of the underground 4th floor to serve as a temporary transfer warehouse. While the transport truck is busy transferring supplies, the precious engineering robot affiliated to the engineering team and the engineering robot from the manufacturing center were also sent to the ground by Su-woo. Their task is to operate the drilling machine for drilling. Then nail down the steel bars and ropes to reinforce the cement and steel on the ground. Doing so may not completely ensure that the materials are safe and sound. But some losses can be recovered. The best solution that can be found at present. Certainly. There are also disadvantages to doing this. The engineering robot itself is expensive and sophisticated. If something happens during construction, it is very likely that they can be repaired only with survival points. To some extent, this is a kind of risk-taking and gambling act. In the dark farmyard. As the 2 engineering robots enter construction state, high-energy lasers begin to shine brightly in the dark from time to time. A large number of steel bars were knocked deep into the ground, and then welded to each other in the hands of the engineering robot to form a solid mesh steel cage, which gathered piles of cement and steel plates into it. More than half an hour later, as the engineering robot completed the scheduled task ahead of schedule with an efficiency exceeding expectations, Su-woo simply asked them to use materials locally and continued to weld iron plates on the built steel cages. This will enhance wind protection. At the same time, we also began to renovate and reinforce the 2-story houses. The 2-story houses on the ground are natural shelters. If possible, Su-woo would not want it to collapse in the storm. The 2nd hour after the transfer of materials begins. The storm that had been relatively gentle gradually became violent. The wind power rose from level 8 to level 10, and then approached level 11 bit by bit. The construction robot, which is still moving on the ground, begins to deform significantly. Work efficiency is reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's time to withdraw. Su-woo was not greedy and decisively asked the construction robot to lock the doors of the houses. By the way, I drove out the van parked in the simple carport and returned to the shelter with the engineering team. After 2 hours of handling, the used household appliances in the yard and other messy things acquired were basically transferred to the 4th floor of the shelter. Most of the supplies in the private houses have been moved to the living area and manufacturing center on the 2nd floor of the shelter. Plus reinforcement projects for the ground. In fact, there is almost no need to worry too much about the next storm. However, it was at this time that Su-woo discovered that the large truck that he had not taken care of after giving the return order before. There is no sign of coming back until now. With a little bad premonition, Su-woo contacted the large truck through the console. A piece of ruins that could not be seen at the edge of the headlights immediately appeared on the screen. The road is blocked. Su-woo's heart sank and felt the urgency and crisis. According to the scale of the ruins in front of you, it is probably impossible to clear a passage in less than a few hours. Looking at the 2 construction robots accompanying the car, they were still carrying stones in the strong wind. Su-woo did not dare to delay time, so he quickly opened the map of Jianhe City and tried to replan the route. Fortunately, the location where the large trucks were blocked was still in the margins of the city. Su-woo easily found an alternative solution. A detour right away. Submit the new driving route to artificial intelligence. Su-woo let it execute it immediately without hesitation. Following Su-woo's orders, the 2 construction robots stopped their work and returned to the truck cab slowly. Then the taillights of the large truck flashed and began to turn around in place, heading towards another longer unknown road. After more than 10 minutes, a piece of billboards and various debris swept by the wind appeared in front of the large truck. Once again blocked its way forward. Faced with this kind of accident, Su-woo was silent for a moment and did not make the large truck turn around again. It's too late to change routes now. The wind outside the car has reached level 12. The howling wind hit the truck's body, causing the large truck full of cargo to tremble slightly from time to time. If you take a detour, maybe you might as well find a place to hide in the city. Zoom in the screen. Su-woo carefully observed the debris blocking his face. Compared with the ruins that were previously unseen, the overall scale of this debris blocking the road is not too large. It only occupies a passage of about 20 meters. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. If you move quickly enough, you may not be able to clean them up before the real storm comes. But there is another problem here. How to clean it up? Large trucks are vehicles that specialize in transporting materials and have no other special functions. Under such a big storm outside, Su-woo did not dare to let the construction robots accompanying the car go down. If you accidentally fail to clear the road, the construction robot might have been swept away by the strong wind. Bang! A loud bang passed down from the roof of the truck. Su-woo was startled and quickly switched to the roof of the car to monitor. I found that the loud noise was the movement caused by a billboard falling from a high altitude to the carriage. Fortunately, the truck has additional armor attributes, and the body is basically cast from high-strength alloy. The accident did not cause any obvious harm to the truck. After such a fuss, Su-woo was even more afraid to let the construction robot go out. If it is smashed, the loss will be a precious survival point. Since the truck cannot solve it on its own, it's better to just send another car to rescue. Given the idea of a solution from the large truck, Su-woo turned his attention to the special transport truck that was parked in the shelter. This tracked vehicle, which integrates dismantling, excavation and transportation, is also extremely efficient in cleaning roadblocks. The only thing that makes people worry is whether the changing storm outside will give it time to play. I hope it's still time. Su-woo took a look at the time and it was 2:47 in the morning. There is not much time left before the official report of the strong storm. He gritted his teeth and decided to take another bet. The surface. The thick iron door buried by some sand and gravel opened again. An unmanned tracked car drove into the ground in the strong wind. The wind speed is 34 meters per second. Stability has little impact. Su Wu, who was sitting in the control center and monitoring the status of the special transport vehicle, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it is a tracked car, even if it weighs less than a large truck. But its stability in the storm is not inferior to the former. After more than 10 seconds, passing the initial adaptation period, the special transport vehicle drove into the highway and directly pulled the speed to a maximum of 60 km per hour, rushing towards the location where the large trucks in the city were located. No surprises along the way. The special transport vehicle soon entered the city and met the large truck with a roadblock of about 20 meters. The headlights of the two cars meet in the darkness. It illuminates the surroundings as if it were daylight. It's time to do work. Su Wu controlled the special transport vehicle, unfolded the operating platform, popped up the electric picks and buckets, and began to clean up the debris on the road. In order to improve efficiency, Su Wu did not let artificial intelligence take over the entire process. Instead, you can do it yourself. Su Wu directly ignores many debris that do not affect the passage of large trucks. Some of the large debris that have to be processed will also be crushed with an electric pick or move a few centimeters to several meters apart depending on their location, material and body shape. Try not to do anything redundant. Under this delicate microwork, the entire cleaning process progressed rapidly. On average, you can push 1 meter forward in more than 1 minute. At the same time, such high efficiency inevitably caused considerable movement. It was like the sound in the construction site, directly overwhelming the sound of the howling wind and was transmitted from afar. It brought some different kinds of vitality to the dark and lonely city. It is a kilometer or two away from the blocked large truck. In an enterprise-level medium-sized shelter. Several employees on duty in the monitoring room noticed the movement here. At this time, there are still people working outside. It's really awesome. A young employee in his 20s couldn't help but be amazed. Maybe it's an official person, there's any urgent task. Discipline over the past is more than anything else, and it can create some miracles. The person who answered the conversation was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His relatively long life experience made him subconsciously make guesses that fit his past experience. As he spoke, his expression became much lighter. No matter which person is causing trouble, it means that humans are still active on the surface, fighting extreme climate disasters while carrying out production activities. Also as humans, they are not alone. I'll look for it. The direction of the sound is coming from Gong'er Street. Finally found. The operator sitting in front of the surveillance can also not hide the curiosity in his heart. With his rich experience, he quickly locked in the scene after a break. Then, with the help of a traffic camera over there that was still working, the special transport vehicles and large trucks on the street were photographed from afar. Damn, what a handsome car. It still looks like a high-tech driverless. The young employee who spoke first came to the screen and shouted. He stared at the special transport vehicle that was unfolding the operation platform to clear the barrier, as if he saw a novel toy. The unique and sci-fi appearance of the special transport vehicle is enough to bring enough sensory impact to the person you see for the first time. This is cleaning up the roadblock. To make room for the van leaving the city. The operator observed more carefully and also saw more useful information. He noticed a rock the size of a basketball on the side of the road, rolling forward under the wind, disappearing into the darkness in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. You dare to transport it under such a storm? It's probably only the official who has the courage and confidence. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to step out of the shelter. The middle-aged employee also came over to watch. He looked at the extremely efficient construction site of the special transport vehicle, but he thought of another thing. This is also good news for us. The official has such advanced tools. If something goes wrong with us in the future, it will probably not be difficult to wait for official rescue. More advanced vehicles and unmanned controls represent the ability to cross more severe extreme environments, and also means that they can bring hope to shelters scattered everywhere and fall into dangerous places. That's right. I will probably be more stable when I sleep in the future. The young staff agree very much. In the monitoring room, a group of people were talking and discussing it in full swing. The originally dull atmosphere was gradually dispersed with the emergence of the two cars under surveillance. Everyone's eyes add some stability and relaxation to a greater or lesser extent. That was to find a feeling of relying on it. The surface. On the street. The cleaning of special transport vehicles has come to an end. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The wind power quietly broke through the limit of 37 meters per second and entered the range of level 13. Under this storm of intensity, many operations of special transport vehicles have become somewhat distorted. It will take more time to complete the correction and achieve the goal. But fortunately, it's almost over. With the last building's wreckage, it was violently broken by a pickaxe. Special transport vehicles and large trucks successfully merged. No celebration and delay one more second. The special transport vehicle immediately retracted its operating platform and acted as the front of a small convoy of 2 vehicles, and began to return to the shelter far away in Huangshi village. The wind speed is increasing faster and faster. Farmhouse courtyard. The second floor of the refuge. Su Wu, who was staying in the control center, did not relax at all because of the return sign displayed on the screen. Instead, he felt the approaching danger keenly. He noticed that the storm was constantly increasing its energy level at a much faster speed than before. According to this enhanced trend, before the convoy returns to the shelter, they may encounter level 16 or even level 17 winds. Watching quietly at the road surface of the screen where sand and gravel were flying around under the lights of the car lights, Su Wu was silent for a few seconds, took a light breath, knowing that he had to make a choice. Should we completely abandon special transport vehicles, let large trucks accelerate with all their might, come back alone, or remain still as it is, and bet that the climate will not become extreme so quickly? After hesitating for half a second, Su Wu's eyes froze and he made up his mind in an instant. Take a gamble. 2 vehicles running at high speed on the highway gradually slowed down and changed positions with each other under Su Wu's will. Then the front plate of the special transport vehicle is linked to the tow hook at the rear of the large truck. Under normal circumstances, this is a very simple operation. Because the outside storm was too fierce, the construction robot could not get off the car to assist, and it took more than a minute to successfully achieve it. And it turns out that the delay of more than a minute is totally worth it. Shortly after they set off on the road again, the storm along the way completely reached level 16. That moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying whistling sounds. It was like the sky was about to fall, and the air turned into a huge wave. The gravel flying on the highway instantly was so dense that it blocked the lights of the headlights. Make your vision unable to penetrate 2 meters away. Then these stones hit the transport trucks and trucks running at high speed. Made a crackling sound. A wave of strong sounds formed after wave, drowning out all other different sounds. Special transport vehicles are limited by their size and weight, and are the first to show signs of losing control in such extreme environments. Its car body began to shake left and right, and the amplitude gradually increased. In the end, if it weren't for the tow hook of the large truck in front, it would probably have fallen head-on into the dry canal on the side of the road. In front of the console, Su Wu shut down the real-time images transmitted by special transport vehicles and large trucks. On the wide screen in front of him, the main view transforms into a 3-dimensional topographic map modeled after scanning the onboard radar of a large truck. Because there are too many debris rolled up by the strong wind, the topographic map is full of light spots that hinder the perspective, and it is almost impossible to see the original appearance clearly. Only by cooperating with the 3D panoramic map recorded before the natural disaster and verifying each other can we barely restore part of the landform and determine the current location of the fleet. Next to the topographic map is the various driving data of the two cars, including speed, steering, center of gravity, inclination amplitude, etc. Su-Wu only needs to calculate it slightly based on these ever-changing data. You can roughly know the current status of the team and the external pressures it faces. But that's all he can do. The current situation is beyond his ability. It actually evolved into a scene where primary artificial intelligence and vehicles born in the early days of the Doomsday race against natural disasters. It's almost home. The helpless Su-Wu could only look at the map at this time and silently prayed for the safety of the convoy. On the wasteland on the surface, the roaring hurricane turned into an invincible torrent, from the end of the horizon toward the direction where the mountains were. Occasionally there are one or two less reliable hills. In this extreme storm, a slight tremor appeared. Then at a certain moment, it exploded like a snow pile that was kicked and exploded. Countless soil that forms hills, small pieces of broken rocks, dead roots, etc., all shot in all directions with the wind. But it's in such a dangerous scene. Two vehicles, one large and one small, connected together by iron chains, ran silently on the road where the boundaries were no longer visible and covered with gray sand and gravel. Through the air waves woven by many storms, we keep breaking through the waves. Small and indelible. Finally, the walls of the farmyard are far away. The two cars crashed open the locked door of the yard with unabated speed and rushed straight towards the entrance of the shelter in the strong wind. At the same time, the thick gates of the shelter began to slowly open simultaneously. A few seconds later, large trucks and special transport vehicles broke into the shelter entrance passage one after another. The sandstorm that was blown up by the strong wind was completely thrown out of the shelter gate that began to slowly close. The second floor of the underground control center. Su-Wu felt relieved that he had been holding. The return of the convoy means that his most important asset in the outside world is safely implemented. Next, he can stay in the shelter with peace of mind. Wait for this unprecedented storm to pass. But at this moment, a slight vibration came from the soles of the feet. Su-Wu frowned, and had not had time to find the source of the vibration. On the monitoring wall of the control center, all the monitoring images about the surface were extinguished in just a few seconds. What's going on? Su-Wu's heart that had just been relieved became tighter in an instant. He looked at the huge home screen in front of the console, and asked the artificial intelligence to check the health of the shelter first. The feedback result made him feel a little relieved. The previous abnormal movement did not erupt inside the shelter. The entire refuge, including the fourth underground floor that has not been excavated, has not been affected. Is this an earthquake? With some doubts, Su-Wu tried to figure out what was happening outside. However, because all external cameras in the shelter lost contact, this attempt had little effect. In the end, I relied on repeatedly playing the last few seconds of the screen before the ground surveillance lost contact, so I barely got some information. Not an earthquake. Or there was no sign of an earthquake being photographed during the surveillance. All the accidents come from the storm that has been insanely strengthened by the outside world. According to the analysis and calculation of the picture by artificial intelligence, the intensity of the storm active on the surface at the last moment truly reached level 17. And this is obviously not its limit yet, and it is completely unknown how far it will grow. Luckily, let the big truck come back early. If it's really hard to say. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The line of sight was frozen in the analysis of the intensity of the level 17 wind, and Su-Wu couldn't help but feel a little lucky. If he didn't persist, he would keep the big truck in the city. Something might have happened at this time. But in addition to his gratitude, a layer of haze was still inevitably covered in his heart. Hurricane over Category 17. Not to mention Jianghe City in the hinterland of the mainland, even in the coastal areas, they can only be found from historical records. Its arrival is not a good sign. We can't focus on resisting high temperatures in the future. Other natural disasters must also be prevented. After calming down, Su Wu began to reflect on himself. This time. Although it is not clear about the ground yet. But such a powerful storm passes through the border, losses are almost inevitable. The worst result is that all the materials piled up on the ground may be destroyed by the storm. This is entirely Su Wu's misjudgment. He had never expected an extreme climate such as super-large storm. Fortunately, after the emergency transfer of 2 or 3 hours before, even in the worst case, the losses are still within the affordable range. At most, I feel sorry for a few days. Look at the time. It was almost 4 in the morning. Su Wu quickly sorted out today's experience again and confirmed that there was nothing urgent to deal with for the time being. Then he yawned and got up and left the console. I plan to wash up and go to bed first. No matter how powerful the storm outside is, it cannot affect the shelter located deep underground. Similarly, Su Wu, who was staying in the shelter, could not interfere with the outside world. The only thing he can do is take a good rest. Keep your energy and wait for the storm to subside. A few hours later. Noon. The storm on the surface has weakened. Su Wu, who had just woken up, received greetings from Yi Luoxuanghua through the broadcast equipment. And got a special account through her satellite network. Su Wu followed Yi Luoxuanghua's prompt and tossed in the control center for more than 10 minutes. A brand new network was successfully connected with the console and signal receiver installed outside the shelter. It was a wireless network formed through satellites. The signal is not very good, but it is enough to transmit text and some simple pictures. There is basically no content in the entire network, there is only an official forum and a chat channel built on the forum. Su Wu entered the account password given to him by Yi Luoxuanghua and successfully joined a sub-channel called Jianghe City in the chat channel. Then, by surprise, I saw many familiar names there. They are almost all the owners of the shelter who have dealt with in the chat group before. There is limited communication resources now. Only some of the top hiring personnel who have passed the official certification are eligible to connect to this network. It is mainly to issue some announcements and facilitate the exchange of resources and information between shelters. Yi Luoxuanghua explained to Su Wu the original intention of the establishment of this network through private chats. Even in peacetime. Satellite networking is also a relatively luxurious thing. In the end of the world when rocket launches are becoming increasingly difficult, this kind of communication will only be more precious. The ability to quickly build such a satellite network overnight after the ground internet fails and open it to small shelters like Su Wu for free, which shows the official attention. Su Wu visited the forum for a while. I don't know if it was a hasty or intentional one. The content in the forum is quite poor, with basically only some official brief reports on recent major events, as well as public speeches from senior federal officials, etc. Valuable information is almost only in the few words in the title. And except for the official administrator, everyone has no permission to post and reply. Even browsing has considerable restrictions. Su Wu's own account can only open the federal announcement area and the local area where he is located. Even the official news released by the city next door cannot be seen. The only place where you can communicate freely is the chat channel in Jianghe City. The control is so severe. Do you want to hide something? Su Wu was puzzled, but this question was destined to be unable to be answered in a short period of time. His current position is too low to be considered one of the people under federal rule and need to be managed. Compared with ordinary people, at most they have the title of a rural tycoon. No matter what the federal government wants to do, he is only qualified to accept it passively. Afternoon. The storm on the surface gradually stopped. Su Wu opened the door to the long-closed shelter. As the dust and gravel rolled down in the sky, all the vehicles, construction robots, and the engineering team's mechanical equipment were pulled to the ground. The ground was in a mess. The walls that originally formed the farmhouse courtyard and the two-story residential building have long disappeared. Only a small amount of building remains as traces of their once existing existence. Several piles of steel raw materials fixed on the ground were violently torn apart by the iron mesh. About 1/3 of the steel is scattered from the gap, a small part is distributed disorderly within a range of hundreds of meters around, and more are completely gone. And this is a relatively good situation. Another material, cement, which is also protected by iron mesh and steel plates, has turned into ashes physically. A total of 2,000 bags of hundreds of tons of unopened cement were all gone with the wind before they could enjoy their value. Cleaning it slowly. Seeing this messy scene, Su-woo was inevitably worried even though he was prepared. After a long silence, the robots began to sort out the endgame. The first is to clear out a clear space. The valuable materials scattered, mainly various types of steel and scrap metal, are repacked and stacked. Then, the ruins of the two-story houses that have become ruins were flattened, and some surviving building materials and daily necessities in the ruins were picked out and temporarily piled up next to the scrap metal. Neither job is complicated. With the joint efforts of 7 construction robots, 2 mini-excavators, 2 mini-transport vehicles, and a special transport vehicle that actually belongs to a multifunction platform, the propulsion speed is very fast. And during this period, Su-woo also obtained a specific loss report from artificial intelligence. This time the storm transited. The actual loss is slightly less than what you see or imagined. The main reason is still the result of the 2 or 3 hours of emergency transfer during the storm interval. It transferred all the lightest and most valuable parts of the materials into the shelter in time. And even the cement was pulled in most of the time. Secondly, a considerable proportion of the supplies that were blown away by the wind fell within a few kilometers of the surrounding area. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Even if the cement that I thought had disappeared completely before, I could still find some of it. Finally, it was only a loss of 53 tons of steel, 78 tons of cement, and several other materials. In terms of value, it is less than 1/10 of the batch of materials traded with the official. Looking at the loss report, Su-woo's face looked a little better. No matter what. At least the resources he retains are still abundant now and will basically not affect the future construction plan of the shelter. Next step. Maybe it's time to consider building a bunker. As the ground clearance progresses, it gradually comes to an end. A new question was placed before Su-woo. That is how to deal with the materials on the surface. It is certainly not possible to put it in a shelter. Not only can these materials not be placed in a shelter, but the batch of materials that were previously urgently transferred cannot be stacked in the shelter for a long time. Otherwise, it will somewhat affect the daily operation and construction process of the shelter. If you cannot put it in a shelter, you can only make your own ideas on the ground. It just so happened that the farmyard was basically leveled by the storm. Su-woo could completely rebuild a stronger fortress without any scruples. Once built, it can not only store a large amount of materials as a warehouse, but also inherit the original drone takeoff and landing platform and rocket launch silo. It can also transform into a military fortress and fire whistle tower, becoming a defensive facility on the front line of shelter. In addition, there is a potential advantage. Building buildings on the ground is much easier than digging underground. Even if calculated based on the highest military standards, it will take several days to build a small bunker. The time cost paid is completely within the affordable range. It has both benefits and is not expensive. Didn't think about it for long. The heartwarming Su-woo quickly made up his mind. Let's build the bunker first. But although I decided to build a bunker, but where to build it is still a question that needs to be considered. The ideal place is of course the gate of the shelter. The built bunker surrounds the exit of the shelter. If people outside want to enter the shelter, they must first conquer the bunker. The sense of security suddenly filled up. But there is a problem that cannot be avoided when doing this. The exit of the shelter is quite large. If you want to build a bunker that covers it, the scale will be at least several times higher than originally planned. The extended construction cycle during this period and the amount of additional building materials consumed far exceeded the limit that Su Wu could tolerate. After thinking about it, I thought about it. The best solution is to rebuild the original house. In this way, it can directly inherit the original drone lifting platform to minimize construction costs. In addition, Su Wu has experienced the storm of unexpected intrusions and the transformation of the shelter exports, but he is not really unthinkable. At present, the entrance and exit of the shelter is an inclined downward passage excavated on the flat ground. The outermost refuge gate in the passage is designed with a vertical downward design. This structure naturally has obvious defects. For example, when encountering heavy rain, it is easy to let the rainwater gather and form a puddle. If there was a little radiation or viruses in the rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Or when there is a conflict with armed thugs, there is no outlet for cover and will be directly exposed to the guns of the thugs. The difficulty of going out to fight has increased by several levels out of thin air. According to Su Wu's vision, he wanted to solve these problems. It is not necessary to build a fortress specifically. In the early stage, a concrete bungalow-sized garage was built at the exit location, and simple waterproofing and drainage measures were made. Then, with the bungalow as the core, the soil and rock excavated from the ground are slowly piled up around it, continuously strengthening the thickness and height of the bungalow until an artificial hill is formed. The original concrete bungalow was transformed into a style of refuge built in the hills. The biggest advantage of this approach is that the cost is nearly zero. Just change the route of dumping dirt and garbage while expanding the underground shelter. It is a kind of plan that does not suffer anyway, but it does not cost anyway. Try it. Evening. The faint light from the clouds gradually disappeared. A rich darkness descends on the earth. On the flat ground that originally belonged to the farmyard, several high-powered electric lights were hung on temporary road poles, illuminating the surrounding area of hundreds of meters as if it were daytime. After several hours of continuous cleaning, there are no traces of the storm here now. All supplies on the ground, including the collapsed buildings and the wreckage left by the walls, were collected by category. Not far from them, the foundation has been relaid at the location of the original houses, and the ground part of the bunker is being built. Building a bunker doesn't require so many excavators and transporters. You can free up some extra effort to do something else. Control center on the second floor of the shelter. Su Wu sat in front of the console and looked at the construction site that was on track under the surveillance, and had a new idea. He did not forget that in the official shelter, there were still the last few hundred tons of material stored and they had not had time to transport them back. The longer this thing is kept in someone else's hands, the greater the variables. Now that I have the spare energy, I naturally have to continue transporting them back as soon as possible. Think about it. Su Wu did not have reckless direct actions. He activated the reconnaissance drone marshalling and asked them to reconnaissance the urban areas of Jianghe City from the air first. Soon, a slightly unfamiliar aerial view was passed to Su Wu's hands. Look down from the sky. After experiencing the unprecedented huge storm, the landforms within a dozen kilometers of the farmyard have undergone slight changes. Many sections of the road were smashed by huge rocks falling from the sky, and some places even broke directly, forming a wide crack like a river channel. That kind of terrain, not to mention large trucks, even tanks do not want to cross the pass. The only way is to build a bridge on site or simply take a detour. After entering the urban area, the situation is even worse. The buildings in the urban area collapsed in the hurricane. A large number of building wreckage flooded the streets and alleys like floods, turning the originally well-connected transportation network into a Gobi desert filled with gravel. There are only a few large shopping malls that are strong enough, as well as more than 7 floors of residential buildings and commercial buildings, barely remaining as they are. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. It will not allow the entire city to return to the original state completely. It's so exaggerated. Su Wu felt a little chilled when he saw it, and realized that he still underestimated the destructive power of the storm. This kind of scene may be comparable to nuclear explosions or earthquakes above magnitude 7. Just then, a slight prompt sounded. That means new news has appeared in the official forum Jianghe City section. Su Wu temporarily put down his attention to the city and opened the forum. It was found that 2 new announcements were added to the Jianghe City sector. The first article briefly describes the losses caused by this storm and the current situation of various official shelters in the urban area. As the highest authority of Jianghe City, the official shelter controls the largest population and materials in the entire city. Correspondingly, they were also the party who suffered the most losses in this disaster. In just a dozen hours when the storm was raging, more than 1/3 of the ground warehouses were completely destroyed. The lost materials are close to 2 million tons. Types range from daily chemicals, vehicles, building materials, electronic components, industrial production line equipment, to food, etc. Fortunately, due to the timely warning, there were not many casualties in personnel. All the shelter equipment located underground is still functioning normally. Su Wu read the announcement carefully, and his eyes stayed in the column of lost type for several seconds. His expression gradually became solemn. Don't read the announcement's text, it seems to be an understatement. But 1/3 of the warehouses, 2 million tons, and the 3 key words of food appear together at the same time, which means that things cannot be as small as possible. After a little translation, it can be fully understood that the official industrial production capacity has been severely damaged, the materials for maintaining the daily operation of the shelter have been greatly reduced, and the reserve grain is falling close to the warning line. Each one is heavyweight bad news. People in the official shelter. I'm afraid my life will be difficult. Faintly, Su Wu seemed to feel a slight sense of storm. Suppress the premonition that is unknown in my heart. Su Wu continued to look at another announcement. That one is more of a mission reward than an announcement. The official shelter in Jianghe City took out supplies worth 15 million yuan as a reward. Publish employment tasks for all business and individual shelters. The tasks include cleaning up ground roads, assisting the official construction of underground farms and breeding farms, exchanging designated items, etc. Among them, clearing the ground road is the big end. The official even specially planned dozens of routes to be cleaned for this purpose, and specifically selected the rewards in meters. So anxious? Su Wu was slightly surprised, but soon he figured out the key. Although the current official shelter in Jianghe City is connected to each other through an underground passage. But most of them were temporary emergency work, narrow passages less than 1 meter wide. Walking is allowed at most, or toy trains pulled from the amusement park. The efficiency of material transportation is almost negligible compared to the size of millions of people. When there is an emergency, we still need to rely on ground roads for deployment and mutual support. In other words, the ground transportation system is essentially still the lifeblood of the current official shelter. Even if they pay a huge price, they must be kept smooth. Understand the official attitude. Su Wu was no longer so anxious. He took on the task of clearing the road, then waited a little, and decided to remove the engineering team from the recruitment queue, send only large trucks and special transport vehicles, and 2 construction robots out to perform the task. Going out now is a very risky thing. As the only systematic construction team in Su Wu's hands, the engineering team is very precious and important in expanding the shelter. No matter what considerations are made, even if you may gain excess returns, you should not take risks with them. Next, the engineering team went back and continued to dig the 4th underground floor of the shelter. The reconnaissance drone formation is responsible for providing routes and air warnings for outgoing cleaning teams. There are also construction robots, and we continue to stay on the ground to build small bunkers. Simplify the work of the shelter one by one. At this time, Su-woo felt extremely deeply the lack of labor force in the shelter. There are a total of 7 construction robots, 2 of which must go out with the vehicle, and 2 must return to the engineering team to ensure that the engineering team can operate efficiently. There are only 3 units that can truly stay on the ground and carry out bunker construction. And Santai, this is the attitude of preparing to work until the end of the day. We have to expand the team. I looked at the survival point in my hand. There are basically no particularly large investments these days, but because of all kinds of trivial matters, the number of points of survival spent is quite large. So far, only 25 survival points have been saved. According to Su-woo's original idea, these survival points should be stored as first aid funds at the bottom of the box, and they will be taken out to help their lives in the crisis. But now, he has changed his mind. Survival points are trump cards, and refuges are also trump cards. Build a powerful refuge as soon as possible and you can still be fearless of danger. So use it when it should be used. Use all the 25-point survival points. To add 5 construction robots. Since he decided to use the reserved survival point, Su-woo did not quit. I directly intend to invest all the survival points in the manufacturing of construction robots. The working efficiency of construction robots is not as high as that of professional mechanical equipment. But its human-shaped body is almost enough to do most of the job. No matter how much you create, there is no risk of saturation. On the contrary, every additional one will definitely significantly increase the construction speed of various projects of a shelter. It can be regarded as a universal tool second only to engineering robots. Manufacturing Center. The 2 engineering robots that received the order from Su-woo to manufacture immediately entered the working state. They remove materials from the warehouse and cut and smell. Weld the skeleton of the construction robot bit by bit from scratch. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Because the raw materials used have been screened and processed in advance, the entire process progresses rapidly. On average, 1 construction robot model can be found in 1 hour, and it was born in the hands of these 2 engineering robots. Su-woo paid attention to the manufacturing progress throughout the whole process. Every time the engineering robot completes one, he will go to the manufacturing center and use the survival point to activate the construction robot. Then immediately send it to the ground and join the team building the bunker. No waste of time. After a few hours, the ground where the farmyard was originally located was restored to its liveliness. With the joint efforts of the engineering team's concrete mixers, micro-excavators, and micro-transport vehicles, gradually formed at a speed visible to the naked eye, with the joint efforts of 8 construction robots, and the concrete mixers, the first floor of the small bunker was gradually formed. At this speed, 2 more hours. The first floor of the bunker can be completed. Seeing that my Krypton money increased my labor force, I brought obvious results. Su-woo felt a little satisfied. Unlike the concrete walls of the underground shelter that are 1 meter thick, this small bunker built on the ground has a wall thickness of only 20 centimeters. No construction waste is used for filling. In this way, although the cost is no longer needed to be reinforced with the survival point, the cost is reduced a lot, so every time a layer is covered, you have to wait for 8 to 12 hours. Only after the concrete is initially hardened can you continue to move on to the next step. At the same time, due to the previous storm, except for the 4th floor of the underground shelter, there was a small amount of sand and stone for emergency response, all other reserves have been lost. At this time, if you don't find a way to replenish it, not only the ground bunkers, but also the expansion of underground shelters will be forced to suspend due to the lack of necessary materials. However, it is not difficult to solve this matter. 2 or 3 kilometers away from the farmyard, there is a dry river channel. You only need to send an excavator and a transport truck to easily dig trucks of sand and stone back. The only cost is the power consumed by the vehicle and normal mechanical wear, and the risk of being slightly away from shelter. 2 or 3 kilometers are no longer close. Especially in the end of the world with unpredictable climate, no one can guarantee that one will be able to come back safely after going out. Retrieve ground photos taken by the reconnaissance drone formation not long ago. Su Wu carefully studied it and found that the river channel did not change much. Since most of the routes there overlapped with the sections passed by the cleaning team sent out before, there were basically no obstacles. The biggest danger is that the last journey of a few hundred meters requires crossing a rugged wilderness and a steep slope, and you may encounter various pits. I wish the special transport vehicle was still there. Su Wu was in a little trouble. Although the previous storm did not significantly change the direction of the river. But the damage to the terrain is really considerable. With the small toy-like small body panels like mini excavators and mini transport vehicles in the engineering team, it is destined to be a very difficult thing to walk through in that complex environment. If you are not careful, you will be overturned. But no matter how difficult it is, it must be done. The construction progress of the shelter cannot stagnate because of this reason. After being embarrassed for a while, Su Wu quickly thought of a solution. That is to install a detection radar for the micro-excavator. At present, the machinery in the engineering team basically uses cameras to identify the external environment. This method of simply relying on identifying pictures for judgment is too single and it is impossible to find various hidden traps. If you can add a detection radar to it, it can greatly make up for this defect. As long as the traps can be discovered in advance and with the capabilities of the micro-excavator, whether it is filling them on the spot or detours, there are many solutions available. There will basically be no more overturning or being trapped. However, it is not easy to install the detection radar on hand. The price of radar is not cheap, and truly high-performance industrial-grade and military-grade radars are not something Su Wu can afford. Among the batch of supplies purchased from the official shelter, there were only 10 cheapest commercial-grade LiDAR and sonic radars. Among them, the effective detection range of LiDAR is 25 meters, and it can only identify unobstructed pits. The accuracy is only a little better than camera recognition. Sound wave radar can further explore hidden pits, or simply identify whether the ground is solid enough to support vehicles through. However, its detection distance is only 3.5 meters, and there are a large number of blind spots. Each detection can only detect a fan-shaped area within a range of 60 degrees directly in front of it. At the same time, they also have various problems such as the working ambient temperature not exceeding 50 degrees, the probe head is precise and fragile, and so on. Su Wu spent more than 10 minutes of researching, and with the help of artificial intelligence and database, he came up with a final solution. Both radars are installed in a waterproof and dust-resistant shell, a free-rotating base, and a separate cooling system. This solution is not very good, but it can at least make the radar run normally. If the accuracy, reaction speed, and detection distance are not considered, there is no big difference between the terrain radars that are equipped with large trucks and special transport vehicles that have been upgraded with survival points. Already available for practice. More than 2 hours later. The construction robots who successfully completed the first phase of construction mission began to return to the shelter one after another. They clean up dust and dirt on their bodies in the disinfection room on the first floor of the shelter, and then go to the manufacturing center on the second floor of the underground to receive routine maintenance from engineering robots. The last part was split into two units received rifles and magazines at the manufacturing center, guarding near the lifting platform of the shelter. The other 6 units joined the engineering team and went to the 4th underground floor to participate in the excavation and expansion of the shelter. And at the same time, a mini excavator and a mini transport vehicle left the original construction team and came to the ground one after another. Then he turned on the lights in front of the car and slowly drove towards the land that was swallowed by boundless darkness in the distance. I hope nothing happens. Through the ground monitoring of the shelter, Su Wu looked at the small convoy gradually disappeared into the darkness, and inexplicable worries vaguely arose in his heart. That feeling was like this was the last time I saw them. I was in a daze for a while. Su-woo began to switch the main control screen to the micro-excavator that was taking the lead away from. The lines of data refreshed on the screen represent normal status, and the road signs of the past that can be seen vaguely under the lights of the headlights, which slightly reduced Su-woo's uneasiness. The storm not long ago was not all a disadvantage. At least the ground was almost wiped out because of the global forest fires and the ashes brought by the volcanic eruption. At this time, from the perspective of the environment near the highway, it is at most a remote suburb that has suffered from drought. Instead of being like an alien planet, the whole world is covered with a dark tone, which looks like a silence that makes people feel depressed and desperate. Due to its size, coupled with the widespread presence of many gravel debris that have not been cleaned up on the road. Micro-excavators and mini-transporters are not moving fast, only less than 10 kilometers per hour. Su-woo waited for nearly 15 minutes before seeing them leave the road and turn to the rural trail where there are almost no traces. This is the closest route to the river. In the past, there were 2 or 3 self-built rural houses and a piece of abandoned farmland here. But now, they are completely gone. It should be located right in the center of the storm belt. It was completely destroyed. Su-woo controlled the camera on the mini-excavator and turned to the location of a self-built house. At this time, there had become a sunken earth pit. Except for a piece of gravel wrapped in the storm, there are no traces left by artificial buildings in the pit. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. He remembered that there was a family of 5 living in that house. The head of the family is a middle-aged man named Miao Ijuan and has a very cheerful personality. When Su-woo just came here, he entrusted him to help buy some gasoline and sugar on behalf of others. At the same time, he also heard him show off his own vegetable cellar, which was built spacious and sturdy, and was used as a shelter without any problems. However, the words were still in my ears, and his house, along with his strong vegetable cellar, had disappeared in the storm forever. I hope they all moved to the official shelter in advance. Su-woo sighed silently. I didn't insist on getting closer to the past and check the truth about the matter. Get off the road. The leading micro-excavator has become slower. Occasionally, when you encounter some rocks and pits that block the road, you have to dig them out, or simply take a detour. After all this, by the time I reached the edge of the river, nearly half an hour had passed. At this time, a warning came from the large trucks and special transport vehicles that arrived near the edge of the city to clear the road. The wind power there began to gradually become stronger. The reconnaissance drone formation located at high altitude alert has been forced to land in the cab of large trucks. The alert task can no longer be performed normally. Is this another storm? Su-woo was subconsciously shocked. But he looked through the official forum and found no similar disaster warnings. Among the local chat channels in Jianghe City, the most popular topic is still the road cleaning activity on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Su-woo decided to continue. We are almost at our destination, so we can't just give up just because of a little abnormality. On the river bank. The leading micro-excavator was not affected by Su-woo's anxiety at all. It still maintained a speed of 2 meters per second, slowly following the embankment, looking for a passage to go down. The gusts of wind blowing along the river rolled up strands of fine gravel, slapped on the metal shell of the mini-excavator, making a crackling sound. Greetings from the wilderness to this lonely sand-digging team. Finally. After walking for hundreds of meters, a that was no longer so steeper appeared in front of the micro-excavator. The artificial intelligence immediately controlled the micro-excavator, turning the radar to detect the road and drawing a map while carefully driving downhill. As the convoy entered the range of the river, the soft gravel gradually replaced the relatively hard earth and stone floor. Without letting them go too deep, Su-woo found a random place on the periphery and began to dig on the spot. This kind of excavation without screening will obviously not get fine sand of too good quality. But it doesn't matter. After transportation and refuge, there is time and labor to carry out deeper processing. In the apocalyptic environment, compared to the risk of disasters that may occur at any time when long-term exposure to the outside world, labor and time costs are not worth mentioning. In the river. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the microtransporter, the entire sand digging process does not last long. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the mini-transporter's bucket was filled with sand and stone. At this time, following the principle of highest efficiency, artificial intelligence automatically starts operating the microtransporter and returns alone along the original road. The micro-excavator stayed in place and waited for the transporter to come again before continuing to work. This operation made Su-woo feel a little scared. But he hesitated for a moment and still did not interfere. This most efficient course of action should not be stopped without obvious harsh climates and other dangers. Compared to when I came, the return miniature transport vehicles have basically been proven and have been much faster. Stay close to full speed all the way. Soon, the figure of a miniature transport vehicle appeared in the surveillance camera installed on the shelter ground. A truck of sand and stone was successfully put into the warehouse. There should be no problem. Witnessing the miniature transport truck that unloaded the sand and stones disappeared into the night again. Su-woo's hanging heart fell slightly. With the success of the first trip, with the rigor of artificial intelligence, as long as the weather does not change much, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Turn your attention back to the shelter. Su-woo thought about it and assigned 2 construction robots from the engineering team on the 4th floor underground, bringing tools, and going to the ground to deal with the cart of sand and stone brought back. The qualified part of this batch of sand and stone screened will be taken into the shelter and become the raw material for the expansion of the 4 underground floors of the shelter. As the construction robot arrives on the ground, it starts working. Su-woo overlooked the entire construction site through a camera arranged at the highest point. This piece of ground that originally belonged to the farmyard. There are no traces of the storm coming. On the flat land, there were piles of materials by metal strips. One was built and was waiting for hardening. There was also a shelter where only drainage canals were dug and the foundation was not built. Exit bunker. Although they are not good-looking enough. But their existence itself represents the surface of the shelter, and the chaos caused by the storm is gradually moving towards order. Everything started to flourish. Give some more time. As long as the bunkers are built, there is no need to be afraid of the hurricane coming again. The matters of the shelter were handled. Su-woo began to devote most of his energy to the cleaning team far away from the edge of the city. After nearly 10 hours of cleaning, special transport vehicles and large trucks advanced near Tekla Mall. Taking that shopping mall as the dividing line and continuing to go deeper into the interior has increased by at least several times. Many of the collapsed buildings are blocked throughout the streets. Instead of digging a passage with difficulty, it is better to bypass them directly from the side. In this case, just primary artificial intelligence cannot make the best judgment. Su-woo needs to be on the side and make timely corrections. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. But although the difficulty has increased. But because this is already in the urban area, many people from other shelters have also participated in the cleaning work. Overall, the overall advancement speed is not too slow. These collapsed buildings are all good sources of materials. When the cleaning work is over, the last batch of supplies that were placed in the official shelter will be transported back. Maybe you can consider it and come over and pull a few more trucks of construction waste back. The process of cleaning the streets is long and boring. In addition to occasionally correcting the areas where special transport vehicles work, Su-woo often observes the surrounding environment in vain. The thousands of collapsed buildings in the urban area and the huge amount of wreckage gathered together made Su-woo extremely jealous. In his opinion, these things are almost equivalent to endless building materials. Even if they are a little far from the shelter. But the sufficient quantity and the convenience of loading the car directly are enough to make up for everything. Turn the lens on the special transport vehicle. Between the buildings hidden in the darkness in the distance, you can vaguely see the lights forever. That was the construction workers from other shelters who were operating machinery. Under the high temperature of more than 70 degrees, ordinary people are almost unable to move outside normally. However, construction vehicles that have been specially modified can be feared by this heat. Of course, according to the news Su Wu heard from the official forum, limited by limited resources, the modification is more about ensuring that the machine will not be overloaded due to heat, and the operators in the cab are relatively less caring for. Although the temperature in the cab will not be the same as that in the outside world. But it won't be much better either. Every worker staying inside can be said to be enduring torture. I looked over for a while. Su Wu gradually gained a rough understanding of the efficiency of those people. Although the excavators, bulldozers, etc. they drive look larger than Su Wu's special transport vehicles. But many times, because the operation is not so standard, many actions are repetitive and invalid behaviors. Often, 7 or 8 excavators and bulldozers can be combined with a barely comparable to the efficiency of a special transport vehicle. So that goes on. My contribution value is not sure that I will be ranked in the top few of all the small and medium-sized shelters involved in the cleaning. This was a surprise. The official shelter of Jianghe City is for those who have contributed the most to this cleanup operation. There will be an additional reward of 20,000 to 20,000 contributions. This number doesn't seem to be much. In fact, based on its purchasing power, 2,000 contributions are enough to buy 7 or 800 kilograms of rice. Even for a refuge, it is not a negligible wealth. Meanwhile, relative to generosity in shelter ranking rewards, it is much more difficult for workers who actually participate in the cleaning work to obtain contribution values. Take Su Wu's convoy as an example. From entering the city, you can obtain the contribution value to start calculation. In nearly 4 hours, the total contribution value accumulated is only about 2,000. Based on this data, workers in other shelters risk their lives and endure the scorching heat and high temperatures. The income of working on the ground for an hour is only about 70 per person. In addition, the construction equipment and vehicles are basically provided by the shelter where they are located. During settlement, rent to the shelter is deducted, and the workers actually earn less. It may be approximately equivalent to 1 to 2 days of food share. It's just to exchange life for food. I will make my mind distracted. Su Wu continued to direct special transport vehicles to clear the road. Considering that he had no hope of arriving at the official shelter in a short period of time, in the end, he simply settled down and asked the special transport truck to clean up while loading some better quality construction waste onto the large truck following behind. Then when the truck is full, let it carry construction waste in advance and return to the shelter. Anyway, I am idle. Let's take advantage of the resources you can get first. Time is gradually moving towards midnight in the busy cleaning work in Jianghe City. A new day is coming. In addition to the routine daily basic rewards, Su Wu's system log also quietly refreshed a prompt that was completely different from the past. Successfully overcome a destruction disaster, survival point plus 30. Will there be rewards when encountering disasters? Su Wu raised his brows slightly as his eyes fell on the surprising prompt. Several thoughts of eagerness emerged in my mind. However, now is not the time to explore this. He turned his gaze to the end of the system panel, where the number that was originally zeroed was restored to 33. It's just right. I'm worried that there is not enough survival points. Switch the main screen on the console screen to the manufacturing center. A brand new special transport vehicle body appears on the screen. Next to it, there is also a mini excavator and a model of a gravel truck, which is quietly on standby. These are the results created by engineering robots in their spare time after this period of time and no shortage of supplies. According to Su Wu's original plan, he wanted to slowly upgrade them one by one tomorrow until he saved enough survival points. Now, since I accidentally obtained a generous survival point, the plan naturally needs to be advanced. Wait patiently for a few minutes. After the engineering robot completed the final finishing work on the special transport vehicle body, Su-woo stood up and walked quickly to the manufacturing center. After the survival point at a full 20 o'clock was smashed, the three vehicles that could only be regarded as models were temporarily upgraded and evolved in the white light, filling in the final missing part of the core. After the upgrade is completed, without even carefully testing their performance, Su-woo immediately assigned tasks to them through the tablet he carried with him. The special transport vehicle heads to the river to replace the original micro-excavators and micro-transport vehicles, and is responsible for excavating sand and stones. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The gravel truck and micro-excavator went to the 4th floor underground and joined the engineering team to participate in the construction. In terms of design, the more massive and bulky special transport vehicles have much safety in wilderness and rivers than toy-like micro-vehicles. It is almost impossible for any accidents to occur due to the geography. At the same time, its powerful carrying capacity comparable to large trucks makes its working efficiency directly exceeds that of the combination of micro-excavators and micro-transport vehicles. Higher efficiency means that the time spent in the field is shorter and the overall risk is smaller. In other words, the addition of this special transport vehicle is equivalent to significantly reducing the cost of Su-woo collecting construction materials from the outside world. The gravel truck is a professional engineering vehicle, specially used to crush hard rock formations underground. Before this, there was only one gravel truck in the entire engineering team. At the same time, it is also the core of the entire engineering team. In many cases, its efficiency is almost equal to the efficiency of the entire engineering team digging underground space. This gravel truck is now added, plus the number of construction robots that are already a bit oversaturated, as well as micro-excavators and micro-transport vehicles that are about to return from the river. The construction capacity of the engineering team will be doubled. If things go smoothly enough, with this lineup, you can completely complete the excavation and construction of the 4th underground floor in at most 2 days. As for the micro-excavator, due to its size, it actually no longer occupies the main position in the growing engineering team. The newly added car has more of a certain reserve nature. If you need to temporarily send out to perform tasks in the future, this micro-excavator will be the first choice. Even if there is danger and accident, it will not have much impact on the shelter. Wait until the 4th floor is built. There is enough space to add some large industrial equipment. At that time, you can try to study whether you can produce construction robots. Or to the minimum, mass production of some robot dogs or large toy cars that can handle simple jobs. If the first 3 floors of Su-woo's sanctuary are equivalent to a self-sufficient manor, then the 4th floor is equivalent to the beginning of the advancement of the manor to the industrial town. In Su-woo's plan, he will build a small industrial area there that integrates dismantling, smelting metal and spare parts production lines. Disassemble and melt the waste items previously recycled into the most basic materials on a large scale, and then batch made into standard parts for manufacturing various mechanical equipment. Complete the transformation from handicraft workshops to standard industrial production plants. And at that time, the shelter was truly on the fast lane of development. The affairs inside the shelter came to an end. Su-woo cut back to the Jianha City urban convoy. Continue to focus on the clearing of the road. It was not until more than 2 hours later that he was really sleepy that he paused this boring job and planned to go to bed and take a break. At this time, Su-woo's sanctuary recorded the contribution value of the official account reached 3,500 points. Crush into the top 10 of all shelter contributions. The next morning, Su-woo woke up in a clear and ethereal song. He didn't rush to get up. Just closed your eyes and listened quietly to the soft voice in the song that seemed to cleanse the soul. After a long time, I got up and washed up reluctantly. Go to the control center through the corridor. Looking at the vast hall, which was mainly silver tones as always, Su-woo, who was still immersed in the afterglow of the singing, suddenly felt a little out of place. It seems that staying in the shelter for too long is almost causing psychological problems. Perhaps, it should be considered building an artificial garden to relax. After all, Su Wu's daily activities are only residential areas and control centers, which are less than 300 square meters. Even if the central air conditioner and air purifier adjustment with enhanced survival points can keep the temperature and air quality in the shelter at the most suitable and closest to nature, it will inevitably lead to a depressing mood. If there is no way to vent this emotion, it will not disappear, but will only accumulate over time. In the end, it will eventually become a huge hidden danger that must be paid attention to. Standing there in a daze for a while, Su Wu shook his head and temporarily suppressed this inexplicable thought. He came to the console and sat down, first checking the logs of the shelter. During this period of rest, no accidents occurred in the shelter. However, with the continuous work of special transport vehicles, the sand and stone piled on the surface of the shelter have almost become a hill, and there is no need to worry about the shortage for a long time. In the urban area of Jianghe City, the efficiency of cleaning up the convoy has been greatly reduced due to lack of Su Wu's personal command. They dug out a passage of nearly 100 meters in a ruin that was almost 4 or 5 meters high in a building wreckage. It seems that the workload is large enough, but the actual contribution value is pitifully small. So Su Wu ranked in the top 10 in the contribution value before going to bed, and at this time he had already dropped to the top 20. Don't they all rest? After being transferred out of the surveillance camera in the city, looking at the excavators and bulldozers who were still busy in other shelters, Su Wu couldn't help but complain. But this kind of thing is actually understood by just thinking about it a little. Not everyone is as lacking in labor as Su Wu. Whether official or private, most of the shelters are currently overcrowded. For efficiency, they can completely rotate workers to play. Even if casualties occur, it is a good thing for the shelter and can reduce some of the pressure on supply. After thinking about it, Su Wu suspended the task of digging sand and stones from the second special transport vehicle and transferred it to the city. Now there is enough sand and stones, and there is no place to put them any longer after collection. If there is another storm, it may be useless to do it. It would be better to bring it to the city to work. After more than 10 minutes, the newly built special transport vehicle arrived to meet with the cleaning team. 2 professional construction vehicles, under the precise control of artificial intelligence, tirelessly clean up obstacles on the road with extremely high efficiency. Soon, the contribution value of Su Wu's refuge began to grow rapidly again, running towards the top 3 rankings. In the afternoon, when Su Wu had lunch and sat in front of the console again, the contribution value of the shelter has exceeded 10,000 points, second only to the first medium-sized enterprise-level shelter. Irving Sanctuary. Su Wu glanced at the name of the number 1 refuge and felt that it looked familiar. He recalled carefully and remembered that on the local channel, someone once mentioned that the predecessor of the shelter was a factory that made generic drugs, which was famous for squeezing workers and being treated harshly. In addition, it seems that there is a background in gangs and has raised many thugs. Don't do personnel in peacetime. Now. Frowning, Su Wu couldn't imagine what kind of life the ordinary people living in Irving's shelter now lived. A slave to modern society? Shaking his head, Su Wu sighed slightly, sweeping these bad associations behind his head. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. In the end of the world, there are too many suffering people. He couldn't sympathize with him at all, and it would be good to be able to live his own life well. But then again, since Irving has taken refuge in all the backgrounds involved in black, I think he should be used to being domineering in daily life. It's certainly not tolerate someone fighting with them for food. You have to be a little cautious about them. After changing his mind, Su Wu began to pay attention to the relationship between his own shelter and Irving's shelter. He didn't mind speculating on the other party's reaction with the worst attitude. According to the efficiency shown by the 2 special transport vehicles at present, it will not take long to surpass the other party in contribution value. The rewards between the first and second places are a total of 10,000 contributions. This is not a wealth that can be easily overlooked. If one is not done well, the other party may come over to cause trouble for him in impulse. With a sense of crisis, Su Wu immediately couldn't sit still. He opened the list of weapons for the shelter. I had the last time a large truck was robbed halfway. There are many things in the current armament library that can be called weapons. 2 K2 series agricultural drones with rocket launch slots, 10 folding shooting platforms, 2 automatic rifles, and 4,000 bullets. If fully utilized, these weapons are almost enough to fight a small battle. It's not enough. It's time to add a little more. Su Wu was a little unsatisfied. The original intention of these weapons was to target a small team of thugs. We do not seek accuracy, but only seek to destroy them in the shortest time with the most fierce firepower and the most overwhelming advantage. But now, the enemy is replaced by a medium-sized refuge with at least tens of thousands of people and a higher organizational level. It's a bit insecure. In extreme cases, it may be possible to destroy all the ammunition and not completely destroy them. Although there is a real conflict, you can seek official help. But everything is unexpected. If the official delays it or simply ignores his request for help, in the end it will depend on him. Adhering to the habit of thinking about the worst of everything. Su Wu almost didn't hesitate for too long, so he decided to add another batch of new weapons on the spot. And considering that this time you may face a larger number of enemies. Simply adding firearms or rockets is not cost-effective and cannot bring overwhelming advantages. Su Wu searched in the database for a long time and finally came up with a brand new solution. That is to make aluminum thermal agent. Aluminum thermal agent is a mixture that can produce high temperatures above 2,500 degrees after combustion, which is sufficient to melt steel in a very short time. The main materials that make it are very common and cheap aluminum powder and rust. But its power is terrible. No matter how tight the protection is, once burned with burning aluminum heater, it will eventually be unable to escape the fate of being burned through. The only disadvantage is that it burns very small. However, it is not difficult to solve this problem. As long as you add a small bomb or fireworks to the aluminum heater, it can expand its lethality to a very considerable range. As for the launch method, Su Wu chose to use drones to directly throw them, and to create shells and fire them from howitzers. Both solutions have extremely low costs. Among them, the drone can be replaced by the K2 series agricultural drone part-time. Although howitzers have to be built from scratch, their structure is much simpler than intelligent automation equipment such as micro-excavators, and at most they have certain requirements for materials. The engineering robot itself can be fully created. There is no need to use valuable survival points at all. When the construction of the small bunker is completed, a 120 mm howitzer can be arranged on it. Store 20 boxes, 160 aluminum thermal shells of corresponding specifications. As for the aluminum thermal bombs used for drones, 50 can be produced in two specifications, 20 kg and 40 kg. Because aluminum thermal agent raw materials are common enough and cheap enough. Su Wu was quite generous when planning his ammunition reserves. Basically, we can make calculations directly to the standard that can achieve saturated strikes lasting more than 10 minutes. Arrived here. The firepower configuration of the shelter is actually extremely abundant. Even enough to be a little oversupply. Not to mention the Irving Refuge as an imaginary enemy, it is just a shelter for a medium-sized enterprise with just over 10,000 people. Even if it is used to fight against a company-level army, there is no big problem. But even so, Su Wu still feels that he is not safe enough. His eyes fell on the three-dimensional map of the shelter, the vertical drone lifting passage connecting the shelter and the small bunker that had not yet been built. A thought quietly emerged. There are already ready-made vertical launch silos, so why not have a big launch again? He opened the database for a simple search. A 240 mm diameter rocket design drawing jumped out of it. The manufacturing of related military weapons has been included in the work schedule of engineering robots. Check out the time. The concrete on the first floor of the small bunker on the ground should have almost been initially hardened. Su Wu drew out all 8 construction robots, concrete mixer trucks, and a mini excavator from the engineering team on the 4th floor of the underground, and went to the ground to continue building the 2nd floor. Compared with the height of the 1st floor of the bunker, the height of the 2nd floor is only about 3 meters, and the project volume has also been greatly reduced. With the joint cooperation of 8 construction robots, it is expected to be completed in up to 2 to 3 hours. Then wait for about 8 hours to harden the 3rd floor and continue to build and cap it, and then you can declare the completion of the entire small bunker. Handle matters inside the shelter. Su Wu continued to command a convoy in the urban area to clear the road. Evening. When the large transport vehicle had traveled back and forth more than 5 times, bringing hundreds of tons of construction waste back to Su Wu's shelter. The first passage to the nearest official shelter entrance was completely opened. Su Wu was manipulating a construction robot and rushed to the material warehouse of the official shelter as soon as possible, intending to withdraw his materials. The supplies you have stored here are 220 tons of steel and 300 tons of fertilizer. Only dash. The warehouse administrator was a little hesitant in his words. What's wrong? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu raised his eyebrows, and his voice passed through the construction robot's transit, which sounded quite cold and hard. It's nothing, I'll pick up the goods for you now. The administrator seemed to have noticed that he was acting inappropriately and showed an apology expression. He lowered his head and printed out a list of outbound documents on the computer and handed it over to the construction robot controlled by Su Wu. Then hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. You'd better take everything you've stored before tomorrow morning. I heard from our supervisor that the material gap in shelters is now very large, and we are considering temporarily collecting private materials to make up for it. If you move a little slower, you may only get an IOU in the end. For administrators who are just working at the bottom, they will not talk about the benefits of collecting materials from above. The disadvantages are only on their faces. He must face the representatives of civil shelters who have lost their supplies and be the first to bear their anger. If you don't do it well, you might have blood splattered on the spot. After secretly taking a look at the steel-structured robot in front of him, the administrator felt even more distressed. It is impossible to mess with a shelter that can afford to play with a robot. Building a gun is probably not as easy as playing. If there is a conflict at that time, no matter what the other party's ending will be, he will definitely be the first unlucky guy to be sacrificed. Charge materials. Su Wu was not surprised to hear that he was so keen on cleaning the roads in the urban area, but it was not just to prevent such things. Under high centralization, especially in the early days of the apocalypse, when constraints from peaceful times were getting lower and lower, it was normal to tear up the contract and squeeze the weak. Being able to give an IOU is considered a kind-hearted manager. I understand, thanks for the reminder. I will take away all the remaining supplies by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. After coming back to his senses, Su Wu gave a clear reply without making any embarrassing the staff opposite. That's good, there should be no big problem before 7 o'clock. Our supervisor won't come so early. The administrator breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was finally a good thing to push a trouble away. I got the outbound list. With the assistance of several forklifts operated by the workers in the official shelter, 20 tons of fertilizer were loaded into the carriage of the large truck in less than an hour. Watching the large vans in the screen, starting to return to the shelter along the clean street, Su Wu fell into deep thought. Begin to seriously consider how to deal with this accident. Calculate the time. At the speed of a large truck, it will be transported back and forth at most 5 times tomorrow at 7 a.m. Compared with more than 500 tons of materials, this transportation capacity is far from enough. And it is necessary to temporarily upgrade large trucks and increase the single-time carrying capacity. Just relying on the dozen or so survival points in your hands at present, it may not necessarily be much better if you smash them down. It's still a drop in the bucket. If the 2 special transport vehicles that cleaned up the convoy were also transferred here. Su Wu calculated and silently rejected this idea. The special transport vehicle is slow and has a high load capacity. It can be as long as 5 meters long, so that the materials it can actually transport are far from the upper limit of load capacity. Moreover, the task of clearing the road will be over in 1 day at most. If you draw them halfway through transportation, you will miss the top 20,000 contribution value reward. I can only take some risks. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Wu finally made a decision. Since you don't have time to go back to the shelter, you won't be lucky. Anyway, just extract the materials from the official warehouse. After 20 minutes, large trucks driving at high speed arrived at the surface of Su Wu's sanctuary. A construction robot jumped out of the cab and opened the door of the truck compartment. Then, the side of the carriage close to the cab began to slowly lift, pouring out all the fertilizers piled up inside the carriage. The rough unloading action caused many woven bags that were outer packaging to be damaged. A large amount of fertilizer was spilled out from it, covering a small area around it like sand. It can be foreseen that if you want to recollapse them later, you will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. Then, 8 construction robots that had already arrived at the ground from the underground shelter began to enter the carriages of large trucks in turn. 2 of the construction robots also carry 2 automatic rifles and 6 magazines filled with bullets. These construction robots will go to the official shelter with the large trucks to assist in loading the supplies, and then unload the goods on the spot not far from the official shelter. At the surface where the average temperature is as high as 70 degrees, most buildings are destroyed. Any place can be called a remote and uninhabited area. It may be a bit risky to throw down supplies there temporarily, but it is still much better than being directly confiscated by the official shelter. Continue to pick up the goods. Su Wu lets the large truck drive back to the official shelter. However, before leaving, Su Wu thought about it and asked them to bring a K2 series agricultural drone to strengthen their force. This modified drone with a rocket launch nest has extremely powerful destructive power. Although you can't use it in general, you must always plan the worst in everything, and it is more reassuring to bring it with you. The large truck full of construction robots set off on the road to the official shelter. I entered the city safely along the way. And at this time, Su Wu found that there seemed to be more vehicles constructing in various parts of the city. From time to time, you can hear the roar of the diesel engine, and occasionally you can even see 1 or 2 cars passing by the passage that Su Wu cleared out. Su Wu frowned, hesitated for a while, and decided to continue to implement the original plan. Come to the official shelter. A large number of construction robots flocked into the underground hall, attracting many people's attention. Some people looked around curiously, while others whispered to each other, asking where these mechanical creatures representing cutting-edge technology came out. Construction robots did not respond to the curious crowd. They faithfully implemented Su Wu's orders, and under the coordinated operation of artificial intelligence, they cooperated with the workers of the official warehouse to load bags of fertilizer into the carriage. Where did this robot come from? It looks like it's really easy to work. A forklift worker was chatting with his colleagues next to him while he was resting. Who knows, I haven't heard of any robot in a shelter. The colleague of the forklift worker is a middle-aged man who is physically and mentally exhausted. He looked at the working robot and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his eyes. But this shouldn't be a good thing. Many people couldn't find jobs, and these robots came to grab our job opportunities. In official shelter, don't look at everyone's forced labor. But there are 2 different things between forced labor and work. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The former is an obligation, and the labor intensity may not be high, but at most, you can get a little food at a day. The latter may be very tired, but there is an extra reward. Although the income is still far inferior to that of peace, it can at least make yourself and your family live a little better. It's okay, I know someone who is loading the car with the robot over there. They are all workers in warehouse number 7 and are specialized in foreign transactions. These robots should belong to a wealthy private shelter outside, just coming here to pick up the goods. Another young man with a hood jammed in time at this time. It is no secret to working in the same shelter, the responsibilities between different departments. As long as you are interested, you can easily find out. The hooded youth envied the most before was the workers in warehouse number 7. Because they are external departments, their work is the easiest and the small part of the entire shelter is the best. So it's from outside, that's good. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his vigilant look at the robot. As long as you don't take his job, everything is easy to say. After no longer vigilance, he couldn't help but feel curious. Even in the past peace period, the large-scale use of humanoid robots was a thing that only existed in legends. When it basically appears, it will be related to some high-tech large enterprises. What kind of refuge will be behind these robots that appear here? Will the people living there be several times, or even dozens of times better than the official shelter? With the help of more construction robots. This time, it took less than half an hour to reload a truck of goods. 2 construction robots drilled into the cab, started the large truck, and left the official shelter. The remaining 8 construction robots remained, standing quietly at the exit of the official shelter, shutting down and waiting for a call. A few minutes later, large trucks appeared near 2 special transport vehicles that were cleaning the road. Dump all the fertilizers in the car onto a small open space they specially cleaned out. Then a construction robot, holding an automatic rifle, jumped out of the car and silently guarded near the fertilizer. Another construction robot, as the large van continues to return to the official shelter to load. Next, the same process continues to be staged here. Time gradually moves towards the middle of the night. The rich darkness gradually submerged everything. When the 2 special transport vehicles that cleaned up the convoy also turned around the corner and disappeared behind a skyscraper. The plane covered with fertilizers is as quiet as if it has been abandoned by the world. Only a construction robot with a gun is silently accompanying him. And at this moment, a drone quietly flew over high altitude, using it to carry infrared camera lenses to record all this on the ground. Irving Sanctuary, Ground Command Room. Supervisor Sun, the person from Huangshe Village Shelter, poured all the supplies he received from the official to the ground city. Preliminary estimates are at least 200 or 300 tons. An employee who received the image of the drone transmission was reported to his supervisor. Due to the competition in cleaning mission ranking, the entire ground command room is currently concerned about this shelter from Huangshe Village. Therefore, it is easy to recognize the truck that belongs to their shelter. It's them again. Sun Yaoyang came behind the employee and looked at the monitor in front of him. In the photo taken by infrared camera, a large amount of supplies filled with woven bags were piled up randomly on the side of the street, and a certain piece was specially cleaned up in the open space. However, due to the accuracy issue, it is impossible to see clearly what exactly those materials are. They left only 1 robot guard there. Do we want to grab it? Next to Sun Yaoyang, a deputy supervisor who was his assistant asked. Robot. Sun Yaoyang was moved, but he did not rush to answer. He narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the photo carefully. I noticed that the so-called robot seemed to be holding a gun in his hand. He felt a little awesome and realized that the other party was not easy to mess with. Robots represent high-tech equipment, and firearms represent that the other party does not comply with the federal weapons control regulations so much. The combination of the two means that what they have to face is not a civilian organization that can be bullied at will, but a well-trained and extremely violent gang. First find out what they are transporting from the official shelter. With concern in his heart, Sun Yaoyang's actions became cautious. He ordered the correspondent to contact members stranded in the official shelter to inquire about the news. This task is not difficult. The transfer of hundreds of tons of materials cannot be completely concealed in the environment of shelter with limited space. As long as you are willing to find a transport worker to inquire, you should know a rough idea. Things didn't go unexpected. A few minutes later, Sun Yaoyang received detailed information from the official shelter. In order to avoid being forced to be collected by the official, Huangshe Village Shelter is urgently transporting hundreds of tons of steel and fertilizer stored in the official warehouse. Moreover, the one in Huangshe Village is not responsible for transporting the living people. Instead, there are nearly 10 robots with very agile and smooth movements. Steel and fertilizer. With the information he got, Sun Yaoyang felt a little disappointed. These things alone are not enough to make him take the risk to start a war with the other party. Even if the other party is superimposed, it may rob the first place in the urban cleaning mission, it is still not enough. With the blessing of guns, even if they underestimate their combat effectiveness, they will be enough to pose a considerable threat to Irving's refuge. It is not worth the loss to start a war rashly. Keep your attention first. The chairman asks us to keep a low profile now and not make too much noise. Sun Yaoyang lowered his eyes and drew a conclusion on this matter. As a middle-level manager in the shelter, he vaguely heard some wind. At present, some special research seems to be being conducted in the shelter, which is not suitable for attracting official attention for the time being. If you rashly make things that are not valuable, it will cause trouble to the superiors. He, as the supervisor, is probably going to end his life. Below the ruins of the farmyard. Su Wu, who was sitting in the control center on the second floor of the underground floor of the shelter, did not know that a possible attack would disappear. But he was still in a good mood. The progress of transporting materials was quite smooth. At the current speed, all the remaining supplies can be transported out of the official warehouse in a maximum of 2 or 3 hours. That's when the construction robots that are free of charge can cooperate with the K2 series of agricultural drones to form a full team with heavy firepower. Focus on guarding supplies on the surface, waiting for the large trucks to slowly carry them back. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Time stands on my side. As long as it is not a direct conflict with the official shelter. The further you get to the back, the less accidents will happen. Turn your sight. I looked at the progress of cleaning the fleet. At present, his contribution value has completely surpassed Irving's shelter and steadily ranked first. The reward of 20,000 contribution value is about to be obtained. The cleanup mission is coming to an end. Stay all night first. Stop turning the car at the last minute. After thinking about it, Su Wu decided to persevere. Besides, there are still 10 construction robots outside now. If there is no care of him, something unexpected happens. That loss is simply unacceptable. But I said I had to work all night. But strictly speaking, there are not many things that really need Su Wu to deal with in person. Whether it is planning the route or warning of natural disasters and man-made disasters, it will not take up too much time and energy for Su Wu. Most of the time, Su Wu was still in a state of doing nothing. In this case, in order to dispel sleepiness, Su Wu chose to spend time on the official chat channel and chat with others nonsense, and then see if there are any transactions to do. So boring. I just cleared my home, and now I have nothing to do. The Reload Knight complains on the channel. Several buildings in this brother's house collapsed in the storm, and even the exit was blocked. But now I still have the interest to play games. I have to say that my mentality is strong enough. Let's change another game. What a simple thing. Mr. Zhuang happened to be online, and he said a little to the heavy-mounted knight. As a rich second generation who was once unrestrained, now staying in his own shelter all day long, Mr. Zhuang feels that life is quite tormenting. What's even more terrifying is that it's not even easy for him to eat some fresh vegetables and fruits now. There is basically nothing for everyday's recipes except various frozen foods and canned foods. It made him crazy. That won't work. There are limited games. If you don't control yourself, you won't be able to live your life in the future. The words, reinstalled night, reveal confusion. This is also the norm in the Doomsday. Even for entertainment, you need to be careful and careful. After all, there will be no one else to make new games. You guys are really idle. Wang Jiangwo was not sleeping at this time. As the former director of a steel factory who manages a shelter of more than 2,000 people, he has to worry about countless things every day. Over the past few days, especially seeing the materials in the warehouse drop little by little, I have already felt exhausted. And he is now online, not just for chatting. Who has fresh vegetables there? Can you sell me some? I want to use it to boost morale in the shelter. Not every refuge has the ability to grow vegetables by yourself. Not to mention the power required to maintain plant growth lamps in the underground world is a considerable burden for ordinary shelters. The most basic planting space alone may not necessarily have many shelters to take out. For underground shelters where every inch of land is valuable, the same resources are better used to cultivate more efficient foods, such as voles, earthworms, mushrooms, etc. And even there are quite a few refuges that cannot even breed field mice and earthworms. They rely solely on the food and canned food they had hoarded before the end of the world, hoping that the surface environment will return to normal in the near future. Vegetables are not easy to deal with. I have a few kilograms of fresh cabbage here. Lao Wang, would you like? Just use a 50A battery to replace it. A shelter director who was somewhat familiar with Wang Jiangwo said to Wang Jiangwo half-jokingly. Why don't you grab a 50A battery? Wang Jiangwo was so angry that he almost jumped. Even if fresh vegetables are rare in the current environment, it is impossible to sell at such a high price. A large-capacity battery is something that can save lives at critical moments. No matter how stupid a person is, he cannot give it to others just for a few bites. I also have some lettuce for sale. It's okay to exchange 1 pound of lettuce for 10 pounds of cement, or other things. Su Wu, who was peeking at the screen, said in a timely manner. Real? Brother Su, how many are there in you? When I built the shelter here, there was a lot of cement left. Su Wu's words made Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Anything that can build a shelter must be more or less remaining cement. Unlike the official needs to open up deep shelters, these ordinary shelters usually do not have the ability to continue large-scale engineering construction in the apocalypse. Many people don't mind taking out a portion of the cement that cannot be used for the time being in exchange for precious fresh vegetables. There are about 500 or 600 kilograms, and you can produce about 70 kilograms every day from now on. Su Wu estimated it slightly and reported a number. The lettuce with the shortest growth cycle in his hydroponic farm has been ripe for some time. Many lettuce leaves grow quite fat. According to the technique of picking only the outermost leaves and keeping the heart of the vegetable, you can continuously produce about 70 kilograms of fresh vegetable leaves every day. So much. Then I'll exchange 100 kilograms first. By the way, do you want steel? The 500 or 600 kilograms of lettuce made Wang Jiangwo very moved. But this is a luxury in the end of the world. It is okay to eat it occasionally, but it would be too costly to eat it as a meal. After suppressing the impulse, Wang Jiangwo rationally calculated his own cement inventory and carefully gave a transaction amount. Steel is also charged, but the price is not that high. 1 pound of lettuce needs to be replaced with 10 pounds of steel. Compared with cement with a large gap, Su Wu's demand for steel is not so urgent. Of course, this is also related to the ruins of Jianhe City after a storm. When the city's buildings were intact before, it was not easy to start with clear property rights. Now most buildings have collapsed into ruins, home appliances, air conditioners, etc. are scattered all over the floor, and a large number of family cars have been crushed into discus. Many of them can be said to have become ownerless things. In this case, Su Wu only needs to return to his old business and act as a junk picker, and he will no longer lack metal income for a long time in the future. That's the case, then I'll replace it with cement. I remember you have a truck that can drive automatically. Please help me deliver the goods. The shipping fee is easy to say. There were no specially modified vehicles in Wang Jiangwo's shelter. With the current high temperature of more than 70 degrees on the surface, it is very risky to send someone out. Therefore, he would rather pay an extra shipping fee than pick up the goods himself. It's okay, the shipping fee is calculated at the price of 10 kilograms of lettuce. Su Wu had no objection. Anyway, one party must be responsible for transportation. If he takes it, he can make more money. And just when Su Wu and Wang Jiangwo were discussing. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. The lettuce production, relatively low selling price, and paid delivery services, attracted the attention of many night owls. The rich second-generation young master Zhuang couldn't help but jump out. I also want 50 kilograms of lettuce and pay with cement. You can cooperate for a long time in the future and buy a batch every half-month. Only when you lose it can you know how to cherish it. Mr. Zhuang's current desire for fresh vegetables is no less than the delicacies of the past. I ordered 20 kilograms, can I pay with liquor? Another less familiar director of a private shelter chose to exchange it with liquor, which is nearly one of the common currencies. His shelter is not without cement, but because there is not much left, he does not want to trade it in order to prevent it from being used in the future. In the end of the world, many things seem inconspicuous, but when they are needed, if they are not, they may bring unacceptable huge losses. Therefore, basically all private shelter owners must learn to be a qualified stockpiling rats if they want to maintain the shelter for a long time. All right. If you are interested, you can leave your address and transaction number private chat. I will start delivering goods after the roads in the city are completely cleaned up. Su Wu refused everyone. For him, selling vegetables was almost like a deal without money. As long as it can be used for resources, no matter how much it is, it will be profitable. It took only more than half an hour to go. Su Wu has received consultation and transaction applications from 7 or 8 shelters. Not only did the inventory of 500 or 600 kilograms be cleared, but the output for the next week was also booked. During this transaction, through casual chat, Su Wu gradually grasped the status quo of many private shelters. I have a clearer overall understanding of this world that has just entered the end of the world. At present, the surface environment is indeed very harsh, and the living conditions of underground shelters are far less comfortable than before the end of the world. But when it comes to survival pressure, for most people, there is actually not much. The rich materials and production technology inherited from the industrial era will not have too much food crisis for almost everyone in the next 1 to 2 years. Maybe you can't eat enough, or maybe you can't eat well. But in the most extreme case, even if you have a few bottles of vitamin tablets in your hand and more than a dozen bags of vacuum-packed rice, it is enough to survive for a long time without lacking nutrition. Of course, there is no problem with material shortage, which does not mean that there is no problem with distribution. If a manager who has mastered most of the resources of the shelter is greedy and stingy enough, it is not impossible for people to starve to death in his shelter. End of communication with other shelters. Su Wu made a sales form based on the order. From this, plan a delivery route according to the distance. Thanks to the fairly reasonable and low shipping charges he offered. All the shelters sent for transaction applications were eventually handed over to Su Wu for delivery. In this way, Su Wu made an additional profit of almost no less than the daily lettuce production of hydroponic farms. But the happier you are when you receive an order, and the more trouble you are when you are preparing to deliver it now. Su Wu found that some shelters were located quite remote, and some past sections were not even in the official shelter cleanup plan. This means that if Su Wu wants to go there, he must bring another special transport vehicle and clear the roadblocks while walking to open the road. If it weren't for considering picking up garbage on the road, it would be a revenue for Su Wu. The shipping fee for this delivery alone may even lose money. After all, even if the electricity bill is not expensive, large trucks may encounter natural disasters at any time when they are outside, which is itself a cost. I would have a drone specifically for cargo delivery. Thinking of the professional express drones I saw in the news, Suwoo couldn't help but feel a little envious and yearning. The K2 series agricultural drone he has is pretty good. However, the flight speed of up to 3 meters per second has greatly increased the risk of long-distance transportation and is not suitable for conventional transactions at all. In addition to the K2 series agricultural drones, among the drones traded from the official shelter, the largest load can only transport items weighing 5 kilograms. It rarely comes in handy. Take it slow and make do with a big truck first. When there is plenty of survival points in the future, we will consider upgrading or researching the creation of several transportation drones. The current conditions are limited, so Suwoo can't do anything. But soon, it may be possible. According to Suwoo's original plan, his next survival point will first be invested in the manufacturing center on the second floor of the underground. Add a CNC machine tool and a 3D printer to it. These two devices, one can be used to quickly manufacture conventional parts and the other can be used to print fine parts and special molds. Joining together can basically be used to replace most of the work in the hands of engineering robots. Make its manufacturing speed 3 to 5 times overall. And at the same time, because the manufacturing cycle of engineering robots alone was too long, it was considered an unmanufacturing core part of the motor and can also be printed out by a 3D printer from now on. Motors are one of the most important components of construction robots, micro-excavators, transport vehicles, etc. that rely on electric power to drive mechanical equipment. The realization of self-producing motors means that the cost of manufacturing them will further decrease. Suwoo can use the same number of survival points to create more robots and vehicles. The comprehensive strength of the shelter will make a huge leap. At that time, if you want to get a few express-grade drones, it will definitely not be as difficult as it is now. Look at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Even in the chat channel, few people are still active. Suwoo, who was idle, couldn't help feeling a little lonely for a moment. After all, if you are qualified to connect to the official network, there are only a limited number of people entering the chat channel, and you can't even get lively if you want it. It's better to have the same network as before. At any time, you can find a group of people who can chat. There are also online games, watch live broadcasts and dances dash. Suwoo sighed slightly. Although he had not left for a long time, he already missed the prosperous internet very much. And at this moment, his gaze accidentally crossed the screen in front of the console and fell on the surveillance wall behind. During the monitoring, the quiet winding road and the undulating hills made him feel slightly moved. To put it bluntly, the so-called network is composed of servers and signal towers. The server can be replaced by an upgraded super notebook, and the signal tower can also be used to modify the communication base stations erected in the wild. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, there will be basically no problems with software. Adding up all the basic conditions, building a server by yourself, creating a few commonly used software and games, copying an internet, and connecting people in nearby shelters to the internet, it seems that it is not impossible. Maybe you can give it a try. Suwoo murmured to himself. Once the idea of building a self-built network arises, it can no longer be suppressed. But it's too late now, and the risk of going out for exploration is huge. Suwoo is not good at making big fuss, so he can only do some preliminary preparations first. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. He first created a new LAN inside the shelter and created a simple search web page. As long as a new link enters the device on this LAN, a search web page will automatically pop up. Then he posted commonly used social software on the search web page, including communications, videos, Weibo, forums, etc. There are also several internet-enabled games with source codes disclosed. With the help of artificial intelligence, all of these things were deployed in less than 3 minutes. It's terrible to be efficient. WeChat, Weibo, P-site. Su Wu used his mobile phone to download all the software on the new network. The familiar icons made his eyes a little dazed for a moment. Click on WeChat and the communication directory above is blank. Then the same is true for Weibo and P-sites. The layout of each sector is almost exactly the same as before the end of the world, but there is no content in it. Even if it looks similar. These software are ultimately imitations written by artificial intelligence. They also lack the most important link, which is the person who uses them. I thought about it a little. Su Wu casually dragged out a song sung by Chen Xin, allowing artificial intelligence to automatically generate videos based on the songs and then publish them on these social software. Be their first user. It looks much more comfortable now. 5 o'clock in the morning. Large trucks pulled the last batch of steel raw materials from the official shelter warehouse. With it, there were 8 construction robots who had been busy all night in the official shelter. This time, a faint ray of sky light penetrated the gray clouds. It brings greetings to the dark urban area on the surface. On the street, the number of construction vehicles has decreased significantly compared to yesterday. As the cleaning mission gradually comes to an end, the rankings of each shelter have basically been finalized. Most refuges have no reason to work at high intensity and have begun to consciously reduce the scale of expatriates. To prevent abnormal losses from occurring in construction vehicles that have undergone special modifications and can move normally against high temperatures. There is no pressure on time. Su Wu's mental state became much more relaxed, visible to the naked eye. He sat in front of the console, moving his mouse casually. As if you are manipulating a game, you will assign construction robots. The construction robots guarding the materials in the surface urban area were eventually identified as 4 units by Su Wu. And in order to make up for the lack of guards, more than just a K2 series agricultural drone was left behind. When the next time a large truck comes to pick up the goods, 4 folding shooting platforms will be brought to the surrounding area. As for the remaining 6 construction robots, 4 of them will return to the shelter directly with the car to participate in the construction of the last 3rd floor of the small bunker and the capping. The other 2 are stationed in the truck cab, responsible for the safety of large trucks during transportation. If all goes well, these hundreds of tons of steel and fertilizers will be transported back to Su Wu's shelter within the next 24 hours. And on the shelter, with the completion of the small bunker, the materials piled up on the surface of the ground will also have a place to store, so there is no need to fear the storm. Then there are 4 floors underground in the shelter. The excavation will be completed soon. Wait until tomorrow, maybe the level of shelter can be promoted to another level. Su Wu had some expectations in his eyes. Even during the busiest period, he left at least 2 number of construction robots for underground excavation for engineering teams. And such persistence has brought great rewards now. I went back to the bedroom and took a short sleep. Afternoon. The urban cleanup work has come to an end. Su Wu's refuge has a total contribution value of 27,000, which steadily ranks at the forefront of all refuges, and has received a top prize of an additional 20,000 contribution value. According to official regulations, the procedures for receiving and redeeming contribution values are a little complicated. You need to arrive at the number 1 refuge in the core of Jianhe City, that is, the municipal shelter, on-site processing. However, compared to what you are about to get, this trouble is nothing. After manipulating a construction robot to ride in a large van, he arrived at the municipal shelter. Su Wu got a special exchangeable list. The reward for ranking first in cleaning tasks is not only an open contribution value of 20,000, but also an invisible right, which is to give priority to selecting from the official list of special goods. Considering the special cargo list, many items are extremely limited in quantity. The actual value of this right to choose is actually far above the simple contribution value reward. Not picked on the list for too long. Su Wu quickly locked in some items he needed, and those things that had never appeared in the shopping mall that was officially provided last time. There are a total of a number of rare chemical products and special alloys on the market, an industrial-grade radar, an express-grade drone, and 20 automotive-grade smart chips. These things use Su Wu's total contribution value of 47,000 yuan. There is nothing to say about chemical products, they are used as additives and catalysts to make rockets fly more smoothly. Special alloys are the core parts used to manufacture some mechanical equipment. Industrial-grade radar and express-grade drones are mainly used as references to facilitate reverse research and imitation. Most of the items that Su Wu has upgraded with his survival points have extremely high technological content. Even if I want to disassemble and study, I have no way to start for the time being. The devices purchased from the official website are much simpler to copy with the assistance of artificial intelligence. And after making it, it can also come in handy. As for automotive-grade smart chips, just like its name, it will be used by Su Wu to make various vehicles. If ranked by manufacturing difficulty, to make an electric-powered vehicle, the most difficult one is undoubtedly the nanoscale chip, followed by batteries and motors. The battery and motor are okay. After establishing the corresponding 3D printers and materials laboratories, Su Wu has great hope of making them independently. Nanoscale chips are something that 3D printers can do nothing. In the short term, there is no need to rely on self-producing. If nothing unexpected happens, chips will be a big player that consumes survival points for a long time in the future, and it is also the main product that Su Wu needs to purchase from the outside for a long time. I'm sure you want these things. The official shelter is responsible for the redemption of contribution value, and is a young man with a very bookish atmosphere. He looked at the construction robot controlled by Su Wu for several glances, and couldn't help confirming it to him again. That's all, are there any problems? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su Wu asked back. Of course it's okay. But I can't tell that your shelter is very good, and these things are not available to ordinary people. The young man looked very knowledgeable. In general refuges, they must be given priority in redemption of medicines and high-calorie and storage-resistant foods. No matter how bad it is, it will be some basic daily necessities. As for things like Su Wu exchanged, except for express-grade drones, other things do not have certain technical strength and industrial production capabilities, and they are not as useful as a piece of wood. At least, wood can be used to cook with fire. After receiving the contribution value and redeemed. Next, the main task of large trucks is to transport steel and fertilizer stranded in the urban area. After 2 special transport vehicles also joined the transportation ranks. The remaining transport task took only about 3 hours before it was announced to be completed. At the same time, this time, the construction robots located in Su Wu's shelter have successively transferred all the materials piled on the surface of the open air into the interior of the small bunker that has not yet been completely solidified. Only in place, a pile of construction waste pulled from the city was left behind. These construction wastes are too huge and have low value, and are not necessary to be stored specifically. Even if all of them are lost in accidents, it is just a matter of asking large trucks to travel to the city several more times and transporting some back. I've finally finished the work. Looking at the large truck on the screen, transporting the last truck of steel back. Su Wu completely wiped out the last bit of pressure in his heart. I took a look at the time and found it was still early. Su Wu's mind became active again. He pulled out an engineering robot and 2 construction robots and let them ride in 2 special transport vehicles towards a hilly area 3 or 4 kilometers away from the shelter. During the period of transferring materials, Su Wu did not do anything in front of the console. He took advantage of the gap when the air-wind power was weakened and controlled the reconnaissance drone formation to patrol round by circle around the shelter. Finally, a signal tower blown down by the wind was found in the depths of the hilly areas. This time, the robot and transport vehicles were sent out to drag the signal tower back. However, the fleet's itinerary is destined not to go too smoothly, as the distance from the signal tower is closer. The large number of stones built together, and the steep hills standing vertically like swords cut by the storm, caused great trouble to the convoy. Many times, two special transport vehicles have to unfold the operating platform, use electric picks and buckets on site, and dug through stones and hills to continue moving forward. This way, a short straight-line distance of 3 or 4 kilometers was only a short distance of 3 or 4 kilometers, and it took almost 5 hours to complete it. By the time we arrived near the signal tower, it was completely dark. Two special transport vehicles turned on their headlights, and the blazing lights interlaced at the top of the collapsed signal tower in the center, revealing their illumination. And further away, under the afterglow of the light, it appears deeper in the darkness. The numerous strange hills exuded a quiet and ominous aura like ghosts. It makes people shudder. Su Wu looked at the horrifying scene, and although he was not present through the screen, he still felt his hair standing up. He took a light breath and adjusted the angle of the transport vehicle's onboard camera, and stopped looking away. Concentratedly landing your eyes on the signal tower. After seeing this, I found that there were obvious signs of distortion on the chassis shell on the top of the tower. It was as if there was a pair of invisible and powerful giant hands that once twisted it like a twist. It's so badly damaged. I don't know if it can be repaired. Su Wu was not sure. But when you come, you can't give up halfway. It's a mule or a horse, so you have to pull it back and try it first. Start. Su Wu gave the order. The special transport vehicles and robots on standby immediately stepped forward and dug out the entire signal tower that was still stuck in the ground. Then it was carried onto two special transport vehicles one by one. The goal was achieved. The special transport vehicle begins to start its return journey. Since the signal tower occupied the two special transport vehicles' buckets, the robots had no way to take the transport vehicles anymore and could only follow them on foot. But this has no effect. After carrying a signal tower up to 15 meters, the two special transport vehicles could only maintain a speed of less than 1 meter per second in the rugged path just opened. It just reached a balance with the speed of the robots. Su Wu estimated it at this speed. It took about 40 or 50 minutes before the convoy could return to the shelter. This time is not short, and Su Wu doesn't plan to wait. After confirming the situation of the fleet in the end, there was no abnormality. He temporarily moved his eyes away from the convoy. It still takes courage to walk in the hilly area with strange rocks late at night. If it is not necessary, Su Wu does not want to experience this uncomfortable atmosphere. On the console, switch back to the shelter control interface. While there is still time. Su Wu called out the three-dimensional map of the shelter and began to fine-tune the engineering team of the shelter. Now the excavation project on the 4th floor of the underground shelter has reached the end of the stage. No more need to concentrate so much labor. Su Wu transferred half of the construction robots and half of the other engineering teams to the ground. Start building bunkers for the exit of the shelter. Since the steel raw materials are temporarily sufficient, Su Wu invested 3 times the originally planned steel bars and iron nets in the construction of the bunker in this luxury. In addition, the thickness of the wall also starts directly 1 meter based on the standards of the shelter exterior wall. Fill in the same middle with construction waste, brush cement on both sides, and finally build it by solidifying the survival point. Once such a high-strength wall is built, it will not only be enough to withstand the attacks of heavy artillery and missiles, but also to support a hill up to 100 meters with it as the core. Su Wu could have predicted that the soil and rocks excavated from the ground would gradually cover them. Its safety level can even catch up with those refuges built in the mountains. There is no shortage of material fuel. That's great. Enjoying the pleasant experience brought by a small squandering of resources, Su Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing his inner happiness without reservation. The safer the shelter, the more stable his life can be. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Nothing can be more satisfying than this. After launching the last surface construction project in the plan, Suwu continued to open the LAN he created to make the final improvements for this ultra-small internet that is about to be opened. Some technologies and materials suitable for underground production and breeding can be put on. There are also common first aid knowledge, ordinary version of encyclopedia information. Movies, novels, animations, etc. Suwu is adding content on the internet bit by bit, relying on the public information downloaded from the entire network before the end of the world. As long as he is willing, at this time, he can even copy most of the content that has appeared on the internet except for videos and some pictures. It is just for various reasons that Suwu needs to identify and restrict the content released. After all, the public information that artificial intelligence can find is completely different from the public information that ordinary people can access. Without control, it may cause some pretty bad effects. More than half an hour. As Suwu carefully sorted out the information, he passed it quickly. When Suwu raised his head again, he suddenly discovered that the convoy had towed the signal tower to the door of the shelter. It doesn't seem to be taken into the shelter. Twist it to the lifting platform at most. Suwu evaluated the length of the signal tower and found that it could be installed in the entire inlet and outlet passage, and immediately breathed a little relieved. To upgrade items with survival points, you must be within 1 centimeter of range. If he could not bring it into the passage and could only face the high temperature on the ground without isolation, it would be a bit embarrassing for him. And this time it was also a reminder for Suwu. In the future, you will definitely encounter situations where you have to go out to upgrade items in person, and you must make plans for this. Fair repair first. There was no rush to upgrade. Suwu first asked the engineering robot to inspect it on the ground. The design drawings of the signal tower are also part of the content that can be viewed publicly on the internet. Although there may be slight differences from reality, as long as it is not the level of route, artificial intelligence can manipulate engineering robots and repair them to a certain extent. As for the specific level of repair, it mainly depends on the length of the repair time, as well as the damage to core components such as chips. The extremely high temperature laser condensed slowly cuts the twisted metal shell in the top chassis. Expose the wires and circuit boards that have been shaken inside. Suwu only took a look and felt a little dizzy. I don't know whether their situation is good or bad. But none of this matters. Wait patiently for half a second. Lines of maintenance reports began to appear on the screen. Suwu moved his eyes and glanced. I immediately knew it. The situation is not serious. Just add a small amount of raw materials and the engineering robot can completely repair it. Without hesitation, Suwu immediately asked the engineering robot to start repairing. Also use survival points to upgrade items. The two states are damaged and intact, which will bring different upgrade routes. The former is equivalent to repairing on the original basis, and strengthening is just by the way. The latter is specially upgraded and given the items as high as possible technological content. Therefore, whenever possible, the best choice is to repair the items first and then upgrade them. 2 hours passed in a flash. With the combined efforts of several construction robots and transport vehicles, the repaired signal tower was dragged into the exit passage of the shelter. Subsequently, all external actions in the shelter were suspended. The outermost gate of the exit passage began to slowly close, completely isolating the outside high temperature. Then at the end of the passage, the explosion-proof door near the lifting platform will automatically open. The cold air from the central air conditioner of the shelter slowly came in. Gradually dissipate the residual heat in the channel. Suwu left the control center and came to the lifting platform. He looked at the communication tower that almost filled the front and back of the exit passage and waited for a moment. Finally, there was action. Be willful. Upgrading the signal tower requires consuming survival points, and in the original plan, the survival points should be given priority to the control center for manufacturing CNC machine tools and 3D printers. Suwu's operation this time will undoubtedly delay the original plan. But he is willing to do so. Reach your hand and hold the top of the signal tower. The tingling heat transmitted from the skin of the palm made Su-woo subconsciously shrink his hand. Communication Signal Tower. Evaluation. This is a communication base station with complete signal transmission and reception functions. Supervisable sub-options: expand capacity, expand range, and increase penetration. No too much introduction. For signal towers, only 3 simple and clear upgrade options pop up on the system panel. Expand the number of people that can be used at the same time, expand the signal transmission and reception range, and increase the signal penetration ability. Each option is very useful. However, the limited survival points determine that at most one can only be selected. Su-woo thought carefully and chose to upgrade and increase penetration. If the capacity is not enough, the network will be a little stuck at most. The range is smaller, but the number of shelters that the signal can cover is smaller. There is no essential difference. But penetration is different. This is an almost black technology-like existence. It is able to ignore obstacles and penetrate soil and rock formations easily. Transfer the signal directly to the inside of the shelter located deep underground. In this way, even if the owner of the shelter is unwilling to cooperate with the activation of network permissions, members living within the shelter can still receive Su-woo's network signals. However, penetrating the attribute can only solve the problem of signal transmission in the past. If the shelter itself is installed in the communication device on the surface, the tower will still not be able to receive information feedback from the shelter members even if the penetration attribute is loaded. This is equivalent to changing from an internet that can communicate to a TV that can only watch one channel. But this actually has little impact. As long as the unilateral information monopoly is broken and the refugee authority agrees to open the internet, it will be much easier. At most, it is just to ask the shelter members who use the network to pay some equipment rental fees and give benefits to the owner of the shelter. The upgrade option was determined, and the 10 survival points disappeared instantly. A gust of white light spread on the signal tower, quietly smoothing it out because it was violently torn, making it feel new as before. Then the top of the tower is integrated into a closed body that is approximately spherical. It looks quite simple. Su-woo reached out and touched the sphere, and the cool texture feedback from his fingertips showed that it was a metal with an unusually smooth surface. No mistakes: 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Maybe it's iron, or maybe it's some kind of special alloy. Go and try it. Su-woo's eyes showed expectation and couldn't wait to test the functions of this brand new signal tower. He issued several relevant commands through the tablet he carried with him, and then turned back to the control room. Behind him, the explosion-proof door of the lifting platform began to slowly close. The signal tower and several robots standing near the signal tower were isolated from the shelter. After more than 10 minutes. Brand new 15-meter-high signal tower. It was erected on the top floor of a small bunker on the surface. Wireless charging starts matching. Match successfully. The communication tower has been incorporated into the conventional power supply sequence. The communication tower starts to start. Successfully started. The wireless network has been rolled out. The second floor of the refuge underground. Control center. Su-woo unlocked the screen of the mobile phone in his hand and searched for a full-scale network icon on it. He clicked on the link. In an instant, a simple search page popped up on the phone screen. That is a prompt that will pop up only when you connect to the network for the first time. It's successful. Su-woo knew that from this moment on, the communication signal tower had completely taken over the original LAN. And expand its coverage from the inside of the shelter to everything within a surrounding radius of 15 kilometers. Within this range, all people with wireless communication equipment can connect to or receive their network signals. The budding of a new internet was born here at this moment. Su-woo Sanctuary is 13 kilometers away. A private shelter also located in the suburbs. A young man who had just charged his mobile phone with a hand-cranked generator was bored and flipped through the various settings on his phone. After entering the underground shelter for so many days, he had already watched all kinds of novels, movies and videos stored in his mobile phone. Until now, he doesn't know what he wants to do with his cell phone. If I had known it, I would be more diligent and download a few standalone games that could be played in real off-network. Wang Hao was very regretful. He hadn't played games before, but who knew that those games that were clearly marked as standalone were never able to get in after the internet was cut off. Isn't this a cheating person? But regret is useless. The network on the surface has long been destroyed by various disasters. If you think about it pessimistically, perhaps Wang Hao will never be able to access the network with rich resources in his lifetime. And at this moment, Wang Hao's eyes moved and he noticed that there seemed to be an unfamiliar network signal on his phone. He blinked, subconsciously thinking that he had an illusion. But the next moment, his fingers had already lit up before he could react. Hey, it's really possible to connect. Wang Hao's heart suddenly pounded, realizing that he might have discovered something amazing. What happened to Wang Hao is not isolated. In more places, different shelters, people with different identities have discovered this one after another, and even deep underground, they can easily have a brand new network with full signals. Most people. Because the conditions are limited, you cannot truly enter the internet and interact with others. You can only passively watch the only video sent by the internet. But just this has made them so excited that they can't help themselves. That was the first time they had been exposed to information from the outside world in so many days after moving into a shelter and hiding into the dark underground. They are not alone. This night, countless people couldn't sleep all night, and repeatedly played the video from the outside world. They looked at the endless golden wheat fields in the video, listening to the soft and quiet singing that came from the video. The mood that has been in a state of depression for a long time seems to be gradually healing. It was also at this time that they remembered the singer's name for the first time and could never forget it again. And except for ordinary people. As a senior sanctuary, or a tycoon who owns a family shelter. Because they can connect to the official satellite network themselves, they can easily switch to Suwu's new internet. For them. In this mysterious unknown network, the resources are incredibly rich. Almost all kinds of commonly used software and all kinds of knowledge that are not available can be found. If there weren't too few people who could communicate, they would even think that this was the internet that used to be, and they had recovered. No matter who built it, it's better to have this network than not. After careful contact with several online personnel on the internet. The elites in these shelters have different thoughts, but they generally have this consensus. The second hour after the communication tower was officially operated. As some shelters opened up the permissions for transit within the country, the entire new internet gradually became popular. Many people began to share their lives and experiences in the shelter on social software they were once familiar with. Some people can't wait to start downloading all the information they can search. I was afraid that this network that emerged from somewhere would suddenly close again. There are also a few idle people trying to install games available on the internet. I started to play with it without thinking. They don't care that because the number of people online in the game is too small, they can only fight against human machine for the time being. Because being able to play games itself is enough to satisfy them. Huangshe Village, the ruins of the farmyard. Control center on the second floor of the shelter. Su Wu focused on the network that gradually gained a hint of vitality, peeking at the active people online, talking about his life in a shelter, and talking about Chen Xian's songs, and couldn't help but feel a special sense of satisfaction and accomplishment in his heart. All of this in front of you. It was all facilitated by him. He successfully planted a sapling called Prosperity in the desert. After a long time. Su Wu looked at the time and it was already very late. He quit the internet reluctantly and began to give a routine summary of his daily work. In the last few hours of this evening, the robots and engineering team successfully built the bunker at the exit of the shelter. It has been returned to the interior of the shelter. The fourth floor underground of the shelter has almost been completed. Some engineering team's machinery and equipment have begun to dig vertical channels to the fifth floor. If everything goes well, wait until Su-woo gets up tomorrow morning. The final solidification work of the fourth floor can be carried out, and the fourth floor of the shelter can be officially completed. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. It seems that the special transport vehicles will not play a big role for the time being. You can start going out and earn some extra money. The space of 600 square meters on the floor is not big or small. However, after installing an engineering team and joining 2 special transport vehicles of large size, it seems somewhat crowded. In addition, there is not much work left to do. After considering it, Su-woo simply asked 2 special transport vehicles to withdraw from the construction sequence and go to Manhwa City to pick up garbage. He had long been extremely envious of the various scrap metals in the city that were smashed by storms and collapsed buildings. I couldn't spare any effort before. Now that I have the chance, I naturally cannot let it go. Well, there are also big trucks coming. Even if you can't pick up so much scrap metal for a while, you can just decorate more construction waste. Anyway, I'll use it sooner or later. While thinking about it, Su-woo was planning the route and setting priority order for this fleet that temporarily formed a team to pick up garbage in the city. Home appliance debris such as air conditioning and external units are undoubtedly the most valuable category under the same volume. Next are cars, street lights, billboards, and other things that contain a lot of metal. Construction waste also contains steel bars. But after all, there are a large number of cement blocks wrapped around the outside, which, together, belongs to the lowest value category. Only when there is nothing to pick up can you load them, by the way. Avoid idle capacity of large trucks. Stay along the cleared road first. Pick up the metal garbage you can pick up along the way first. Then run it for a second time and dig out the shallower part. Then search the collapsed factories, shopping malls, residential communities, and building materials and appliance warehouses. The scan of the scan of the scan of the drainage road is the drainage road. The last one is the appliances buried deep in construction waste. The goals set by Su-woo at each stage are extremely clear. Home appliances and cars. For other shelters, it may not be as high as Su-woo's utilization rate. But in the end of the world, any resource is less if it is used. It is hard to guarantee that they will not become Su-woo's competitors to pick up garbage. In this case, at the beginning, it must be a race against time. Let's get the easiest part to pick up first. As for the latter, it is somewhat similar to mining. It is a mining activity that requires a large amount of labor and is carried out for a long time. At that time, you don't have to be as anxious as you are now. After all, there are only a handful of refuges that can mobilize mining-level labor force in Manhwa City. Plus they can't take advantage of construction waste. In terms of yield, he is born to fall far behind Su-woo. The willingness to dig is far less strong than Su-woo. There will basically be no big competition. There are large trucks as communication transit. Special transport vehicles can reach up to 40 kilometers from the shelter. It can basically cover the main urban areas of Manhwa City. If everything goes well, the gains from the first phase alone should be quite considerable. Special transport vehicles do not have specially enhanced remote communication components like large trucks. Its effective communication range is only 10 kilometers. Once it leaves the communication range, it can only rely on the onboard chip it carries to make independent judgments and operations. The risk of accidents will increase significantly. Of course, if you invest in the reconnaissance drone marshalling, form a chain-type communication line. The communication range can be extended to 60 kilometers at most. But this operation is too extreme. In addition, the reconnaissance drone is only the size of a palm, and its wind resistance is extremely weak. This communication method has a great possibility of accidents. It is also suitable for temporary emergency use in emergencies. And now, it's not necessary to take that risk. Through monitoring, 2 special transport vehicles and large trucks disappeared into the darkness outside the shelter. Su-woo drank the glass of Coke on the console and got up and left the control center. Next comes the time to rest. He has to develop a good spirit and wait for him to deal with more things tomorrow. It's midnight. The routine settlement cycle refresh of the end-of-day survival system. Current territory, livable personal sanctuary, 99%, fixed daily survival point +3. Construction completed primary network project, survival point +50. Initially establish a community, survival point +150. Current remaining survival points, 209. With the completion of the 4th floor of the refuge underground, the experience value progress bar at the refuge level has also reached a total of 99%. Just one step away from entering a new world. Su-woo's vision swept past his experience points. The following 2 tips surprised him and even confused him. The network is rewarded with 50 survival points, which can almost be said to be one of the largest single survival points he has obtained. Although the unexpected reward is so generous, it is barely reasonable considering the importance of the internet. But the reward of 150 survival points behind is a bit beyond the range of surprises, and it is even difficult to understand. Community, what is that? Su-woo thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what he had done, which triggered this huge reward. It can only be guessed literally, perhaps related to him building a network and sharing it with those around him. But no matter what, the so-called community. They all look too heavy and grand. It is far from what he is now, a private refuge that is not very important in Jianghe City, and is qualified to access. Just treat it as a hidden game mechanic. Just get the benefits. There is no need to go into the details of anything else. After the exploration was fruitless, Su-woo simply put this matter down. Instead, he focused on that extra rich survival point. With this survival point of more than 200 points, his manufacturing center upgrade plan that he thought would be delayed could be realized in advance. Save at least 1 month, or even more than 2 months, a long time. Sitting up from the bed, Su-woo picked up the tablet computer at the head of the bed. The monitoring of the manufacturing center has been turned on. At this time, the lights were brightly lit in the manufacturing center. The only 2 engineering robots in the shelter continue to create mechanical parts. Around them, there are a bunch of weapons and ammunition. Among them are 2 narrow and long 240mm rockets. Is it expected that the manufacturing will be completed in 1 hour and 15 minutes? Su-woo took a look at the manufacturing progress given by artificial intelligence. Because Su-woo called engineering robots several times in the past 2 days ago to temporarily participate in other tasks. This batch of weapons construction tasks that should have been completed long ago have been delayed until now. Fortunately, it is not far from the end. After thinking about it, Su-woo did not interfere with the tasks of engineering robots. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. He just randomly allocated 2 construction robots to transport the weapons and ammunition that had been completed by the manufacturing center. Then the raw materials used to manufacture CNC machine tools and 3D printers are then transported into the manufacturing center. It takes at least 15 hours to manufacture these 2 large industrial pieces. I can't even hurry up, just queue up slowly. Putting down the tablet, Su-woo turned off the lights in the bedroom. Lying in bed and sleeping with peace of mind. Today's unexpected gains far exceeded expectations. I am destined to have a good dream. Early the next morning. The first message Su-woo received after getting up was the report sent back by the convoy who went to the urban area of Jianghe City to pick up garbage. On this night he was resting. The entire fleet recovered a total of about 15 tons of metal. Among them, the damaged vehicle wreckage is mainly composed of some air conditioning units and refrigerators and washing machines. The harvest was quite satisfactory overall. However, this income will probably not last for a few days. The vehicles that pick up scattered in the urban area are far beyond Su Wu's previous imagination. Even in the late night without any natural light, there are more than 20 refuges wandering among the ruins of the city. There are even teams from the official shelter. Just one night to come down. The metal garbage that is easier to pick up in the urban area is already much less visible to the naked eye. Su Wu opened one of the videos sent back by a special transport vehicle. Two workers in thermal insulation suits jumped out of the car with large iron pliers, and quickly cut off the copper pipe of an air conditioner external unit, then worked together to lift the air conditioner external unit whose shell had been seriously deformed and loaded into the car. In the open-air cart behind. Then continue driving and drive to the next recycling site. The entire process will take no more than 5 minutes. It's terrible to be efficient. This is the speed. Su Wu felt a moment of urgency. However, after thinking about it, he suppressed the urge to mobilize the whole person. Just send 2 construction robots, bring the cutting machines, and let them go to the ground and stand by. When the next large truck returns, take a ride to support it. It is a bit of making up for the shortcomings of urban fleets in micro-operation. No matter how attractive it looks, it is just extra money after all. Su Wu's development focus has always been on the shelter itself. You cannot easily reverse the primary and secondary for this. Clean up your personal hygiene and have a simple heated breakfast. Su Wu took the lifting platform directly to the 4th floor underground. Since the central air conditioner that is not directly connected to the shelter, there is a little humid and hot in the air. After only staying for more than 10 seconds, Su Wu felt obviously a little uncomfortable. He didn't force himself, but simply looked around and confirmed that there were no emissions, and immediately used the survival point to solidify the 4th floor. Along with the loose wall originally built mainly of construction waste, it solidifies into a thick wall. The 4th floor underground of the refuge is announced to be completed. The engineering team originally located on this floor, except for the 2 construction robots responsible for the decoration, can all go to excavate the 5th underground floor after the temporary support bracket is removed. Completed his own task. Su Wu was unwilling to stay on the 4th floor underground for more than a while and returned to the control center on the 2nd floor as quickly as possible. Begin preparing for a new day. According to the agreement with other shelters on the official chat channel the day before yesterday. He needs to provide about 650 kilograms of fresh lettuce to 8 shelters today and deliver them to his door. This is not an easy task. Especially when large trucks currently need to participate in urban scavenger picking, compete with other shelters, and their transportation capacity is very valuable. How to choose the appropriate delivery method according to the route planned the day before yesterday. It needs to be considered carefully. I looked at the sky on the surface. Although the sky is covered with thick clouds as usual. But the brightness of the light has reached the level of normal travel. Su Wu launched a reconnaissance drone formation and sent the reconnaissance drone formation to high altitude through the drone lifting platform in the small bunker. The average wind speed is 5 meters per second and the temperature is 72.3 degrees. Flight is normal. The reconnaissance drone formation hovered slightly over the shelter. After checking the surrounding environment, confirming that it is temporarily safe. We began to recognize the delivery target from near to far according to the route planned by Su Wu the day before yesterday. Soon, high-definition photos of overlooking were transmitted back by drones. Then, through analysis and processing by artificial intelligence, a 3-dimensional map with extremely high accuracy was finally drawn. Su Wu carefully compared the map and studied half of the salary. I found that there are now 5 shelters at the doors, which have almost been cleaned up. You can drive the large truck directly to their doorstep. The other 3 companies are still not in good condition. The farthest place even needs to pass through a ruin that is 500 or 600 meters long. In this case, just trade in 2 batches. Su Wu pondered for a moment, and soon had a stomachache in his heart. He sent messages to the 8 shelters and agreed with them in advance on delivery methods and delivery times. It is easy to say that the top 5 shelters with smooth roads are just driving them over to trade in person. If it goes well, it will probably take more than half an hour to complete. The other 3 shelters are first transported by large trucks to the end that can be driven by, and then the K2 series agricultural drones carry special insulation boxes to transport vegetables from the air. This requires certain handover skills and cooperation. It can be foreseeable that no matter whether it is unloading or loading, you will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. But there was no way, and Su Wu did not expect it at that time. There is such a fierce competition in picking up scattered goods in urban areas. He was reluctant to make time to clean the road specifically. The transaction time is set at around 4 p.m. After the transaction is completed, the CNC machine tool model should be almost completed. Then it will take another 2 hours before the transaction to pick and encapsulate the lettuce leaves in the hydroponic farm. After discussing with the buyers, Su Wu sorted the next things he needed to do one by one according to time. Before he knew it, when he came to his senses, he found that those to-do items had occupied nearly half of the screen. And more than an hour passed. It's a waste of time. Su Wu rubbed his forehead with a headache, feeling that this was not a solution. In the future, his vegetable production will become higher and higher, and there will be breeding factories to be put into sales later. Could it be that in the future, I will just do nothing else and be a customer service and dispatcher? Maybe, I can find someone to help. Just as the thought arose, Su Wu shook his head again and temporarily threw it behind his mind. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. On the premise that trust cannot be resolved. It is not a wise decision to let strangers enter their own refuge. The transaction problem has been handled. Su Wu turned around and glanced at the scavenging convoy in the city. At this time, the 2 construction robots he arranged had already met with the 2 special transport vehicles in the city. After they changed their behavior, like other shelters, violently cut pipelines entangled with construction waste, the efficiency of collecting scrap metal was significantly improved. It is expected that within a maximum of 5 hours, you can bring back a car with 10 tons of home appliances and car wreckage. It's almost enough. Su Wu was quite satisfied with this speed. Nearly 50 or 60 tons of metal in a day is already a very considerable income. The key is that it is still free to pick it up. Look at the time, there are still 1 or 2 hours before noon. Su Wu, who was idle, logged into his own internet and randomly found several players to play a game online. Don't look at his network that has just been established and there are not many people online. But among these people, there are many serious game enthusiasts. Some have even been online for nearly 20 hours. Basically, it was since I first joined the internet and entered the game, and I never went offline again. In this case, it is not difficult for Su Wu to find a companion to play. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With the time for trading, it comes. Fresh lettuce leaves are weighed and packaged under the picking of hydroponic farm robots. Then the construction robot handled it and put it in the thermostat box, and loaded it into the carriage of the large truck that arrived on time. Su Wu took a picture of the picking and loading scene and sent it to the official chat channel. Buyers are informed to be prepared. Your underground farm is so big, and the future vegetable output will definitely be more than 70 kilograms a day. It was also the first time that Wang Jiangwo saw the true appearance of Su Wu hydroponic farm. I felt incredible about the dense forest-like vegetable shelves. Not to mention anything else, I just want to maintain such a large-scale vegetable production base. The electricity consumed every day can drain the electricity reserves of many small and even medium-sized shelters. I also saw tomatoes, purple cabbage, and what was that? Strawberry seedlings, and grapevines. A private shelter director named Miao Jun, who is very knowledgeable about agriculture, has recognized many of the vegetable and fruit seedlings in the photos who are still in their juvenile stages. He performed even more shocked than Wang Jiangwo. The existence of those things means that Su-Wu has been separated from the most basic needs for survival and food. Have the ability and have the leisure to start pursuing higher-level luxury enjoyment. According to time calculation, if the grapes in Su-Wu farm ripen and the doomsday outside is not over yet, the grapes in Su-Wu's hands are likely to be worth as valuable as gold. There will definitely be many wealthy refugees who are willing to spend a lot of money to buy. Not only, you look carefully at the edge of the photo, there are tulips, blue star flowers, and bird grass. There are so many flowers. Are you planning to build a garden? The family members of a senior shelter who were even more sharp-eyed appeared in the chat channel for the first time. I couldn't help but send out a series of exclamations. If fresh fruits are considered luxury goods, then flowers are purely a legendary species. At least in Jianhe City, even the largest official shelter is impossible to cultivate these flowers with almost no practical value. It is very likely that Su-Wu's underground farm is the only place in Jianhe City to grow flowers on a large scale. That's about that much lettuce production. But in the future, cabbage, spinach, cabbage, etc. will also be sold to the public. Tomatoes, green peppers, and fruits, depending on the situation. These things are not produced much, and most of them have to be kept for their own use. Looking at the lively chat channel, Su-Wu chose to answer several questions that most people are more concerned about. It is a wave of advertisements for our own hydroponic farm. And his action was also very effective. The discussion in the chat channel became even more lively, and many people began to include Su-Wu as the target of attention. His impression has also become a wealthy vegetable supplier. That's a big vegetable production area. I think you might as well change your name to the farmer. I lived this life better than before the end of the world. The heavy-duty knight who had traded with Su-Wu once showed an unconcealed envy in his tone. Before the end of the world, he was also a rent collector of the rich level and lived the life that many people dream of. But compared with Su-Wu, it is just like the difference between ordinary people and him at the time. He also dreamed of an underground farm, but unfortunately, his current power supply was quite difficult to maintain his shelter, let alone take it out and plant it. The lively discussion lasted for a long time. And as more and more people see the news, some less harmonious voices suddenly appeared. Can you ask, where is your shelter? If you need it in the future, I plan to buy it on my own and save some shipping costs. Su-Wu's shelter address is not a secret. He has revealed relevant information in chatting more than once. Therefore, without waiting for Su-Wu to react, someone in the chat channel answered this question. Su-Wu paused his fingers while typing, and looked at the person who asked and answered calmly. In the end, he didn't say much. The surface. The delivery process of large trucks lasted for more than 2 hours in total. As Su-Wu had expected. Because of the need for advanced communication and cooperation, the 3 transactions transported by drones were quite troublesome. In addition, the K2 series agricultural drone also had a failure and had to return halfway. The final time spent is about an hour later than expected. And at this time, the engineering robots in the manufacturing center have completed the construction of CNC machine tools. Even 3D printers have been built in half. The deal with the shelter was completely over. Su-Wu hurried to the manufacturing center. Is this a CNC machine tool? Standing in front of a CNC machine tool that is as high as 5 or 6 meters and occupies a full 3 rooms. Su-Wu sincerely felt his own insignificance. He glanced at the manufacturing list. In order to make this huge mechanical equipment, engineering robots consumed a total of about 60 tons of metal raw materials. It also includes a large number of various rare metals. Almost all the rare material inventory in the shelter was emptied out. The resources used this are a bit too high. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Su-Wu frowned, but soon felt relieved. Use it as much as possible. The more materials you use, it means that fewer survival points need to be consumed. The upgraded functions are also more powerful. Reach and press your hand on the metal housing of the CNC machine tool. Lines of handwriting appeared in his vision. Requires 30 survival points. This number is a little less than expected. However, there is only one upgrade direction, and it is still CNC machine tools. Upgrade. Su Wu confirmed in his heart. A ball of white light began to seep from the void into the interior of the CNC machine tool. After half a second, everything returned to its original state. New smart terminals have been discovered. Is access allowed? A prompt popped up on the tablet that Su Wu carried with him at this time. That is the question that the AI responsible for controlling the entire shelter was sent after detecting new uncontrolled devices. Su Wu clicked to confirm and authorized artificial intelligence to take over CNC machine tools. The tablet's screen dimmed slightly, and a new operating interface appeared. There are quite a lot of features. The parts aspect seems to be customizable at will, with almost no restrictions. The machining accuracy is at the micron level. Production speed, yes, tested. After fiddling with the operation interface of the CNC machine tool for a while, Su Wu asked a construction robot to send the raw materials into the machine tool. Then the CNC machine tool ran for more than 10 minutes. I began to spit out a bunch of parts of different sizes one after another. Then the engineering robot stepped forward and used these newly processed parts for assembly. Soon, a standard automatic rifle appeared in the hands of engineering robots. It's much faster than the engineer robot's hand rub. If you are mass-producing unified standard parts, it should be faster. It's almost equivalent to a small universal industrial assembly line. After testing it several times, Su Wu was even surprised when the answers handed over by the CNC machine tool were satisfied. Even some parts that require high-temperature heating forged, this machine tool can be completed well. It can almost be said that in the micron level or above field, there are no metal parts that it cannot make. After the test is completed, Su Wu issued the first formal manufacturing task to this CNC machine tool that may have reached the top performance in the world on the spot. Assist the engineering robot to build the unfinished 3D printer. With the help of CNC machine tools. The manufacturing progress of the engineering robot seems to have been pressed by a fast-forward key of tens of times. The work that originally took 6 or 7 hours to complete was directly compressed to less than half an hour. Su Wu simply did not leave the manufacturing center. Standing near the manufacturing station, watching the two engineering robots and CNC machine tools work. It wasn't until they were made that they were a few steps ahead. Compared with the huge size of CNC machine tools, the 3D printer is much smaller, almost half a room in size. But it consumes a lot of resources. At least, with the current material reserves of Su Wu's shelter, it is basically impossible to manufacture a second 3D printer. Reach and press on the metal housing of the 3D printer with warmth. The new upgrade option pops up in Su Wu's field of view. Select to upgrade, comprehensive 3D printer. Su Wu chose the most expensive upgrade option. The survival point in your hand disappeared in an instant by 50 points. White light is blooming. A device that emits silver-white metal light was quietly born. Upgraded 3D printer. Printed articles including metal and non-metallic materials such as rubber, glass, etc. may be used. The production efficiency is much lower than that of CNC machine tools. But the advantage is that the items can be shaped arbitrarily without being restricted by the material. You can also print out more precise parts. Even if the materials provided are sufficient, some low-end micro-scale chips can be printed. This is especially important for a refuge controlled and managed by artificial intelligence and full of technological attributes. Having mastered the production equipment, let's solve the material reserve problem. Next, we will be able to overpower production capacity. The line of sight is on two industrial heavyweights, CNC machine tools and 3D printers, which are currently priceless. Su-woo couldn't help but feel ambition for the future. Even larger, urban underground shelters and endless automation machinery and equipment may no longer exist only in fantasy. But want to turn fantasy into reality. There are still many levels that are difficult to overcome before Su-woo. The first is the material quality issue. Unlike the manual operation of engineering robots, the quality requirements of CNC machine tools and 3D printers for raw materials are almost several levels higher. In this case, most of the materials removed from the used household appliances in Su-woo's shelter cannot be used directly. It must be further disassembled and rebuilt. It just so happened that the fourth floor underground of the refuge has been completed. There is now demand. Let's start by building a production line that dismantles and smells waste metal. Faced with the first problem that needs to be solved by explosive production capacity, Su-woo naturally thought of the fourth floor space where the renovation has not been officially completed and the layout of the line and pipelines has not been arranged. Follow the original plan. The fourth floor would have been used to build a small industrial area integrating disassembly, smelting and production. Now, since the performance of CNC machine tools far exceeds expectations, it provides strong production and manufacturing capabilities. The part of the original plan about the small production line can be discarded directly. The space freed can be used to build larger-scale dismantling and smelting equipment. But we can't fill up the area. A little more space needs to be left to assemble large vehicles and equipment like trucks. With the emergence of CNC machine tools and 3D printers, the originally spacious manufacturing center has begun to appear a little crowded. The territory left for engineering robot assembly is quite limited. In this case, if you want to assemble some large objects, you must find another place. The fourth floor underground is almost the only option right now. Start build. Plan the layout of the 4 underground floors. Su-woo immediately started working on the spot. A large amount of finished steel and other raw materials began to be continuously transported to the manufacturing center by construction robots and put into CNC machine tools and 3D printers. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. And at this moment, Su-woo suddenly received an alarm from artificial intelligence. A suspicious team appeared near the surface of the shelter. Su-woo switched the screen on the tablet to the surveillance. With the help of artificial intelligence logo, the target was quickly discovered. It was a team of about 10 people, wearing heat insulation suits and holding guns. They wandered within 2 or 3 kilometers of a radius around a small bunker on the ground, and were using telescopes and drones to observe the surface facilities of the entire shelter. Not far behind them, there were several construction vehicles parked. It seems to be a tool to be used for forcibly dismantling after Su-woo closed the gate of the shelter. It's coming very quickly. I don't even want to wait for the night. Su-woo had no unexpected expression on his face. He knew that there was a high probability that he might encounter this scene after he exposed the size of the hydroponics factory. But I didn't expect that the person who peeped in secret would be so impatient that he was not willing to wait for more than a few hours. He brought people here in broad daylight. Detect reconnaissance drones and shoot battlefield videos. The K2 series agricultural drones are starting to load rockets and are ready to be on standby. Enable 120mm howitzers and destroy them. The engineering team that was digging the 5th floor of the underground was not even suspended, and the gate to the shelter exit passage was not closed. Su-woo simply issued several combat orders to artificial intelligence. Soon, with the drone lifting platform, a reconnaissance drone was sent into the air, bringing the surrounding area into the surveillance perspective. A massacre that was almost unilaterally began to erupt without warning. It is more than 1,000 meters away from the small bunker on the ground. A person who looked like a captain seemed to notice something abnormal. He raised his head, trying to find the source of his inner uneasiness. And the next moment, his pupils contracted violently. He saw a shell falling from the sky and hitting near his two companions hundreds of meters away. Then the next second, infinite fire bloomed like fireworks. It instantly covered nearly 100 meters of surrounding area. Swallowed his companions completely. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and was so shocked that he felt his hands and feet weak. What is this? Didn't they come with guns to find trouble for a private shelter in the civil society? How could you encounter such a terrible attack? However, on the battlefield, being dazed is an extremely fatal thing. A few seconds later, another shell broke through the air and smashed towards him. This time he is no longer so lucky. A large amount of burning fire melted his insulation suit and burned his muscles and bones through. It eventually turned into an unrecognizable remains of a body. A silently suspended reconnaissance drone in the sky. Quietly record everything that happened on the ground. This short battle. Starting from the attack of artificial intelligence, it took 40 seconds, and a total of 4 120mm aluminum thermal shells were fired. The result was that 12 targets were all destroyed. The firearms and weapons they carried were not fired until the last second before their death. Half an hour later. Back at the control center, Suwu found the identity of the group from the construction robots who cleaned the battlefield. A group of mercenaries who have just been established. The members have various identities, most of them are security guards and criminals before the end of the world. It belongs to a group of gangsters who have rich experience in fighting but lack real military literacy. Enjoy them with a 120mm howitzer. Isn't it a bit too much? Suwu couldn't help but reflect. Of course, if he encounters the same situation next time, he will still do this. If you can solve the problem with shells, you don't need construction robots to take risks with small water pipes like guns. Moreover, heavy artillery can also better establish authority. It's a pity that I didn't find the clues behind the scenes. Who will it be? Suwu did not intend to end this matter. There is no reason why he can escape without hitting him. It must be found out and given a heavy blow to retaliate. As for how to find it, start with the person who asked his address in the chat channel and check it slowly. As long as you are willing to pay a bounty, you will be able to find the other party sooner or later. Choose a few photos from the battlefield photos taken by the reconnaissance drone. Suwu sent them to the official chat channel. It's not that he doesn't want to send videos, but that the official channel restricts the sending of videos. Official satellite network. Resources are limited, and basically only the most basic communication can be guaranteed. But even if it is just a photo, the scene created by the explosion of a large amount of aluminum thermal agent is extremely impactful. A group of gun gangsters invaded my shelter. They have been wiped out at this time. The relevant evidence will be handed over to the official security office after it is sorted out. A few brief explanations for these photos. Suwu no longer followed the Storm channel, but instead found the official representative in the channel, the rich second-generation female officer who had dealt with him, Yiluoshengwa. How does the official deal with this now? Suwu asked. Just solve it yourself. No need to report. Yiluoshengwa's reply was quick, and the content was so straightforward that Suwu was surprised. So relaxed, don't you go to investigate? What else is investigating? It's just some armed gangs raised in private in some shelters. It's not the first time they have done this. The leaves fall and the frost reveal a sense of habit and helplessness. What the above now means is to do our best to deal with the worst extreme environment in the future. As long as the matter between other shelters on the ground is not a fierce battle in the urban area, or the incident outside the urban area is too large and the number of casualties is too large, it will be temporarily put on hold. One time. And talk about this. If you want to say too much, you are the one who is the most overdoing. We have all made heavy artillery. Are we planning to fight a war with the military in the future? Yiluoshengwa's words did not mean to question, but she was a little surprised by Suwu's manufacturing ability. In other shelters, even if they do bad things, they just make some pistols and rifles, and at most they can get some explosives for breaking the door. When it comes to Su Wu's side, he just needs to get the heavy artillery directly. Also used is aluminum thermal agent with extremely strong lethality and armor-breaking effect. To be honest, this configuration can have some effect when used to fight the military's armored forces. Beating those civil armed teams is simply bullying children. Just protect yourself. You can't let me fight to face them with a gun. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Seeing that Yi Luoxuanghua had no intention of pursuing it, Su Wu's tone became casual. I began to have the leisure to test the official attitude. If you say so, it should be fine to get my revenge on those shelters. Don't make too much noise. For example, move your heavy artillery to the door of someone's shelter. As long as the others are not exposed, there will be no big problem. Yi Luoxuanghua revealed the official bottom line, and at the end, she couldn't help but add a few more words. If you want to fight those shelters with a size of over 100 people, remember to keep the evidence of the other party's crime. Otherwise, the military may be regarded as a typical case of chaos and focus on attacks. Also, you should also pay attention to it in the official channel, don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, you can only deal with it strictly and quickly. I understand, I will consider it carefully before the action. Su Wu was silent for a while and then typed his last sentence. The conversation ended. He switched to the chat channel, looked at the people there, and the discussion was in full swing. He looked fearless and couldn't help but sigh. There are many people here, even as local tyrants and enterprises in power. In some ways, it is considered a human elite. However, due to the past fixed thinking patterns, there are still limited information channels. I'm afraid they are still immersed in false peace. Perhaps it is only possible for you to encounter it yourself, or it will not be able to hide it until one day in the future. Only then will I suddenly realize that the cruel side of the end of the world will come so quickly, even so fast that I will not give anyone any time to react. It's just a high temperature of more than 70 degrees, and there's just a storm. As for getting so messy. After a moment of melancholy over the passing order, Su Wu regained his spirits. He thought of the convoy currently picking up garbage in the city and began to seriously consider whether he wanted to strengthen his armed forces for them. Although Yi Luoxuanghua said that it was prohibited from using force in the urban area, it was completely doubtful that it was true. Judging from the style they showed, I am afraid that as long as it is not exposed, it can be regarded as non-existent. Put it a folding shooting platform for 2 special transport vehicles. Then a large truck will add a construction robot dedicated to alert and combat, and a K2 series agricultural drone. Well, just weld a 30mm rapid-fire cannon on the top of the car. For Su Wu, who now has CNC machine tools and 3D printers, some automatic weapons and turrets, plus a drone that can fire rockets. Not really anything too important. As long as he thinks, except for the drone, there are still some difficulties in the moment, a bunch of other weapons can be made at any time. Of course, there is no advanced gunpowder formula. The quality of ammunition will be subject to certain restrictions, and its destructiveness and stability are not as powerful as military use. However, it is enough to just deter and deal with some civilian armed raids. In the chat channel. Because of the lack of Su Wu's participation, the sensation brought by those photos gradually subsided. However, in the hearts of many senior officials of the shelter, Su Wu not only has the identity of a vegetable supplier, but also has an additional label that is strong and armed and cannot be easily provoked. It can be foreseeable that in future transactions, Su Wu will invisibly reduce a lot of trouble. Early in the morning. A new day is coming. The level of Su Wu's sanctuary has also been promoted to the next stage with the daily routine refresh of the system. Current territory, wealthy personal sanctuary, 0%, fixed daily survival point +4. Industrial productivity has been greatly improved, with survival point plus 25. Current remaining survival points, 158. New panel. The hierarchy of the shelter is upgraded from a livable individual shelter to a wealthy individual shelter. Compared to the last shelter promotion, only a small amount of one-time survival point was rewarded. This time, the fixed daily survival point reward number has been increased by a little forever. In addition, the industrial productivity brought by the newly added CNC machine tools and 3D printers has greatly improved, and the rewarded survival points are more or less appropriate. Not much or little. Su Wu was not very disappointed with this. The significant increase in industrial productivity has brought much more than this survival point reward. As long as you make good use of the subsequent use, the saved survival points may exceed the reward several times, or even dozens or hundreds of times. The next few days. When Su Wu spared no expense to supply all the standards-compliant raw materials in the shelter in the past. CNC machine tools and 3D printers turn on endless machining mode. A large number of standard parts are beginning to be continuously manufactured. Then transport to the underground layer 4 for assembly and welding. An industrial equipment recycling center with a high-temperature furnace as the core and has both dismantling and classification functions has gradually established its prototype. And at the same time, because there are too many resources tilted into this recycling center, Su Wu had to pause the expansion plan of the engineering team and the scavenging fleet. Even the excavation of the 5th floor underground of the refuge has been affected to a certain extent. This made Su Wu feel relieved that the construction of the recycling center is progressing rapidly, but he was inevitably a little sad and anxious. It is obvious that rationally knows that this is the most correct and efficient approach. But I watched the trash-picking convoy day by day. Because of its limited scale, I could only allow a large amount of scrap metal on the roadside to be picked up by other shelters. Looking at the expansion of the shelter, the efficiency has dropped significantly due to the lack of engineering robots for centering materials and repairs. Still can't help feeling unacceptable. This is probably the so-called pain and happiness. But eliminate these troublesome things. In the case where all daily things in the shelter are managed by artificial intelligence. In fact, there are not many things that really need Su Wu to do in person. Su Wu also ushered in a rare leisure time. The ground floor of the refuge. Hydroponic farm. Su Wu strolls between the green vegetable growing racks. It has suitable temperature and sufficient nutrient supply, and careful care of farm robots. These vegetables thrive more than their kind that once grew in the most fertile land on the ground. The green leaves are stained with crystal clear water droplets, beautiful like works of art. It looks pleasing to the eye. Walk through the vegetable area. It is an area decorated with dozens of flowers of different colors. Because when planting, it is approaching, or it is just the flowering period. After another month of careful care, it is now the time for them to bloom the most. Su Wu stopped. Quietly admire this artificial sea of flowers, or flower wall. The blooming flowers and the faint fragrance of flowers lingering in the air made his mood calm. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. After a long time, he came to his senses and took a casual photo of this particularly precious and rare view in the apocalypse with his carry-on tablet. Upload to your own internet. Hopefully at the end of the doomsday. These flowers can bloom again on the earth. At the same time. Somewhere more than 10 kilometers away from Su Wu's sanctuary. As an ordinary member of a small business shelter, Wang Hao, who was surfing the internet with his mobile phone, almost simultaneously shot the video shot by Su Wu. At first he even thought that someone had brought up the videos from before the end of the world. But as he noticed the closed walls and occasionally exposed growth lights in the video. There is also a golden administrator logo behind the account that sends the video. He quickly realized that this was not an old video in stock, but a real-time scene shot. The different shooting time brings a very different viewing experience. Wang Hao put away his casual thoughts and unconsciously sat upright. Click on the video again and watch it repeatedly one frame after another. These flowers were not uncommon before the end of the world. At this time, his eyes were no less than seeing the most luxurious thing in the world. And this is indeed the case. In an era when even people are in danger of being safe and can only survive and hide in the dark underground. The price to raise those fragile flowers is even enough to save countless lives on the verge of death. Whose shelter is this? So many flowers have been planted. It's so luxurious. It is not far from Wang Hao in a straight line. Li Linsong, the director of the small business shelter where he is, also saw this short video. As a manager, Li Linsong's mentality is subtly different from that of Wang Hao. The first reaction he saw was the cost of growing these flowers and how much food could be exchanged for in equal amounts. Then the conversion result made him feel distressed and pumped the air conditioner. Anyway, he cannot invest so much resources in these things that are only of ornamental value. Of course, it may also be that even if he is willing to invest, he cannot afford to raise so many flowers. Planting space, energy, nutrients, and people taking care of them. All kinds of investments are a very heavy burden. It is not a refuge that is rich enough to be wasted at will. No one is qualified to fiddle with this real luxury. July 12. The average surface temperature reaches 75 degrees. Animals that once occasionally appeared on the surface were completely extinct. Even humans standing at the top of the planet's food chain cannot move directly on the surface except driving modified vehicles or wearing special insulation suits. And it's this hot and ordinary day. Suburbs of Jianghe City. Deep in the rocky beach that no one noticed. A small refuge completed its most important transformation since its construction began. From handmade, we have truly entered the field of industrial manufacturing. Self-test is completed. Each component is in normal condition. Start power on operation. A slight buzzing sounded. A pile of scrap iron that was dismantled was slowly sent from the conveyor belt into the high-temperature furnace. Then, the electricity consumption of the entire industrial equipment recycling center immediately began to soar. Then after reaching the peak, nearly 90% of the power generation of 2 geothermal generators was extracted. There may be certain dangers during operation. Su Wu did not appear at the site of the recycling center. Instead, stay in the control center and watch remotely through the monitoring screen. But it was said to be a ritual, but in fact the entire process only took a few seconds. Then there is a long heating process that lasts more than 12 hours. It will take a long time to see the first batch of iron ingots that have been remelted. Participated in the launch ceremony. Su Wu turned his eyes to the data of the high-temperature furnace displayed on the console screen. I felt a little pressure in my heart. This operating state consumes too much power. The high-temperature furnace currently in use consumes about 500 degrees per hour. After completing the initial preheating process, the production speed of melting about 1 ton of waste steel can be achieved in 1 hour. The output is quite large, but the electricity consumed is also tremendously huge. Basically, as long as the high-temperature furnace is turned on at full power, Su Wu's refuge, you will not think about opening any other new large-scale industrial equipment that requires power support. In the entire industrial equipment recycling center, there are more than 1 high-temperature furnace installed. There are at least 5 other high-temperature furnaces for smelting other metals and materials. With the current power generation of Su Wu's sanctuary, it is completely impossible to support their operation at the same time. You can only switch to use in turn. The geothermal resources in this area are also consumed almost the same. Unless it will go deeper into the ground, or to other areas. Otherwise, there will be no new geothermal generators. Faced with the problem of power shortage, Su Wu first thought of directly increasing the number of geothermal generators. But the reality after actual exploration was told to him with cold data. This method no longer works. Geothermal resources are also resources, but resources have their limits. Near the shelter, at most 2 geothermal generators can be allowed. Except for geothermal generators, any other method Su Wu can find is either too risky or the electricity obtained is extremely limited. It basically doesn't work. Put it first and stick with it. Wait for the shelter to develop for a while. Just go out and explore new strongholds and find mineral sources. The new stronghold may not be the place of residence, but may also be an unattended resource collection site. Used to collect all valuable materials such as electricity, ore, etc. Before Su Wu had no ability to build nuclear power plants or other higher power plants. Going outside to build more geothermal power stations and thermal power stations is the best and only choice. Thinking about the issue of power supply, Su Wu switched to the overall three-dimensional map of the shelter. The environments at all levels are inspected and analyzed using sensors spread throughout the shelter. With the official operation of the Industrial Recycling Center, inevitably, a large amount of toxic gases and various other wastes will be produced. Even when the recycling center was first established, a complete set of purification and filtration systems had been completed. But the shelter is an extremely limited and enclosed underground building after all. Any small accident is enough to brew a huge disaster. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. No matter how cautious it is not an exaggeration to prevent it. After inspecting it, I found no problems. Su Wu weighed the pros and cons again. It was decided to establish a wall and a double isolation passage near the recycling center. Completely physically isolated from the rest of the fourth floor. In addition, the ventilation ducts for the recycling center are also independent of the air circulation system of the entire shelter. Directly connected to the surface. No direct contact with other places in the shelter. In this way, the recycling center can actually be regarded as a separate module independent of the shelter. Even if any uncontrollable accidents and disasters occur in the recycling center, it will be difficult to affect the body of the shelter. Next. It's time to start a real expansion plan for shelter. After dealing with the matter of the recycling center, Su Wu turned his attention to CNC machine tools and 3D printers that were temporarily suspended. After the high-temperature furnace occupied about 90% of the electricity in the shelter. These two manufacturing equipment do not have enough power for direct startup. It is necessary to temporarily extract the reserved power from the high-energy battery pack to continue to operate normally. But this is just a small matter. The power reserved by high-energy battery packs is as high as 10,000 degrees. It is completely enough to assist CNC machine tools and 3D printers, and operate at full power for several days. It will not affect the manufacturing tasks assigned by Su Wu. First, we need to redesign the vehicle size in the engineering team. In the engineering team, whether it is an excavator, a transport vehicle, or a more professional gravel truck, etc. In fact, they were all temporary emergency products that Su Wu was not allowed to choose when he was short of resources in the early stage. Now, since you have mastered higher productivity and have more raw material reserves, then using micro-series construction vehicles is a bit of a waste. After all, regardless of the size of the vehicle, there will be no big difference between the core chip and the high-energy battery that control it. And these two are the only two core components that Su Wu cannot produce at present. In other words, whether it is to build a micro-series of vehicles or a larger series of vehicles, the survival points consumed will basically not be different. However, their working efficiency is likely to be several times different, or even dozens of times. More than a dozen related drawings were retrieved from the database for reference. Su Wu used the drawing software to modify it all the way. The new version of the design drawings will be finalized soon. In the new version, the length of the mini excavator has increased from 1.5 meters to 4.4 meters. The soil that can be excavated by the bucket increases from 0.04 cubic meters to 0.2 cubic meters each time. The overall construction efficiency has been improved by about 5 times. This brand new excavator can no longer be described as mini, but can be changed to the word small. It has truly become a professional construction tool, a powerful tool for construction in the industrial era. The size of the miniature transport vehicle has grown even more exaggeratedly. The length of the vehicle increased from less than 2 meters to 6 meters. It can carry up to nearly 20 cubic meters of cargo and weighs 50 tons. This new transport vehicle named or type is used to transport 1 trip of earth and stone, which is enough for the micro-transport vehicle to run 7 or 8 trips back and forth. And as the size grows, it can also be equipped with a stronger electric engine. The driving speed has also been improved to a certain extent, basically reaching 50 kilometers per hour. This speed can almost be used as the main vehicle for long-distance transportation, freeing large trucks from the task of transporting scrap metal and construction waste in urban areas. After all, those things are originally garbage. Not afraid of high temperatures, nor fear of damage from any other extreme climate. Transportation using a fully enclosed temperature-insulated carriage with large trucks is somewhat suspected of luxury and waste. The open type or transport truck is just professional. Suppress costs to a minimum. As for the gravel cart, there is nothing to say. Simply expand its size and proportion to obtain more efficient ability to break rocks. Make 2 new gravel cars first. Then we will make 4 small excavators and/or transport vehicles separately. Deliver the brand new design drawings to artificial intelligence. Su Wu carefully arranged the first batch of manufacturing tasks for CNC machine tools and 3D printers. The size and efficiency of all new construction vehicles have been greatly improved, and it also means that the materials they consume have also increased significantly. In the case where almost all qualified ordinary metal materials have been put into construction of industrial equipment recycling centers, the materials that can be used to manufacture new versions of vehicles are extremely limited. Therefore, Su Wu must give priority to allocating the number and model of the first batch of production vehicles according to the severity of the task and the efficiency. Wait until the manufacturing is completed. The gravel trucks have all joined the engineering team to speed up the excavation of the 5th underground space. I won't say anything else. At least you have to dig out the territory of a large warehouse first. Then, small excavators and/or type transporter. Half was divided into 2 and joined the engineering team, and the other half went out to support the scavenging convoy in the city. Due to scale and power supply reasons, the high-temperature furnace in the recycling center can only melt at most 10 to 20 tons of scrap metal a day. If you need to melt other different metals and materials, you must also use another furnace. The efficiency has been further greatly reduced. And corresponding to this, the scrap metal transported back by the scavenging convoy every day is at least 40 tons. In addition, in order to compete with other shelters, Su Wu is still working hard to increase the scale of the scavenging convoy. One by one, the difference between these will only grow bigger and bigger. That's why, before the accumulated scrap metal fills the inside of the small bunker on the ground, it is now the most important thing to find a warehouse that can accommodate. After all, even if it is scrap metal, it is not low for Su Wu. You cannot place it rashly on the surface of the ground and open the sky. So keep following the steps. In a short time, it should be possible to build an underground shelter at the town level. The plan completed by General Su Wu will be delivered to artificial intelligence to wait for implementation. He leaned against the soft back of the chair and breathed a little relaxed. And at this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he seemed to have captured a strange purple light from the surveillance wall. Looking up, Su Wu looked at the source of the light and found them from the sky outside the shelter. The purple light layer by layer, penetrated the haze clouds that were several kilometers thick. It hangs over the sky like a gauze woven from a spindle. Aurora. Su Wu really wanted to describe it like this. But those purple sky lights were like the dark and bottomless abyss. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. As soon as he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a trembling and fear from the bottom of his heart. That feeling is like an animal encountering a natural enemy. Or maybe you know that you are facing radiation, your whole body and mind are tightly held by terror and despair. At this moment, even if there is no evidence yet, Su-woo still subconsciously determined that this would definitely not be a good thing. Reorient your sitting posture. Su-woo connected the home screen in front of the console to the ground surveillance camera. Control it to adjust the angle slightly. Incorporate the horizon and the sky further away. In a wider field of view, endless purple light descended from the sky, rendering the wilderness slightly discolored. And at some point, it is located near the mountain range on the other side. A group of unknown birds flapped their wings from the mountains. Then, before it took off for long, under the terrible high temperature in the air, it quickly exhausted its energy and fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, the latecomers of these birds seemed to have not seen the experience of their predecessors, and still rushed to the sky with all their might. Until I fell to the end of my life, there was no change at all. Su-woo witnessed this scene throughout the whole process, and his eyes were covered with a layer of haze. My heart was lingered by the intense uneasiness that came from nowhere. After a full silence for more than 10 seconds, Su-woo made some moves again. He manipulated the surveillance camera and continued to patrol the surface of the shelter. From hills of construction waste to small towering bunkers, to shelter exits covered by bunkers. Finally, I saw a miniature transport vehicle carrying earth and rocks slowly driving out of the bunker, and then my eyes moved slightly. It's not safe enough here. Su-woo pondered. Pull out the 3D map of the shelter and stop the mouse's light spot at the exit channel. Since the engineering team needs to continuously transport the excavated soil and rocks to the ground, the exit passage of the shelter needs to be opened frequently. Although it will be closed immediately after opening the transport vehicle every time it is opened. But this can't resist the opening and closing times too many times. The total opening time accumulated every day is not a small number that can be ignored. And in this way, if you encounter any sudden accident, for example, the raid of an armed team that could bypass surveillance and lurk to the door of the shelter. Or all kinds of natural disasters without warning, etc. The open door to shelter will likely become a fatal weakness. Then I think of the faint uneasiness that the purple sky light brought him outside the shelter at this moment. Su-woo's conservative idea became stronger. After reinforcing the exit passage, let's close it for the time being. There will not be opened again unless necessary in the future. Then the engineering team opened a vertically upward passage from the 5th floor underground. A lift is installed for that passage, specifically for transporting soil and rocks. It is different from the first 4 floors of the shelter. As the engineering team is about to add a large number of huge construction equipment. Originally, the first floor of the shelter had an area of 600 square meters and a height of 6 meters, which seemed a bit narrow. And it cannot perform the performance of the new version of the construction vehicle. Therefore, at the beginning of design, Su-woo simply expanded the area of the 5th floor by 5 times and increased the height to 12 meters. Such a wide space. Of course, it also staggered most of the positions with the 4 floors above. A separate vertical channel to the outside world is established with conditions. And in this way, it is actually equivalent to temporarily separating the 5th floor underground from the entire shelter body. Even if there is any accident outside, I broke in through the vertical channel. At most, it can only destroy the 5th underground floor being excavated, which will not have much impact on the first 4 closed floors. The engineering team that received Su-woo's latest order suspended the ongoing excavation work. Start looking for locations in place and build new vertical passages. At the same time, the engineering robots affiliated to the engineering team led 2 construction robots to the shelter exit passage. On the side of the outlet passage close to the lifting platform, that is, the innermost part of the outlet passage, the metal door there is reinforced and thickened. By the way, 3 hidden shooting platforms were installed on the walls and ceiling outside the door. It is used to play some defensive role when an enemy accidentally breaks into the passage. The shelter gate at the outermost exit passage slowly closes with the slight sound of mechanical gear rotation after the miniature transporter that had transported the soil and rocks back. The reinforcement of the exit channel location is expected to be completed in 1 hour and 17 minutes. It's such a short time. Nothing should go wrong. I took a look at the construction schedule sent back by artificial intelligence. Su Wu was still worried. However, this emotion is not strong. After all, even during construction, the outermost door of the exit passage has been closed. Even if it is really dangerous, it will definitely give him enough reaction time to deal with it. As for the vertical passage of the 5th floor, its construction progress is a little irrelevant. Anyway, they are all driverless mechanical equipment. A little earlier or later will not affect Su Wu's own safety. In addition, a batch of monitoring and early warning devices must be placed outside. I don't say it's a big deal. At least, when you encounter problems, you can know earlier and have more time to deal with them. The purple light comes from the sky, which means that danger may also come from the natural environment. In this case, it is undoubtedly a bit stupid to limit your attention to your own shelter. Su Wu must try to put his sight further away. This kind of thing. It might be a bit difficult in the past, and Su Wu couldn't come up with so many cameras and detection devices. But now, after the 3D printer can print some micron-scale chips. Camera and sensors, common electronic devices that are not complicated, have become cheap items that can be mass-produced at will. Enter a command on the console. Send relevant manufacturing tasks to 3D printers and give them priority to manufacturing. Su Wu opened the logging record of the manufacturing center on the 2nd floor of the underground. Turn to the research page. A obviously incomplete drone design drawing appears in the center of the screen. Is the research progress only 72%? It's a bit slow. Su Wu frowned. Realizing that it is difficult to reversely study the design drawings of drones by relying on only one engineering robot to disassemble them manually. Different from those previously produced open-source products that have been made with simple structures, lag behind the times, or related technologies have long been published on the internet. Drones, especially commercial-grade drones with good flight speed and load capacity. The trade secrets of some high-tech companies have been involved. Even artificial intelligence cannot find relevant design drawings on the internet. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. In this case, you want to use a CNC machine tool or a 3D printer to copy the drone. It is necessary to draw a detailed design drawing through project research on drones. The main difficulty. It's stuck in chips, solid-state batteries, and material ratios. I took a closer look at several main places that stuck in the research progress. Su Wu knew that it was already a luxury to draw the drawings in a short period of time. He sighed and gave up the idea of self-producing. Instead, open the list of materials warehouses. Focus on one of the universal-grade drones with a load of 5 kilograms. This general-purpose drone with good load and flight speed is in stock in the warehouse. Remodel a little to enhance the heat dissipation capability. It should be able to be used for emergency use. Just choose them. Time was in Su Wu's somewhat anxious mood, and more than an hour passed. As the outlet passage is reinforced, it is completely closed. And the first batch of various detectors suitable for the field were printed out one after another by 3D printers. His mood finally gradually calmed down. No matter what kind of disaster he is going to face, at least his refuge is becoming stronger and safer bit by bit. The drone lift platform has been activated.